Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is true potential in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 61, Mitarashi Anko of the Blast Sword. The name's Mitarashi Anko. Anko introduced herself with a smirk as she held up her own sword, the Blast Sword Shivuki. And I'm here by request of your old comrade, Momokai Zabuza, to put a filthy traitor named Reiga in a grave of his own and collect his swords for Kirigakure. You. Reiga's eyes narrowed at the woman in front of him. Why did Zabuza send you? Why do you have Shivuki? What kind of joke is that asshole pulling? Nothing's a joke. I'm just a member of the Seven Swordsmen, assigned the honor of killing a traitor and taking back your swords. Anko declared. A Konoha shinobi being a member of the Seven Swordsmen of Kirigakure? Ha! What a load of bullshit. The former Kirigakure shinobi declared. There's not a chance any Mizukage would approve something like this. Anko shook her head. It's true, though. Kirigakure has changed. The civil war is over and the Godame Mizukage is trying to usher in a new era for the village. Her eyes then narrowed. You wouldn't know, though, because you never cared about Kirigakure. I've read up on you and learned a lot about how you worked. All you cared about was your own selfish agenda. You haven't even bothered to check in on your home country at all since you left, haven't you? What's that supposed to mean? You don't know the first thing about why I left. Kirigakure has always been a wretched hellhole. Sandame, Yondame, Godame, it doesn't matter what Mizukage it is. Reiga snarled. I'd never look back at a place as disgusting as there. And I'd never take the word of anyone sent on Momokai Zabuza's behalf. Reiga immediately raised his two swords into the air. Anko immediately began to charge forward. You want to kill me and take the Kiba blades back to Kiri? Over my dead body. He shouted. Lightning blade technique, Thunderbolt. Lightning bolts rained down from the sky. The bolts of lightning rushed forward, directly at Anko's position. The Konoha Jonin was forced to jump backwards to avoid the lightning. She then took in a deep breath before exhaling a large fireball from her mouth directly at Reiga. The former Kirigakure shinobi lowered his blades and charged forward at the fireball. As he approached the flames, the two swords in his hands began to generate electricity. He then struck the fireball with the electricity of the swords, completely overpowering the fire and causing it to dissipate. Anko rushed forward at Reiga, raising her Shivuki blast sword at him. She swung, but Reiga immediately jumped backwards, avoiding the attack. The scroll from the blast sword began to detach slightly, releasing a section filled with explosive tags. Anko then took a deep breath in. Explosive blade technique, fire style, detonation. Anko breathed out a stream of fire from her mouth. The flames made contact with the explosive tags just as they began to detonate. The fire, combined with the explosive tags, created a massive conflagration that rushed forward at Reiga. The former Kirigakure Jonin jumped away in time, but was unable to fully get away. The flames burned at him, creating holes in his vest. Irk! Reiga hissed to himself. He then looked over at Anko in irritation. So, you actually know how to use Shivuki? I guess you weren't lying, you most likely are its owner. A small, malicious smile then developed on his face. Did you kill Jinpachi? I did. Anko nodded her head in understanding. Tears started to roll down Reiga's eyes. Despite the tears, the malicious smile grew into a wide grin. Then I actually have something to mourn you for. I'll remember you well from this day, the woman who ended Jinpachi's life. May you have a peaceful afterlife. Reiga declared as he quickly slammed the Kiba blades into the ground. Lightning Burial, Banquet of Lightning. The Kiba blades began to glow, generating electricity. Thunderbolts began rushing through the ground towards Anko's position. The Konoha Jonin jumped into the air, avoiding the attack. She then extended her left hand outward towards him. Snakes rushed out of the sleeves of her pocket, directly towards Reiga. The snake moved rapidly, biting into Reiga's right arm, causing him to wince. Anko then gestured with her left hand, causing the snake to pull on her. Anko's body rushed through the air directly towards Reiga. She gripped the Shivuki blast sword with her right hand and prepared to strike at him. A small smirk developed on Reiga's face, however, as he held out his left hand. Water style, droplet release. Rhaegar spat out a large orb of water from his mouth, which made contact with his left hand. Multiple streams of water, in the form of spears, rushed forward directly at the approaching Anko. Her eyes widened. She then made a gesture with her right hand, causing the scroll on her sword to unravel slightly and create a barrier between her and the water. Explosive blade technique, explosion barrier. The explosive tags on the scroll barrier activated, causing them all to detonate just as the water spears made contact with them. The resulting force of the explosion caused the water to evaporate. The resulting explosion, also, knocked back both Anko and Rhaegar slightly, creating distance between the two of them. Rhaegar landed back on the ground next to the Kiba blades. He then quickly picked one of them up with his left hand. "Pretty good reflexes there," Rhaegar complimented. He then turned his attention to the snake still biting his right arm and cut it off with his sword. He reached down, picking up his second sword with his right hand. "Was this supposed to be poisonous, by the way? I've been hit by so many different poisons, I'm probably immune to it." "It's not going to kill me, if that's what you were hoping for." "It's not. I want this fight to last longer than that," Anko stated sharply. "I want this fight to be a challenge. I want to really test myself and get a fight out of you before I take those swords from you." "Humph. You think the same way as the swordsmen of Kirigakure. Even though you are from Konoha, I can now see why you may have been inducted into the Seven," Rhaegar admitted. A smirk then developed on his face. "You know, I always hated that mindset in all the members of the Seven Swordsmen." Rhaegar rushed forward, directly at Anko. His swords began to glow, radiating electricity as he approached her. He swung his swords directly at her, but Anko blocked with her blast sword. As the swords clashed, Anko's Shivuki began to unravel a new segment of the scroll, revealing more explosive tags. "You all just like to fight and kill indiscriminately. It doesn't matter who the person is or what they do. None of you care, you just want to fight. That's all," Rhaegar accused. "You don't even bother to get to know your opponent. All that matters is that you win and that they lose." The newly revealed explosive tags began to activate, causing Rhaegar to jump backwards from the clash to avoid the explosion. Anko rushed forward through the newly created smoke at him, swinging her sword again. Rhaegar jumped up into the air to avoid her strike and then came down from above her, attempting to impale her from above with the Kiba blades. Anko proceeded to jump out of the way, causing Rhaegar to impale the ground with the Kiba blades. The impact caused the electricity in the swords to rush through the ground towards Anko's position. She jumped into the air, barely missing shocked. After a few seconds, Rhaegar pulled the swords out of the ground, stopping the electricity. Anko then landed back on the ground. She then glared at him. "Fighting and killing indiscriminately are two different things, and hell, I don't find any person that I see walk by me, and I sure as hell don't go around killing people for shits and giggles, and neither do any of the current swordsmen," she stated sharply. Her eyes then moved around the battlefield toward the various graves around them. "You, on the other hand, do. I never kill indiscriminately. I left that life behind the moment I left Kirigakure," Rhaegar shouted angrily. "I make sure that every person that I kill, I know something about them. I mourn for them and their life, as I know who they were and what type of person they were before they died." "Oh, so you just get to know your victims before you slaughter them. That makes it all the better." Anko rolled her eyes. "You don't understand. None of you do. It's the issue with the shinobi lifestyle as a whole." Rhaegar shook his head. "We have the power to kill as often as we can that we no longer think of lives as meaningful. That's why I left Kiri. That's why I live the way I do and appreciate the lives of all that I kill. Life has meaning, yes, but if you actually believed that as full-heartedly as you claim, you wouldn't kill as many people as you have," Anko replied. "Face it, you're just a psychopath trying to justify your killings. Honestly, you make me sick." "As do you," Rhaegar replied with a snort. A grin then developed on his face. "So, what's the point of talking? Let's continue this fight. I have a funeral for you to prepare, after all." Anko did not verbally respond, instead, she tossed Shivuki into the air. She then began rushing through hand signs. Fire style, flare aura. Chakra began to completely surround Anko's body. The chakra then began to change shape, resembling red flames. Her body became entirely surrounded in fire. Just as she finished her jutsu, the Shivuki blast sword fell down back to her. She caught it and gripped it tightly in her hands. "You're not even going to have a funeral," Anko said coldly. "After this battle, your body's going to be nothing but ash." She encased herself in flames. Just like Maya, grin developed on Reiga's face as he raised his swords into the air, causing the hilts of the blades to connect. "Interesting technique you got there. I wonder how similar it is to mine." Lightning strike armor. Reiga began rotating his swords. Electricity began to generate in the Kiba blades and quickly began to surround him. Within seconds, Reiga was covered in an intense electric field. "We have very similar jutsus. I'll definitely remember this when I give you your funeral," Reiga declared sharply. "So let's do this. Your last rites await." Anko merely scoffed in response as she and Reiga both charged forward at one another, gripping their swords tightly. "And no!" a man with pointy brown hair shouted, his eyes wide in fear. He looked momentarily to his hands and the pair of broken steel gauntlets attached to them, before he looked back up to face his assailant, Zabuza. "You dash!" Zabuza swung the Kyubikaribisho sword at him, cutting off his head and silencing the man permanently. The head rolled to the ground, directly in front of a group of 30 men dressed in all black. "How dare you!" one of the men shouted in anger. "You killed family. You've killed so many members of our family. And no one ever does anything to the Kurosuke family and get away with it. I just did and I will get away with it," Zabuza declared bluntly as he swung his sword, gripping it tightly. One of the men proceeded to snarl and charged forward, pulling out steel gauntlets onto his hands as he rushed Zabuza. Before he could reach him, however, a pillar of ice began to develop directly underneath him. The ice quickly rushed upwards and encased his body, preventing him from moving. Kaio then jumped forward, landing directly on top of the ice. "Zabuza-san, I have just went through the rest of the town and I believe that I have killed all of Reiga's gang that was hiding there," she said bluntly. She then looked down at the other Kurosuke members. "Do you need help getting rid of these?" "Nope." Zabuza shook his head. "These are all that's left. I've already killed a handful of the ones that were all the way out here." The Kirigakuer Jonin then rushed forward and swung Kyubikaribisho through the pillar of ice, directly into the gang member inside. Zabuza's sword cut both the ice and the man's body in half. "No. Not him too," one of the Kurosuke family members shouted. He then looked up and glared at both Zabuza and Kaio. "You both dash. How's Anko? Is she finished killing Reiga?" Kaio questioned. "See for yourself." Zabuza gestured to his left. Kaio looked in the direction he requested. She noticed large bursts of lightning and fire in the distance that looked as if they were colliding with each other. She then shook her head. "I see. Looks like she's taking her time," she noted. "She's having fun with him, I assume." "Lord knows I would," Zabuza grumbled to himself. The Kunoichi opened her mouth to respond, but she stopped as she noticed one of the Kurosuke family gang members charging at her. She quickly jumped into the air, avoiding his attack, before unsheathing her katana and stabbing him in the heart. He groaned in pain before dying instantly. "Well, we can focus on that later. Let's get rid of the rest of his grunts before we go check on how she is doing with Reiga," Kaio suggested. Zabuza nodded in agreement. The two Kirigakuer shinobi then turned their full attention back to the remaining members of the Kurosuke family gang as they all prepared to fight. Anko and Reiga continued to clash at each other with their swords. Anko's Shivuki collided with Reiga's Kiba blades. Her blast sword released another wave of explosive tags and detonated them, but Reiga didn't bother to move. The electricity surrounding his body protected him from the attack. He, instead, focused his attempt on applying more force to his twin blades, trying to overpower Anko and her blast sword in their clash. As both shinobi tried to break through their stalemate, the fire and lightning that surrounded their respective bodies began to scatter, trying to do damage to the other. Neither shinobi were phased, as the flames and electricity cancelled each other out. A few stray lightning bolts left Reiga's body and collided with the ground around them, hitting the various graves in the area, destroying them. Similarly, flames from Anko's body began to fall around her, colliding with trees and catching them on fire. Die already! Reiga screamed as he applied even more force onto his twin blades. Finally, the stalemate seemed to be ending as the former Kirigakuer shinobi began to get an edge on the conflict. As he began to overpower her, Anko proceeded to undo another wave of explosive tags from the blast sword. The explosive tags went down to her feet before detonating. The explosion seemingly had no effect on Reiga, as the electricity surrounding his body protected him, but the force of the blast managed to propel Anko into the air, creating distance between herself and Reiga. Fire style, widespread ruin. The scattered flames that were burning trees began to rush forward directly at Reiga's body. The flames quickly engulfed him, making contact with the armor of electricity around him. The lightning maintained, keeping most of the flames away from him. However, the fire began to slowly overpower the lightning, causing Reiga to get burned. Shit. She's overpowering it. How? Reiga shook his head. He then proceeded to draw the Kiba blades together and held them up in the air. This has to end already. I'm not dying like this. Lightning Dragon Tornado. Electricity quickly surrounded the two Kiba blades and began to radiate from the swords. The amount of electricity being generated overpowered the flames around Reiga's body, causing them to dissipate. Reiga then proceeded to rotate his body in place, causing the electric currents from the swords to surround his body. Within seconds, the lightning formed an electrical vortex that took on the shape of a dragon's head. Die! Reiga screamed. The electrical vortex rushed forward at Anko, the dragon's head shape opening its mouth as if it was trying to suck her in. Anko proceeded to jump away, avoiding the attack. As the dragon flew by her, stray lightning bolts were released from the vortex, aimed directly at her. The Konoha Jonin proceeded to sidestep each of them. Why aren't you dying yet? Reiga screamed as he began to spit body around quicker. This caused the dragon to rush forward again at Anko at a faster speed. She dodged again, but she was nearly pulled into the vortex. The vortex then proceeded to release even more stray lightning bolts. These stray bolts did make contact, piercing the flare aura surrounding her and striking at her back, causing her to groan in pain and nearly knocked her over. Damn, that hurt more than I thought it would. Guess I can't let myself get hit by the actual lightning dragon itself. I need to handle this quickly then. Anko told herself. Her eyes narrowed as the dragon head turned around and was rushing for her once again. Her eyes widened in realization as a smirk quickly developed. Wait, I have an idea. This might hurt me a bit, but I can guarantee this'll be worse for Reiga. Instead of jumping away, Anko remained still as the dragon's head opened its mouth to suck her in. She gripped Shivuki tightly. Just as the dragon was about to hit her, she swung the sword down on the ground in front of her. Explosive blade technique, explosion rain. Upon contact with the ground, the blast sword released multiple explosive tags. The lightning dragon then sucked Anko and her explosive tags into the vortex. Anko closed her eyes and winced in pain as the storm tore into her, cutting through the aura around her and slicing at her skin. The explosive tags, however, were sucked further into the vortex. They rushed through the dragon's body until they reached the very center of the storm, Reiga's body. They then began to glow, causing his eyes to widen. Wait, what dash? The tags activated, creating a massive explosion surrounding Reiga. The force released from the detonation was enough to overpower the lightning dragon, dispelling the vortex and freeing Anko. Smoke surrounded the very center where the tags had activated, where Reiga was located. Anko proceeded to grip Shivuki tightly, waiting to see if Reiga was still standing before moving. To her surprise, Reiga was still alive, barely. The vest and the bandages on her body were nothing but ash and his completely exposed torso was covered in massive burn marks. Reiga was breathing heavily, as if he were struggling to stay standing and struggling even harder to maintain his grip on the two Kiba blades. He proceeded to glare at Anko. You! Reiga groaned. How dare you! Reiga proceeded to take a step forward towards Anko, but his injuries proved too much. He quickly fell to the ground, dropping both of the Kiba blades. He then began to crawl on the ground towards them. I had found a life worth living for. I finally understood what it meant to be alive. And here you are, taking it away from me. What gave you that right? He snarled at her. What gave you the right to bury people alive? What gave you the right to just kill just because you felt like it? Anko countered as she walked forward. At least I'm doing a mission and killing you, a traitor to Kiri, and reclaiming your swords. I have a reason. You, on the other hand, just killed because you enjoyed it. That's the only thing you enjoyed. That's not true. Rhaegar snarled. Tears began to roll down his eyes as his eyes focused on the one, solitary grave by the largest tree in the area. It was, luckily, unharmed from the battle he had with Anko. Ranmaru. The shinobi said nothing as Anko proceeded to walk forward towards him. He simply remained focused on the grave, crying silently as she approached. When she finally reached his body, he looked up to her. If you are killing me, I have one request. Rhaegar spoke up quietly. We ruined this graveyard. Please, take the body in the grave by the tree and bury it somewhere else. Take it somewhere beautiful where it can rest in peace. Anko's eyes widened in response at the request. Why? Why would you care about one grave? Rhaegar remained quiet for a few seconds. He then proceeded to shake his head, because, you were wrong. Funerals weren't the only thing that meant something to me. Realization dawned on Anko's face. His name was Ranmaru and he did nothing to Kiri or to Konoha. I can assure you that. Rhaegar explained. He's just a boy with poor health that was doomed. He had little peace in this life. Please, give him a better grave than this. Let his afterlife be as peaceful as possible. To her surprise, she felt a degree of sympathy for the man in front of her as she nodded her head. I suppose even the worst of us still have at least one person we cared about. That's what it really means to be alive. Anko mumbled to herself. She then proceeded to nod her head as she brought Shivuki down to Rhaegar's neck, placing the edge of the blade there. You have my word that I'll find your friend a good burial ground. Heh. Rhaegar let out a humorless chuckle. I actually believe you, for some reason. Maybe I was wrong about the new Kirigakure and the swordsman. Or maybe it's because you are not from Kiri. The man attempted to shake his head, but he found himself unable to do the blade against his neck. Whatever. Mitarashi Anko, was it? Please, begin my funeral. Sure thing. Anko stated. She then raised Shivuki slightly in the air before going downward hard, cutting off Rhaegar's head. Here lies Kurosuke Rhaegar. May you rot in hell. Anko remained still for a few minutes after killing Rhaegar. Her eyes moved from his body to the grave that Rhaegar had requested for her to dig up. After a few minutes, she sighed and walked over to it. She then began digging. A person like Rhaegar, there is no redeeming them. He deserves his death and deserves no peace in death. She told herself. But someone he cared about? Someone innocent to his sins? They deserve some peace. Minutes passed by before Zabuza and Kaio arrived. The two Kirigakure shinobi's eyes wandered from her to the Kiba blades, lying on the ground, to Rhaegar's decapitated head and corpse. Good. And the bastard is dead. Zabuza nodded his head in approval, smirking behind his bandages. Anko turned her attention away from the grave and smiled back at Zabuza. Hell yeah he is. Zabuza bent down and proceeded to pick up the Kiba blades. He held each of them in his hands. He then turned towards Kaio and nodded at her. With Kurosuke Rhaegar dead, the Kiba blades now back in the hands of Kirigakure, they must move on to a new owner. He declared. He extended the blades out towards Kaio. We will have a proper ceremony upon returning to Kirigakure with paperwork, but unofficially, you are now a member of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure. May you hold the Kiba blades proudly and use them to keep Kirigakure protected from all danger. A smile graced Kaio's lips as she nodded her head in understanding. She then took the Kiba blades, one in each hand, and held them tightly. I wish I could have fought for the right to take them myself, but I am more than honored to have them. Thank you, Zabuza-san. Kaio bowed her head respectfully. She then turned her head to Anko. When we return to Kiri, I would love the chance to spar with you, Anko-san. I'd love to see where I stand up to you, the woman who killed Rega and took back my swords for Kiri. I'd be more than willing to fight. Anko replied with a grin. She then gave a confused look. Wait, I'm going back with you all to Kiri? Zabuza, you didn't mention that. I figured that it was obvious. He replied bluntly. We completed the mission of assassinating a traitor from the Seven Swordsmen and we are going to have an official induction for another member to our roster. I want all the current members present for it. He then raised his eyebrows at her. Do you have other business to attend to or something? You'd return to Konoha as soon as you like after the ceremony. I don't have any business. Just didn't know the plans. I can go. Anko replied, her grin growing wider. Hell, I'd love to. Anko proceeded to return her attention back to the grave. She quickly began going at it at a faster, more forceful pace until she managed to find what she was looking for. She then pulled out a sealing scroll from her pocket and sealed the body within the scroll. What were you doing there, Anko? Zabuza questioned, his eyes narrowed on the scroll in her hands. Just doing a favor for the dead. Anko answered dismissively. The Konoha Jonin then picked herself up and pocked the scroll for now. She then walked over to Zabuza's and Kyo's and smiled. So, we gotta get to Kiri. You all ready? She questioned with a smirk. So, are you all getting used to training yet? Naruto questioned his students. As Naruto had planned, Team 9 had gotten into the routine of visiting Ichiraku's ramen each day after their training sessions were finished. None of his students minded in the slightest, they were all more than eager to eat after his extensive training. The group was currently sitting at the seats, waiting on their orders to arrive. I mean, I'm getting used to it. Katsumi replied with a shrug, her eyes focused on Tuki as she eagerly awaited her bowl of ramen. Granted, it's only the 4th day, but I feel like it is getting easier every day. Easier. The Uzumaki frowned in response. I'll have to bump up my plans a bit for next time, then. Katsumi immediately turned her full attention back to her sensei. Her eyes widened at his answer and she gulped, oh okay. Thanks Katsumi-san. Both Hanabi and Hebihiro mumbled in unison in frustration. Oh boy. I can't wait. Kanji replied dryly. He then proceeded to gesture to his arms and legs. I love leaving training with absolutely no feeling in my body. Heh. This brings me back to when I first started as a genin. Naruto snickered to himself. His 3 genin looked to him, as if anticipating a story, but the blonde proceeded to shake his head. Although, I will say, you all need to be welcoming to this stuff. Yeah, I know it's tough and I've been trying to be tough, but it's this type of training that's gonna save your neck when you need it. I want to make you all as strong as possible, both to make you all great shinobi and to make sure that you are all safe on missions. We know. We know. Katsumi nodded her head in acknowledgement. A small, satisfied smile then developed on her face. And yeah, your training is hard, but I have to admit, I do feel a lot stronger after it. I do feel like I'm actually making progress. The kunoichi then clapped her hands together and her eyes seemed to twinkle. And I'm making really good progress with that jutsu you gave me. I really think I can have it ready by the end of the week. Absolutely no later than that, though. Heh. I'm making progress with the lighting jutsu you gave me too, Naruto-sensei. Kanji admitted with a chuckle. I know, shocking, isn't it? The excitement in Katsumi's face was quickly replaced with annoyance as she turned her head to her teammate, really. The Yamanaka, in response, looked at her in confusion. What? Would you prefer if I had a rockier time? Both Naruto and Hanabi laughed in response to the joke. Katsumi, on the other, proceeded to roll her eyes and sigh. Elemental affinity puns. Are you Fukudesh? The civilian-born shinobi's eyes immediately wandered to Hanabi, who was looking at her intently. Katsumi coughed slightly before shaking her head. Are you ever serious? Oh, of course. I'm actually a completely serious person, I just happen to have a sense of humor. Kanji said with a shrug. He then turned his attention to Naruto and nodded his head. Like I meant it, I am making a lot of progress with the jutsu you gave me, and it legitimately surprises me how quickly I'm working with it. Hanabi-san has also been doing very well with the poison senbon jutsu you gave her. Hebihiro spoke up. As have I. We should have the jutsu ready by tomorrow. Hanabi nodded her head in agreement, but proceeded to frown slightly. If I only was making that good of progress with medical ninjutsu. You'll get there. It just takes time, and it's your first time working with it. Naruto said with a smile. I actually am super proud of how all of you are working. You're putting a lot of effort into training, and I can't wait to see what type of shinobi you all become when it's all done. Hanabi, Hebihiro, Katsumi, and Kanji all smiled in response to the praise. The three genin exchanged a look between each other before nodding their heads in agreement. You know what, Naruto-sensei? Toughen up our training even more. We're ready. We can take it. Katsumi declared as she crossed her arms confidently. Or at least I can. So can I. Kanji replied with a shrug. Same. Hanabi clapped her hands in agreement. Hebihiro nodded in agreement with her. Ha. That's good to hear you want to take it more serious. Naruto chuckled in response. Although, I can tell that you'll regret that later. I'll make sure you do. The genin all tensed up at his statement. Before anyone could respond back to their sensei, Tuka came walking forward with 4 bowls of ramen. He immediately placed each of the bowls directly in front of his patrons. Here you all go. Enjoy. Tuka said with a smile. He then turned to Naruto and gave him a curious look. I'm actually surprised you got the chicken curry ramen. Didn't think you liked spicy foods much. Well, I want to experiment. This is Hanenai's favorite whenever he's here. The Uzumaki shrugged in response. Well, as I said earlier, enjoy. Tuka said with a chuckle. He then placed a large cup of water down in front of Naruto. Oh. You may need this. Trust me, it's actually very hot. Naruto nodded in understanding. As the ramen chef walked away, the members of Team 9 grabbed their chopsticks and took their first bite of their respective ramen. Naruto, Hanabi, and Katsumi continued to eat at a relaxed pace. Kanji, on the other hand, stopped after the first couple of bites as an incredibly hot sensation rushed through his body. His eyes began to water and he felt as if his mouth was on fire. He opened his mouth to say something, but he felt himself unable to speak. My ramen isn't that hot. I wonder why. It kinda tastes like miso ramen. Naruto mumbled, snickering to himself slightly. Is something wrong, Kanji-san? Hanabi questioned as she looked at her teammate in confusion. He did not reply. His eyes then focused on the cup of water in front of Naruto. Within a second, he reached for the cup and began drinking it. Oh. Didn't you order miso ramen instead? Hehehe, looks like you accidentally started eating from my curry chicken ramen bowl and I ate from your bowl. Naruto said, bringing his hands to his mouth to try and hide his laughter. Wonder how that could have happened. Ha. Naruto could not hold himself back and began laughing loudly as he watched his student finish the water. Once Kanji finished the water, he immediately signaled for Tuka to bring him out another cup. Why you switched the bowls? Kanji mumbled, finally finding his voice. Abe. Naruto replied, still laughing. Kanji was about to reply, but Tuka arrived at the scene with another cup for him. The Yamanaka immediately dropped the topic and instead began rapidly drinking the water, hoping to cool down. Ha! Katsumi snorted, trying to contain her own laughter. Well played, sensei. Naruto-sensei, that's mean. Hanabi frowned in response. Hey, I warned you all about pranks. Consider this just one more. Naruto shrugged in response. He then turned his attention back to the ramen. Anyway, let's finish up our bowls and go visit the Hokage. We need to go check if the cat, Tora, needs to be rescued again. Immediately, Katsumi's amusement stopped. She and Hanabi were both looking at the Jonin in horror. Please tell me you are kidding. Hanabi mumbled as she clapped her hands together in prayer. You gave them the Tora mission again. Hinata gasped. Naruto-kun, What kind of horrible sensei are you? Naruto proceeded to laugh and shake his head. I didn't give them it. It wasn't available. His laughter got a little louder as a grin developed on his face. There was a runaway dog mission, though, so I got Ero Sennin to give them that instead. Hinata proceeded to sigh. The two shinobi had met up shortly after Naruto had dismissed his genin squad and they were now walking through the village. The sun was just beginning to set as they made their way through the streets in no particular direction. I hope you know that Hanabi speaks very highly of you as a Jonin sensei, until she gets to the end of the day where she discusses missions. The Hyuga mumbled. I'm probably going to have another long night of listening to her theories on why Naruto sensei is torturing them. I wouldn't call it torture. I'd just call it being a genin that's gotta do D-rank missions. Naruto replied, his grin still plastered on his face. I do like them overreacting to missions, though. It's the only thing keeping me sane from having to do these worthless types of missions again. Hee hee hee. Hinata giggled to herself. Glad I'm done with those. You'll have to deal with them again if you ever pick up a genin squad yourself. The blonde informed her. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Hinata replied, sticking her tongue out playfully as she continued to giggle. Anyway, you've talked a lot about your team, but how has your training been going? Has Masakado-san been working with you on the sealing chains? Yes, he has. Naruto nodded his head. I've been working on them mostly by myself, but he occasionally comes by when I practice to see my progress. I think I'm getting there. At the very least, I'm not hurting myself anymore. I just can't seem to keep the chains solidified outside of my body for too long. But you're making more progress than you were. That's all that matters. Hinata said. Once again, Naruto nodded his head, true. I think if I keep up my pace, I'll be ready to use the jutsu by maybe a week. Hopefully not much longer than that. He then let out a small chuckle. That'll be something when I finally get it down. Hinata gestured her head at his comment. According to Masakado-san, the adamantine sealing chains are a big deal to the Uzumaki clan. Outside of the general Fuinjutsu specialty, that's what we were known for. Learning how to make and use the chains is almost like a rite of passage. He said. Well, I'd say that's one rite you don't have to worry about. Hinata replied, smiling. Your clan is really getting a name again. There'll be day soon where the Uzumaki clan returns back to its former reputation, and at the rate you are getting stronger at, I think it'll be soon. Heh. Naruto rubbed his nose slightly as he smirked back in response. And if Teiwayane can find any more Uzumaki, then it'll come even faster. The two lovers entered a comfortable silence as they continued to walk through the village. This lasted for a few moments until they walked by the restaurant, Dangoya. Both shinobi smiled at the sight of the place. I wonder what that place's business is like whenever Anko-sensei isn't in the village. Naruto wondered. It has to suffer at least a little bit. Probably. Hinata giggled. But she more than makes up for it when she's here. Yeah. He nodded in agreement. Wonder how she's doing? Did you hear anything about the mission she's on? From what I heard from Jiraiya-sama when I asked him, he said it was a mission related to the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure. The Hyuga answered. Ah. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. Wonder how that's going. I think this'll do. Anko mumbled to herself. After stopping for the night at an inn in the middle of Hinokuni, Anko scouted the area for a good area to lay a person to rest. After searching for roughly 20 minutes, she found an ideal spot. The area she found was covered in bright, colorful flowers with very few trees in sight. To her, it appeared like a carefully prepared garden. She would have easily believed it to be one if she did not confirm that nobody lived nearby it or owned the land. It was just simply a chunk of land that was beautiful by itself. The moon in the sky illuminated the land, shining off the flowers and adding a tranquil air to the land. It was the perfect location for a grave. Anko quickly prepared a hole in the ground between the flowers, making sure not to dig up any roots. Upon finishing, she pulled out her scroll and laid it in the ground. She unsealed the scroll, revealing the body of the young boy Reiga had requested for her to bury. As Anko began covering the hole with dirt, she felt a presence arrive in the area. She turned her head, seeing Zabuza walking behind her. The man was looking at her intently. "I am surprised you went all of the way out here for a favor for Rega," he admitted. He was a fucked up guy, but he had a point. After our little battle in that forest, that place was not a suitable graveyard, Anko said. A frown then developed on her face. "I probably should have dug up the other bodies too. I feel like an ass now." Zabuza did not say anything. He walked forward towards Anko and the hole. He looked down at the body of the young boy before he shook his head. "Wonder how a kid ended up in Rega's gang," he mumbled to himself. "Rega's not the type to let someone hang around him that isn't as fucked up as he is." "Don't really know why." Anko shrugged her shoulders as she got back to filling up the hole with dirt. He seemed to care for him, though. He said the boy's name was Ranmaru and that the kid had poor health. "I think he probably took care of him." Zabuza's eyes focused back on the corpse in the grave. After staring for roughly a minute, he closed his eyes. A small smirk developed on his face, behind his bandages. "You're a good person, Anko," Zabuza admitted. "I know I wouldn't be doing this, especially if Rega asked. I'd probably desecrate the grave just because he asked. But this kid really hasn't done anything. He deserves a good resting place." Once again, the Kirigakure Jonin shook his head. "I wonder, when I was on the run with Haku, if the two of us ever passed away, would anybody have bothered to bury him in some peaceful place? We probably will never have answers to those kinds of questions." Anko answered. "Heh, I suppose." Zabuza chuckled in response. "Haku was a good kid. Still is. I don't really know if I'd care about something like a good resting place for myself, but I know he would have deserved one." "So do you, though," the Konoha Jonin informed him, turning her head to face him. "You're a good guy, too. Don't forget that." "Good guy?" "That's a laugh." He snorted in response. Anko's eyes narrowed. "Laugh all you want, but I meant it. You're an asshole, yeah, but that doesn't mean you don't care about the people important to you and your village." Her eyes softened slightly as she let a small smile develop on her face. "I'll say it again, Zabuza, you're a good guy." Zabuza's eyes widened slightly at her comment. They quickly closed shut in thought as Anko turned her attention back to the grave. After a few more seconds, she filled the hole with dirt again. She closed her eyes in silent prayer, before she turned back to Zabuza. "Well, you can stand around here and think about depressing things and questioning your self-worth as long as you want, but I think I'm going to head back to the inn," she informed with a chuckle. The snake summoner proceeded to walk off away from the flowers. Zabuza remained still for a few more seconds before he finally shook his head. "Anko," he called out to her. She stopped walking and looked back to him. "The bar by the inn is open. Want to stop by for a drink?" A smirk developed on Anko's face as she nodded her head. "Sure, I'm always good for some sake." Behind his bandages, Zabuza returned her smirk with one of her own as he walked over to her side. The two shinobi then walked off together, heading towards the bar. 3 days later, the door to the Hokage's office opened up. Jiraiya looked up, hastily hiding a notebook and a pen and pulling out paperwork and placing it on his desk. Naruto walked into the room and shook his head with a laugh. "It's just me, Ero Sennin. No need to pretend like you weren't working on your next smut novel," Naruto stated. "It's not smut, it's erotic literature, and a high-quality level 1-2 dash." Jiraiya stopped mid-sentence. He then proceeded to shake his head. "Never mind, I'm not even going to bother. I know you don't care." A smile then developed on the Hokage's face as he urged Naruto to come forward. "Thanks for coming by so quickly, Naruto." "Yeah, no problem. I rushed over as soon as I was told you wanted to talk to me," the Uzumaki said as he walked towards the man. For a moment, Jiraiya turned his attention back to his desk. He quickly grabbed 2 scrolls and placed them on his desk. Naruto eyed them curiously. The Hokage then turned his attention to Naruto again with a more serious demeanor. "Naruto, are your genin ready for a C-rank mission yet?" he questioned. Yeah. Naruto shrugged in response. I've just been waiting for them to ask for it. They've gotten into the routine of D-ranks and just accept me giving them to them now, so I was going to wait until they decided to question me about it, but they're more than ready. Why? I have a mission for you, in particular, Naruto. Not a difficult one, but it's one requested for you. Jiraiya stated. As you are aware, Akatsuki is an organization that Konoha has been keeping tabs on. They are not ready yet, but I fear that they are going to step into the shadows in a much more dramatic fashion than any previous encounters with them. As such, I've began sharing certain information to the villages with Jinchuriki. Makes sense. Naruto nodded in understanding. So, where do I come into this? As I said, I've sent the information out to all villages. Kiri and Iwa, obviously, responded favorably and began sharing information of their own. Taki was also grateful and I plan on meeting with their leader, Shibuki, soon. Kyumo has not responded at all, even though I have confirmed they received the information. Jiraiya shook his head. That leaves one village left, Suna. They did respond and, like Taki, were grateful. However, the Kazekage requested to meet with the Jinchuriki of Konoha to discuss the information. The Kazekage wants to meet with me. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. The blonde had not thought much of Tsunagakure since the invasion during his Chunin exams. He had not been assigned any missions to Kaze no Kuni and, as such, it became an irrelevant topic of thought. Hearing the name, however, brought forth images in his head of his fight with the Ichibai Jinchuriki, Gaara. Why does the Kazekage want to meet with me? He asked. Do you know anything about the Godame Kazekage, Naruto? Jiraiya questioned. Naruto opened his mouth to respond, but he stopped when he realized he did not have a proper answer. He then shook his head. No, I don't. He admitted. The last time I heard anything about Suna, they didn't have a Kazekage appointed. To be fair, that is correct. Suna went a long time as they tried to figure out who should take the title. The invasion, along with the death of the Yondaime Kazekage, Raza, and the fact that Orochimaru got away with impersonating him for a while, had them paranoid about who they chose to elect. The Godame Kazekage was actually finally chosen just a little more than a week ago. Jiraiya explained. Based off the impression I got, the Godame is someone who can be trusted and is somebody I think you'd really enjoy meeting with. You are being vague with me on purpose. Naruto sighed. Fine. Whatever. If you have information you need to tell the guy and he wants me to be the messenger, I can do it. The blonde's eyebrows rose slightly. Although, what does this have to do with my Genin team? You said you wanted to know if they could do a C-rank mission. That's because I actually have a C-rank mission in Suna. Jiraiya explained as he raised his hands, showing off the scrolls he was holding. A merchant in Suna has requested merchandise to be delivered from here to be put in his store. It's a straightforward mission and requires no escort. All the goods are in this scroll and the mission will be complete as soon as it's delivered. The only reason the mission is marked as C-rank is because it requires travel to another village. A smile then developed on the Godame's face. I don't really need to give it to your team, I just figured if I was going to ask you to go to Suna, you might want to have your brats with you. Give them a chance to see the world a bit and interact in another village. It'd be a good experience for them. Yeah. Naruto nodded in agreement. Sure, what the hell. I'll be going there anyway, at least this means we won't be missing out on team stuff. Yeah, I'll take the mission. Great. Jiraiya chuckled in response. He then placed the two scrolls on his desk. As I just showed you, both scrolls here contain the commodities that the merchant had ordered. You can take them now. I ask that your team report here tomorrow, though. I'll prepare a scroll with the information I'd like you to discuss with the Kazekage. All right. Naruto nodded his head in response as he took the two scrolls from the Hokage's desk. Then I'll guess I'll be back tomorrow. See you later, Erosenin. With those words, the blonde walked out of the room. With him gone, Jiraiya proceeded to pick up his notebook and pen. He was about to start writing again, but he stopped himself. A frown developed on his face as he moved it away. Time and place, Jiraiya. Time and place. He told himself as he put his writing away again. The Sunin proceeded to pick up another scroll on his desk. He opened it and began skimming the information on it. I'm not concerned about this mission. Based on Teiwa's last report, Akatsuki's plans should not involve Suna. However, it can't hurt to be cautious just in case. He realized. The Hokage proceeded to pull out a list of all the currently active, available shinobi in the village. Sasori-sama, it is a pleasure to see you again. A large, hulking figure walked into a large, open area within a cave. The man, Sasori, wore a straw hat and a black cloak with red clouds that covered nearly his entire, hunched-over body. He walked into the center of the room, stepping over puddles of water, before he raised his head, revealing a brown mask. You are here. Good. He stated sharply. I hate waiting. I recall. Another figure appeared in the room. Walking up the hunched-over man was a grinning Yakushi Kabuto. If you remember that, then you must also remember that I hate keeping other people waiting. Sasori said. So let's keep this quick. I don't have the time to be wasting it here in a cave in Kaze no Kuni. You're already in a rush? You don't have business with Akatsuki somewhere else, do you? Kabuto questioned. Behind the mask, Sasori glared at the man in front of him. Don't talk so freely about me and my schedule, Kabuto. You were just a sleeper agent of mine sent to Orochimaru to spy on him for me. I know you had your memories restored and that you sided with him over Akatsuki. Disregarding that, though, with Orochimaru dead, I do not have any use for you. He said, shaking his head slightly. Honestly, I do not know how you managed to contact me. Regardless, I'm here now because you expressed a desire to discuss something with me. What is it? Heh. Kabuto chuckled to himself, adjusting his glasses. You always speak so bluntly about what you are feeling, Sasori-sama, yet still manage to be professional and keep things on point. That is something I have always appreciated. Cut the flattery. The Akatsuki member interrupted. If this really was a waste of my time, I will kill you. Despite the threat, Kabuto smirked in response. I have a proposition for you that would benefit the both of us. What exactly? Sasori asked. As you said, Orochimaru-sama is dead. I decided, shortly after, that I want to be his spiritual successor and continue his research and perfect it. I want to accomplish everything that he sought out to do and more. The former Otogaku right hand said, his smirk growing into a grin. I've devoted every moment of my time since his death to training myself physically and continuing his research. With all of the time and my newly found resolve to surpass him, I believe I have made incredible headway. I would like to continue this research further. And how am I involved in this? What do you want from me? Sasori questioned. And what do I get from this? The glasses-wearing shinobi reached into his pants and pulled out a scroll. He opened the scroll and unsealed it, revealing the corpse of a pale-skinned boy with white hair. This is Kagaya Kimimaro and, within his blood, lies the Shikatsu Myaku, the dead bone pulse Kekii Genkai. He explained. I offer to you his body to turn into one of your human puppets. Sasori remained quiet for a few moments. The man walked over to Kimimiro's body and placed his hand on the boy's face. It went down his body slowly before he looked back up at his former spy. I knew Orochimaru had a Kagaya in his roster, but I never expected to have access to the body. This will make an excellent puppet. Sasori stated. You've done a good job keeping his body intact, there is no sign of decomposition anywhere. Despite the neutral tone of voice, Kabuto knew that behind the mask, Sasori was smiling and was excited. This caused Kabuto's grin to grow even further. I've already done my research him and taken the blood samples I've needed. You can have the body now. He stated. I would like to work with you, Sasori-sama. I would like access to your spy network across the different villages. I would like to work with you and set up a system where I obtain access to villages, obtain bodies of shinobi with Kekii Genkai, and after I finish my research with them and take the samples I need for myself, I will reward you by giving you the bodies to add to your collection. Sasori let a small chuckle out. While I enjoy the idea of having someone like you retrieving corpses for me to use as puppets, I know you, Kabuto. I know you are a good enough spy that you could sneak into the villages without my assistance. What exactly do you need me for? You overestimate me, Sasori-sama. The gray-haired man said with a chuckle of his own. Maybe, but I do feel as if you have another reason, so I'll ask you again, why do you specifically need my assistance for something of this nature? Sasori repeated his question. Well, I simply would like a partner to work with that I could reliably work with forever. Kabuto answered. After all, I know from what Orochimaru-sama has told me, that you were experimenting with the idea of turning yourself into a puppet to create immortality with yourself. I, too, am after a similar goal of immortality. The two of us can establish a partnership that has strong benefits to both us. You supply me with the resources for my research and, in return, I give you corpses for your art. Sasori remained quiet for a few moments. He lowered his head and closed his eyes in thought, processing Kabuto's words. He's avoiding my question and not elaborating further why he wants to work with me. However, he has a point, our partnership benefits both of us. The Akatsuki member realized. He would be a fool to turn against me and I would be a fool to simply deny a manner to obtain more corpses for my art. A minute passed by before he nodded his head. I'm willing to see if you can be of any benefit to me, so very well. Bring me a corpse interesting enough for a good puppet and I'll start actively working with you. Sasori stated. Excellent. Kabuto exclaimed as he adjusted his glasses. So, if you do not mind, I would like to get to work right away, and we might as well start with the village of the country we are in. Do you think you could reactivate the memories of your sleeper agents in Suna? Chapter 62, First C Rank, Journey to Sunagakure. Sasori no Dana, you still haven't answered my question, is there any reason we are in Suna? Sasori sighed before turning his attention to the man walking next to him. He was a man with long blonde hair, worn in a half ponytail while the rest hanged freely. He had blue eyes and wore an eye scope over his left eye. He wore the same black cloak with the red cloak pattern that Sasori wore. He also had on a pair of navy blue pants and wore a belt with 2 bags attached to it underneath his cloak, which would occasionally become visible every time the wind blew at his cloak. On his forehead was a forehead protector for Iwagakure, with the symbol for IWA having one singular cut running straight through it. Both men were standing on a cliff overlooking the village of Sunagakure. The sun was just beginning its ascent into the sky, which still covered the area mostly in darkness. It is as I said earlier, Deidara, I have business here. Sasori explained. Yeah, I get it. But you're not answering my question. The man, Deidara, replied. We already completed our last assignment in Kaze no Kuni and collected the money for Akatsuki. We need to be on our way out of here if we want to get to our next mission on time. We have plenty of time before that mission and you know it. Don't lecture me on following a schedule. Sasori stated. I'm surprised you even care about this, Deidara. I thought you were only in Akatsuki because of your little bet with Itake. Do you now have some true loyalty to Akatsuki that you want to complete our mission weeks in advance? Deidara shook his head. My loyalties are the same as they've always been. I just know that I want to make sure when the Jinchuriki key retrieval missions begin again, that we capture them and I can outshine Itake. Heh. The hunched-over shinobi let out a small chuckle. You are still focused on your loss to him. Still focusing on just one moment. Fitting for someone who views art as just a collection of moments as opposed to something that is eternal. Oi! The blonde-haired man shouted. That is what art is. How can you truly appreciate something if it lasts forever? After a period of time, it loses its value. It just becomes some boring constant. No, art is meant to be fleeting, it is an explosion that lasts but a moment. But what's the point of art if it is only temporary? One cannot appreciate something that is gone before they had the time to truly understand it. Sasori countered. Deidara shook his head. We are at an impasse, Sasori no Dana. I respect your view as an artist, but you are wrong. And I'll make sure to prove it to you one day. Sasori rolled his eyes behind his mask, but said nothing. He turned his attention back to the village and continued to look out to it. Deidara, realizing that Sasori was not going to reply, sighed, and closed his eyes as he began to plan out his next, artistic piece. A few more minutes passed by before two shinobi jumped to the cliff. Both were men dressed in standard uniform for Tsunagaku or shinobi and both had dark-colored eyes. One was a rather short man with black hair that covered his right eye. He also had a goatee on his face. The other was a man taller in comparison with spiky brown hair. Deidara immediately became alert of their presence. He pulled one of his hands out of his cloak and opened up one of the bags on his belt. He was about to stick his hand in the bag, but he stopped himself as the two Tsunagaku or shinobi bowed at them. "Sasori-sama, it is a pleasure to see you again." One of the men, the one with brown hair, stated. "Heh. Yura." Sasori looked at the man with black hair. "Mukid." He then turned to face the man with spiky brown hair. "I am pleased you two showed up on time. Since you two knew exactly where to meet me, I trust that your full memories have been restored." "Of course, Sasori-sama." Yura nodded his head, smirking slightly. "Your technique was quite effective. I, personally, have managed to enter the Shinobi Council in Suna without anybody suspecting anything." Deidara's eyes narrowed at the two men in front. "So, Sasori is restoring his sleeper agent's memories? What for?" "They were supposed to be used whenever we entered Suna for our mission to capture the Ichibai Jinchuriki. I have a task for you and I'd like you to ensure it goes as planned," Sasori declared. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a picture of Kabuto. He then handed it to Yura. "This is Yakushi Kabuto, a subordinate of mine. He is working on my behalf and should be arriving in this village no later than tonight. He is a punctual man, so he will be here by then. It is your duty to ensure that he is able to get entrance into Suna without being detected. Once he is in the village, follow any orders he has for you too. His work is to our benefit." "Understood, Sasori-sama," Yura declared. "It'll be quite easy." Mukid grinned in response. "As the Jonin in charge of the gate to Suna and our defenses to hostile shinobi, I can ensure that Kabuto-san will have easy, undisturbed access to the village. We can meet with him immediately after." "Good to hear." Sasori nodded his head. "Kabuto will report back to me in 1 month. If everything went smoothly for him, I will make sure to reward you both when I get back. For now, though, you are dismissed. After my meeting with Kabuto, I will make plans to contact you both." "As you will, Sasori-sama," both Yura and Mukid said in unison before rushing off into the village. Sasori and Deidara were now left alone. Sasori proceeded to turn around and walk away from the village. "Now, we can leave as you wanted, Deidara," Sasori stated. "Sasori, you aren't working against Akatsuki, are you?" Deidara questioned. "You're using the very sleeper agents you installed in the village to assist us in capturing the Ichibai Jinchuriki." "I am doing no such thing," Sasori replied dismissively. Neither Deidara nor Sasori said anything as they continued to walk away. Deidara was too busy thinking to himself. A few minutes of travel passed by before a smirk developed on his face. "Sasori no Dana. You claim to still be with Akatsuki, but in the end, you are using a resource for them for some other purpose. You're risking your sleeper agents potentially being discovered for some other goal. Heh. I have no idea what you are planning, but this should be interesting." Deidara realized. At 8 o'clock, Naruto noticed his students approaching the training ground at the scheduled time. He closed his eyes and took in a deep breath as they approached. It took a few seconds before he opened them again. By that time, his students had arrived and were all staring at him. "Hey, Naruto-sensei. You ready for today?" Katsumi questioned. "'Cause I am. I am, but before we begin, I need to let you all know a few things." Naruto responded back. "First, we are not going to be training today. The Hokage has requested a mission for us." A brief look of horror crawled onto his students' faces. "Please tell me that we aren't skipping training just to look for more missing animals or help some merchants in their stores," Katsumi pleaded. No. Naruto laughed at their first thoughts. It's a C-rank mission. We'll get more info when we get to the office to discuss it with the Hokage, but it's a legit mission. Really? Both Hanabi and Hebihiro exclaimed in unison. Oh, thank God. The civilian-born Kunoichi shouted, clapping her hands together in excitement. Finally. Something worthwhile. Our first C-rank mission, huh? Kanji brought his right hand to his chin in thought. He rubbed it for a second, as if contemplating something, before a smirk developed on his face. Interesting. Wonder what it is? Guess we'll be seeing soon, won't we? Katsumi's excitement immediately vanished and she looked at him in annoyance. She opened her mouth to respond, but Hanabi proceeded to giggle, cutting her off. I see what you did there, Kanji-san. She said. Ha. Kanji chuckled in response. Nice one. The Yamanaka held out his hand to Hanabi. The Hyuga nodded and proceeded to high-five him. Naruto immediately burst into laughter and tried his hardest to remain standing. Hebihiro was also laughing at Hanabi's joke. On the other hand, Katsumi's eyes widened at the interaction before she immediately shook her head, a scowl on his face. Hanabi, please, not you too. Don't encourage him. Katsumi hissed. It's just a joke, Katsumi-san. Hanabi replied, still giggling. Don't be too upset. Katsumi opened her mouth to respond, but she was cut off by Naruto clearing his throat. His students turned to him, giving him his full attention. Hate to interrupt the jokes, but I actually did have something I need to talk to you guys about. He stated as he sighed heavily. And it's kind of a big deal. Is everything alright, Naruto-sensei? Hanabi frowned at Naruto's tone of voice. Yeah, everything's fine. However, as we start doing bigger missions, I feel like there's something you should all know about me. He said. His eyes then narrowed. However, what I am about to tell you is forbidden to discuss about, by law, with those who do not know. The law doesn't really apply to me, because it concerns me, and I honestly think it should get revoked entirely and that the truth should just straight up be announced, but until that happens, none of you can bring it up with any of your peers. Do you understand? Hanabi, Kanji, and Katsumi were silent for a few moments. The three genin were looking at the jonin with surprise on their face as they pondered what he had to say that was so serious. A few seconds passed by before they all nodded in near unison. All right. Naruto sighed again. So, let's talk about the Kyuubi attack 16 years ago. It did not take long for Naruto to finish his explanation. He informed them of the village's lie about the Yondaime Hokage killing the fox. He explained how a Biju could only be sealed into a person that could contain it, and he explained that he was chosen to be the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi. The blonde made a note to keep certain information secret, the Kyuubi's real name, the fact that he attacked the village because of Uchiha Madara, and the fact that he was chosen as the candidate because his father was the Yondaime and that his mother had been the previous Jinchuriki. That was all information he would tell them later, if there was a need to tell it at all. He did, however, make a note of Akatsuki. He wanted his students to be aware of the personal dangers that he would be facing and how it could potentially affect them. Although he made the point across that he would guarantee their safety in any event involving them, he wanted them to be aware of their existence. Hanabi, Kanji, and Katsumi were all silent, processing the information. Naruto gave them a minute to digest the information before he cleared his throat, drawing attention to himself again. Look, I'll be honest with you guys. I know that some people are uncomfortable with me having the Kyuubi sealed in me, so if any of you are, that's fine. If you want, I can tell the Hokage and he'll get you all on new teams with different Jonin senseis. You're all already genin. Naruto informed them. But just let me know dash. Why would I pass you up for something like that? Katsumi questioned, being the first to speak up. Her eyes were narrowed slightly. No, seriously, why would this actually make me uncomfortable? Well, some people think I'm still dangerous. That, at any given moment, the Kyuubi could take control of me and have me attack the village. He explained. And has that ever happened? She questioned. No. The Uzumaki replied. I'm just dash. If it hasn't happened, then there's no concern for it. Katsumi interrupted. The kunoichi proceeded to spit out on the ground before turning her attention back to Naruto with visible anger in her eyes. Hell, even if some event happened, that's not your fault. You're the one holding it back. That should make them want to celebrate you or something. Seriously, fuck anybody who's actually uncomfortable around you. I'll second that. Kanji admitted. We haven't known each other for that long, but I'd say that you're pretty much the most loyal Konoha shinobi I've ever met. You're the last one who'd do anything to harm this village. You really wouldn't, Naruto-sensei. Hanabi replied, shaking her head. Her eyes then studied Naruto. Hinata-san knows, right? Of course she does. Naruto nodded his head. Then that's more proof. I trust her and I trust you. You're no danger or anything. Hanabi declared sharply. Naruto remained still for a few moments. A smile began to develop on his face as he rubbed his eyes, preventing any tears from developing. Heh. I don't know what to say, guys. He mumbled. You didn't actually think we'd ditch you or something, did you? Katsumi questioned as a grin developed on her face. We got assigned to you for a reason and you've been doing a great job as a sensei. Although, if you actually want Katsumi to leave the team, you can start making some puns of your own, Naruto-sensei, just like Hanabi did. Kanji offered with a smirk. Which, by the way, I don't think I've ever told you, but do you know you have a really foxy smile? Katsumi's grin immediately vanished and was replaced with a scowl. Kanji dash. Foxy? Heh. How many times have I heard that one? Naruto stated with a chuckle. 9 times. 1 for each tail. A sly grin developed on his face. Could you be more original? Ha. Kanji clapped his hands in approval. Good. Good. That's the spirit. Teehee. Hanabi started to giggle loudly. Hebihiro joined the Hyuga in her laughter. Alright, screw this. I'm outta here. Katsumi hissed as she began to walk out. I'm going to get a new team. Not dealing with you punna jerks. She immediately stopped in her place and turned back to her team, shaking her head. I meant funny, not dash. Punny. Kanji interrupted, repeating the word with a smirk. A little basic, but it's a good start if you wanna develop some good jokes. Hanabi and Naruto laughed loudly in response while Katsumi said nothing. Instead, she opted to fume silently in her spot. Really, what was I concerned about? My students are amazing. Naruto thought to himself, smiling as his eyes wandered to each of them. Images then began to develop in his head, images of the deceased Akatsuki member Nasumereta, Kakuzu, Hiden, Zetsu, and Itake. His eyes narrowed slightly as he tightened his hands into fists. An Akatsuki or not, anybody that dares lay a hand on one of my students is going to suffer. We're going to Suna. Hanabi questioned. The members of Team 9 had headed over to the Hokage's office after discussing everything Naruto wanted to talk about. Upon arrival, Jiraiya had informed them of their first C-rank mission, a delivery of goods to Sunagakuer. Yes, you all are. Jiraiya answered with a smile. As a heads up, the mission will not just be delivering the supplies. The merchant also asked if you could help set them up in appropriate places in his shop, so I would appreciate if you all could help him. That sounds like a D-rank task, but I really don't care. We're going to be traveling out of the village. Yes. Katsumi cheered. This is going to be awesome. I'm glad you are all excited. Jiraiya said, his smile growing wider. I hope you all also do not mind, but I have some company for you all. Company. Naruto spoke up, giving his godfather a strange look. What's that supposed to mean? We received another C-rank mission to Sunagakuer, a request for a chunin or two to come to the village and introduce academy students there to some foreign shinobi. The Hokage explained. It was an idea proposed by myself, and the Kazekage agreed and said he would do the same for our village soon. The idea is to improve our village's relationship since the invasion during the chunin exams 3 years ago. Okay. The Uzumaki frowned slightly. And you want these chunin to travel with us? It can't hurt. You're all going to the same destination. Besides, safety in numbers. Jiraiya shrugged his shoulders. Regardless, if you want to get Suna as quick as possible, you ought to prepare right away. Get ready for the mission now and let everyone know that you want to know that you will be out of the village. Yeah. Naruto nodded his head as he turned his attention to his students. Go and get packed for the mission and report to the gate by 10:30. We'll head out then. Understood, Naruto-sensei. His students declared in unison. With those words, Hanabi, Katsumi, and Kanji all left the room, heading to get packed and prepared for the mission. Naruto and Jiraiya were now left alone. The Uzumaki turned his attention to the Hokage, who was now digging for a scroll on his desk. After a few seconds, he pulled out one and tossed it to Naruto. The blonde caught it in his right hand. Here's the scroll I told you I'd write for you. Look at it whenever you want, just make sure you discuss everything in the scroll with the Kazekage when you get to Suna. Jiraiya explained. Got it. Naruto nodded his head. His eyes then narrowed slightly. So, what's up with the Chunin coming with us? They are going for the C-rank mission I informed you about. Jiraiya replied simply. And that's why you are sending them at the exact same time as my mission? The blonde questioned. I can show you the letter and the mission report with the Kazekage's signature, along with the academy instructor in Sunagakuer, if you want to think that I'm making up a mission. The Hokage replied. Whatever. Guess it makes no difference. Naruto shrugged. His eyes started to soften, but they contained a curious glint to them. Who did you send on the mission? Do I know them? The Godame nodded, chuckling to himself as he showed Naruto the profiles of the two Chunin that would be accompanying his team. So, you are going on the mission? Hinata questioned. Naruto nodded his head in affirmation. The blonde had showed up at the Hyuga clan compound to inform his girlfriend about the mission. He was already packed and prepared to travel. He was going to spend his time saying goodbye to his friends for the next couple of days. Do you know when you all will be back? The Hyuga questioned. I don't know. Maybe a week? 2 weeks. The blonde shrugged. We'll see. It just depends on how long it takes us to do everything in Suna. I don't think it'll take us that long to get there. I understand. Hinata admitted. She then smiled at Naruto. Regardless, good luck with your team's first C-rank mission. Enjoy the travel and let me know how it goes. Of course. Of course. He chuckled in response. The two lovers proceeded to hug each other. They held each other tight in their embrace. Also, and I know you will do everything you can and I trust you, but please, look out for Hanabi, okay? Hinata requested. I will. Don't worry. Naruto told her, tightening their hug. The two shinobi shared a kiss with each other before they broke their hug. I should probably say goodbye to Shikamaru and Dosa while I'm thinking about it and have the time. Naruto informed her. Go ahead. Hinata nodded her head in understanding. Love you, Naruto-kun. Love you too, Hinata-chan. He stated. With that, the Uzumaki rushed out of the compound, heading towards Shikamaru's home. Hinata waved goodbye to him as he left. Shortly after he was gone from her sight, Hanabi began to walk inside. The younger Hyuga looked at her sister in confusion. Was that Naruto-sensei? She questioned. I thought he was still with Hokage-sama. That was him, yeah. He was just saying goodbye before the mission. Hinata answered. He got here before me. Hanabi sighed. I know he's a jonin and all, but I thought was getting faster. I should have been here before he got here. Hanabi, don't be too upset. Hebihiro informed his partner, frowning. If it's any consolation, he only beat you by a couple of minutes. He didn't stay long. Her older sister chuckled in response. Anyway, you ought to get ready for your mission. It's your first time out of the village, so you need to prepare. The mention of the mission perked up Hanabi instantly. A grin immediately developed on her face. Right, I will. She declared. She then turned to the snake on her shoulders. Help me decide what I need to pack. Let's go. With that, the genin ran through the compound, heading towards her bedroom. Hinata stood in place, laughing to herself at her sister's enthusiasm. Your team's first C-rank mission, huh? Shikamaru brought his right hand to his chin in thought. Sounds troublesome. That should be something interesting, at least. Dosu offered as he took a sip of a cup of tea. When Naruto went to seek out both Shikamaru and Dosu, he found out that they were at a tea shop called Ichu in the center of Konoha's marketing district. Upon arrival, he sat down with them and informed them of his mission. The tea shop was not a particularly big one. There were 6 tables and a counter up front with a door to a back room where different teas were brewed and snacks were prepared. There was one worker at the counter, a young girl that looked around 13 years old. She had long blonde hair that was tied into 2 ponytails and had green eyes. I'm hoping for some small action, at least. Naruto admitted to his friends with a chuckle. Going on nothing but D-ranks has me a little bored. I'm hoping that something interesting will happen. I'd be careful with such thoughts, Naruto-san. Dosu warned, chuckling slightly. You do know why C-ranks are often called cursed, right? Huh. The blonde blinked in confusion. C-ranks have a tendency to get re-ranked later as the mission proves to be more dangerous than previously thought. Shikamaru explained. Hence why some people say the C in C-rank stands for cursed. It seems to be especially true for first missions. Dosu noted. It's almost the universe's way of informing newly appointed genin that the real world is more dangerous than they probably expect. Naruto shook his head. Come on. You're trying to get me nervous, aren't you? Remember our first mission to Tenchi Bridge where we met Kuratsuki and Han? Shikamaru offered. Remember that we ended up fighting those Akatsuki bastards that nearly killed us. Also, if I recall correctly, Kakashi-sensei's team's first mission involved a fight with Zabuza-san and Haku-san in Nami no Kuni and forced them to have to fight against an army of thugs. Dosu stated. And didn't your first C-rank mission as a squad captain with Sakura and Kiba end in having to fight some insane Jashinist? The Nara remembered. Alright. Your point is noted. Naruto frowned, crossing his arms. While the Jinchuriki was hoping for a mission that would excite him, he wasn't hoping for anything that was actually dangerous for his students. They were easily prepared for a C-rank mission, but he had to admit that the thought of something happening to them scared him. He quickly rejected the thought, shaking his head. If something happens, it'll be alright. My team is pretty damn awesome and have made great progress. They'll handle just fine. Naruto declared. Plus, I'll be there and I'll make sure nothing happens. And we'll actually have some backup too, I suppose. The Chunin Hokage-sama requested to go with you all. Dosu questioned. Yeah. Naruto nodded his head, his face picking up a neutral expression. I don't know why he did that. I don't think it's as coincidental as he made it sound, but I suppose if there's a chance of something happening on the mission, I'll appreciate any help. Do you know who he assigned? Shikamaru questioned. Yeah, and so do you too. Naruto replied with a chuckle. He assigned Dash. Alright, I finished them. A loud familiar voice declared, interrupting Naruto. The blonde turned his attention to the source of the voice. At the back of the tea shop by the counter, the door to the back room opened up, revealing his student, Inu Katsumi, causing his eyes to widen. The civilian-born Kunoichi was ready to travel, as she was wearing a large backpack that appeared to be entirely full. Well, you took your sweet time. The tea shop attendant commented with a giggle. I hope you didn't actually eat all of the cookies. I may have. Katsumi replied sheepishly as she poked her index fingers together. What? The girl nearly shouted. Katsumi. Come on. There was like 20 of them and they took 30 minutes to bake. You should have at least left 2 for me. You said I could have them, Naomi. The Kunoichi answered. You should have said if you wanted me to save some. Naruto. Dosu spoke up, pulling the Uzumaki from the conversation. Do you know her? Why yeah. That's one of my students. Naruto answered with a chuckle. Really? Shikamaru eyed the brown-haired girl and chuckled. Actually, I can believe that. Considering I can hear her conversation all the way from over here, I'd say she is just as loud as you are. Shut up. Naruto shoved his friend lightly. The two girls remained still, talking for a moment. Naruto resisted the urge to eavesdrop and turned his attention back to his friends. After roughly a minute, the girls stopped talking. They exchanged a hug before Katsumi began to walk towards the exit. "Good luck out there, Katsumi, the most amazing and beautiful shinobi of Konoha," Naomi stated with a giggle. "I'll see when you get back, okay?" A small blush crossed over Katsumi's face as she nodded her head, "Of course. You take care yourself, all right." The kunoichi was close to leaving the tea shop when, in the corner of her vision, she noticed Naruto's table. She immediately turned to face the table and looked at him in surprise. "Naruto-sensei?" she questioned. "The hell are you doing out here? I thought you'd be getting ready for the mission." "I've been ready," Naruto replied with a smirk. "I was just saying goodbye to some of my friends, who were out over here." "What are you doing here?" "Well, same as you," Katsumi replied. "I got packed very quickly and just stopped here to say bye to Dash." She stopped talking as a thought occurred to her. "Oh. I can introduce you. Hey. Naomi." Katsumi rushed over to the girl behind the counter and grabbed her by the hand. She then pulled her away towards the table, ignoring the confused look on her face. The blonde-haired girl was then forced directly in front of the table. Katsumi had a large grin on her face while her friend seemed to fidget slightly, feeling awkward. "Naruto-sensei, this is Naomi, my best friend and the brewer of the best tea in Konoha," Katsumi declared, her grin growing wider. "Katsumi, I'm not that good. It's a family-run business," the girl, Naomi, quickly stated. "I'm just the server Dash. Quit being humble," the kunoichi interrupted as she pulled the girl into a tight hug. "I repeat, best tea in Konoha." At first, Naomi blushed slightly in response. Her eyes then widened and she started choking, however, as Katsumi's grip became too much for her. "I'll let go Dash. Anyway, Naomi, this is my Jonin sensei that I've been talking about, Uzumaki Naruto," the brown-haired girl stated, letting go of her friend as if she had not just been choking her. Her eyes wandered over to his companions and she shook her head. "And I have no idea who these two guys are. Nara Shikamaru and Kinyuta Dosa. They're two of my best friends," Naruto answered. Both shinobi waved politely as the genin. Naruto then looked over at the blonde girl with a smile. "Regardless, it's nice to meet you, Naomi." "You as well," the tea shop attendant replied, bowing slightly. "Katsumi has had nothing but amazing things to say about you, Naruto-san." She then turned to face her friend. I'd like to talk, but I really shouldn't be away from the counter too long. If my parents came out and saw I wasn't there, I'm sure I'd get in trouble." "Whatever." The kunoichi shrugged in response. "I just wanted to actually introduce you to my Jonin sensei, since he is here. I probably should be going myself, anyway." She then gave Naruto a confused look. "Wait, shouldn't you be heading out too?" Naruto gave her a confused look. "Well, it's 10:15. If we all want to get to the entrance to the village, we should be leaving now. It's like a little longer than a 10-minute walk there," Katsumi answered. "Yeah, for you," the Uzumaki stated with a smirk. "But I can get there in 3 minutes." Katsumi shook her head, mumbling something akin to, "Stupid fucking Jonin," under her breath. "Well, for someone like me, I should be leaving now. I'll see you later Naruto-sensei," Katsumi declared. She then looked over at Shikamaru and Dosu and bowed slightly. "Nice meeting ya both. Hopefully next time we meet, we'll have more of a chance to talk." "No worries," Shikamaru said. "Good luck on your first C rank." "Thanks." She let a smile cross her lips as she bowed again. She then turned her attention back to Naomi. "Bye again. Thanks for letting me stop by and use your kitchen." With those words, Katsumi rushed out of the tea shop and headed out into the streets of the village. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Dosa watched the genin leave for a few seconds before turning their attention away. "Yeah, she definitely resembles you," Doso commented with a chuckle. Is she always that scatterbrained? Shikamaru questioned with an amused smirk. Naruto opened his mouth to reply, but he was beaten to the punch. Yes, she is. Always has been, always will be. The three turned their attention to Naomi, who was giggling slightly. She moves faster than she can think. It's actually really funny. But still, she's a really, really amazing girl. She's the best friend someone like me could hope to have. She commented. Her eyes then moved to Naruto. So make sure she comes back home safely, okay Naruto-san. Heh. Naruto smiled in response before giving her a thumbs up. That's a promise. As Naruto had predicted, it only took him 3 minutes to arrive at the entrance to Konoha after leaving the tea shop and saying goodbye to Shikamaru and Doso. Upon arrival, he noticed his 3 students standing by the gate to the village. All of them were carrying backpacks and seemed ready to travel. A grin developed on his face as he walked towards them. Looks like you 3 are here on time. Good. Naruto stated. His voice got the attention of the genin. Kanji and Hanabi smiled upon seeing their Jonin sensei, but Katsumi shook her head. Did you really get here in 3 minutes? She questioned. The Uzumaki nodded his head, causing her to sigh. Damn. I only got here 2 minutes ago. I left so much earlier than you and you still got here around the same time. Don't be too concerned. Hebihiro commented. The civilian-born Kunoichi turned to look at the snake around Hanabi's neck. Naruto-sensei apparently beat Hanabi-san and I to the Hyuga clan compound and had a full conversation with Hinata-sama before we even got there. Wait, so you all are telling me that Naruto-sensei is faster than you all at an alarming rate? Wow, what a shock. Kanji stated. His eyes then focused in on the Uzumaki. It's almost as if you are a whole league above us in skill, maybe even 2 leagues. I'm starting to wonder if you are a Jonin or something. Katsumi crossed her arms over her chest, sarcastic ass dash. Ah, Naruto-kun. A voice shouted, interrupting the brown-hair girl. You are here. I hope we did not keep you waiting. Team 9 turned their head as 2 shinobi walked up to them. A smirk developed on Naruto's face as he waved at them. Hey Lee. Tenten. You guys are just on time. Naruto stated. It's been a while. How've things been? Despite it being a while since Naruto had seen them, Rock Lee had not changed much in physical appearance, his hairstyle was still styled the same and he still wore the same clothes. The only actual differences to Lee's appearance were the addition of a Konoha flak jacket over his green jumpsuit and the fact that he was a few inches taller. In contrast to Lee, Tenten wore an entirely different outfit. She now wore a white long-sleeved blouse with maroon edges, black fingerless gloves, and maroon hakama-styled pants. She also had a large scroll attached to the back of her blouse. Like Lee, she was also a few inches taller. Things have been alright, Naruto. Tenten stated with a smile. Her eyes then moved to the genin by his side. Are these your students? Yes they are. Tenten, Lee, these are my genin, Hyuga Hanabi, Inu Katsumi, and Yamanaka Kanji. Oh, and the snake on Hanabi's shoulder is Hebihiro, he's her partner. Naruto stated. He then brought his hands forward, pointing to the 2 Konoha shinobi. Guys, these are the 2 Chunin we'll be traveling with, and 2 friends of mine, Rock Lee and Tenten. Immediately, Lee rushed forward directly in front of each of Naruto's teammates. He shook their hands one by one, not even waiting for them to reciprocate. It is an honor meeting you 3. Naruto-kun is a marvelous shinobi full of youth. I know for a fact that he will guide you all down the path to being fantastic shinobi as well. He declared. Thanks. Katsumi mumbled in response. Hyuga. Ah. Tenten's eyes widened slightly in recognition as she looked at Hanabi. You wouldn't happen to be Niji's cousin, right? Hinata's little sister. I am. Hanabi nodded her head in agreement. Ah. Well, we are Niji's teammates from our Genin days. Now, we are Chunin, hopefully going to be promoted to Jonin soon in order to get back on his level. Tenten stated. Oh yeah. That's right. Niji made Jonin too. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. He then shook his head. Damn, it's been a while since I've seen him, and I'm over at his clan's compound all the time because of Hinata-chan. Yeah, well, he has been pretty busy. He's been getting a lot of missions recently and he's been training like crazy. He hasn't had much free time. The Kunoichi mentioned with a shrug. She was about to say something else about Niji, but she stopped herself as she noticed the look Kanji was giving her. She turned her full attention to the genin. I take it you two are the Chunin that Hokage-sama mentioned earlier. He stated. You both will be coming along with us to Suna. That's right. Tenten answered. We're going to be spending some time there doing a few guest lessons with the academy instructor there to better the relations between our villages. It is a fine idea. I, for one, cannot wait to get there and meet these youthful students. Lee exclaimed. His eyes shined and, to the genin watching him, it almost appeared as if there were literal flames in his eyes. Naruto-kun, please, let's get moving. Heh. Yeah, we should probably start heading out now. Naruto nodded his head in agreement. It's probably going to take us maybe 4 to 5 days at the pace I think we should be moving at. Not horribly long, but let's not waste too much time. Let's move on out. With those words, Team 9, along with Rock Lee and Tenten, headed out through the gates of Konoha towards Sunagakure. Kabuto-sama, right this way. Kabuto chuckled to himself upon hearing the call. He had arrived at Sunagakure just as the sun was beginning to set. Upon his arrival, he noticed a cave that had no visible signs of shinobi patrolling it. After entering and walking through the cave, he was greeted by a man with spiky brown hair. You are one of Sasori-sama's sleeper agents, are you not? Kabuto questioned with a knowing smile. Of course. My name is Mukid. The man introduced himself. Yura was supposed to be here with me as well, but he is currently in a meeting with the others on the Shinobi Council. He can't afford to miss it. I understand. You all have a duty to make sure you do not blow your covers. It would be bad if anybody were to suspect your true loyalties. Kabuto noted with a chuckle. That it would. That is why I've been keeping a close eye, waiting for you. Mukid stated. I've diverted any and all potential shinobi away from this cave. Not a single person is going to be aware of your entrance to the village. Not even our Kazekage. Well, then I must say, job well done. The smile on the gray-haired shinobi seemed to widen. Think nothing of it, Kabuto-sama. The Suna Jonin stated. Oh, no need for that honorific. Kabuto said with a chuckle. You and I are both loyal subordinates to Sasori-sama. We are equals, Mukid-san. I suppose you are right. Mukid replied with a chuckle as well. Well, Kabuto-san, what goal are you here for exactly? Sasori-sama has requested that both Yura and I follow your orders until directed otherwise. Well, I suppose I should explain a little bit about myself first, then. Kabuto commented as he adjusted his glasses. Sasori-sama and I share a great deal of passion. The difference is that, while he is an artist, I am a man of science. My passion is my research. My current project revolves around bloodlines and the concept of immortality. Ah. I'm starting to see what you are wanting to do. The brown-haired man realized. Heh. Good. Kabuto smirked. Any corpses I can obtain, once my research is done, will be delivered to Sasori-sama for his art. I can direct you to the cemeteries of note in the village and I can mark where bodies are that you'd be interested in. Mukid offered. He then crossed his arms. However, this is something that will be a little difficult to cover for you. While I do believe I can guarantee you that we can get you inside and give you the chance to take what you need, there is no chance that it will go undiscovered. What we are actually probably going to have to do is try and pin your grave robbing on somebody else. We need to discuss this with Yura. I understand. He stated, adjusting his glasses once more. For now, though, let's find a suitable place for me to stay and hide it. Mukid nodded his head in agreement. The two shinobi then walked off into the village together. Thanks for cooking, Naruto-sensei. Hanabi said politely. As the sun began to set, Team 9, along with Lee and Tenten, decided to find a place to camp out. Immediately after, Naruto managed to catch fish from a nearby river and prepared dinner. It did not take him horribly long to have it finished and, much to the joy of those traveling with him, he managed to create a good meal. Heh. I'm glad you liked it, he stated, rubbing his nose slightly at the compliment. I was unaware that you could even cook, Naruto-kun. What prompted you to start learning? Lee questioned. Well, for my 14th birthday, I got a cookbook from Tuki and Ayam at Ichiraku's Ramen and I kinda started experimenting from there, he admitted with a small smile. I'm not really good at it, but I like to think I can actually make good food from time to time. Since when are you humble, Naruto? You prepped the fish really fast and it was great, Tenten stated with a smile. Much better than when I actually try to cook something. A shiver then went down her back. Or worse, when Guy-sensei tried to make something. I would not say that, Tenten. Your cooking and Guy-sensei's is also phenomenal. You should be proud of what you can accomplish. It is more than I can, Lee stated. He then turned to Naruto and stared at him intently. Naruto-kun, you have inspired me. From now on, I will try and cook my own meals. I am most certain I can reach your level if I try. Ha. Go ahead. I'm sure you won't take too long to reach it, the Uzumaki stated with a laugh. He then turned his attention to his students. So, how are you all doing? How does it feel to be out of the village for the first time? Actually, it's super exciting, Katsumi stated with a grin. I can't wait to see what Kaze no Kuni is going to be like. Well, we should find out sooner or later, Kanji stated, chuckling to himself. Katsumi's grin dropped. A scowl developed on her face as the rest of the group started to laugh at the Yamanaka's pun. Why do you all let him get away with crappy puns like that? You're just encouraging him more, she grumbled. Oh, Kanji-san is only joking, Katsumi-san. Do not be disheartened by a few jokes, Lee quickly informed her. In fairness to Katsumi-san, he does say them quite a lot. And sometimes, they get a little too much, Hanabi admitted. And I think sometimes he says them on purpose just to get a rise out of her. Really? Me? Kanji clutched his chest in a dramatic fashion as he looked intently at Hanabi. Well, I'd never do that. Honest. You got some colorful students, I have to admit, Tenten admitted to Naruto with a chuckle. And I, for one, would like to get to know them better, Lee announced, getting the attention of all of the students. Do you mind answering a question of mine? Sure. Katsumi spoke up for herself and her fellow genin. Why exactly did you three want to be shinobi? He asked. Why? Hanabi asked. It is what our Jonin sensei asked Tenten, Niji, and I when we became genin. I would simply like to know why you all chose this lifestyle, Lee explained. His eyes then widened slightly and he shook his head. That is, if it is not too much of a personal question. I realize we just met, so I do not wish to make any of you uncomfortable. No, it's not. At least, not for me. Katsumi shrugged her shoulders. A smile developed on her face as she cracked her knuckles. I just wanted to do something for Konoha, you know? I love the village and I wanted to do something for it. The life of a merchant that my parents lived didn't seem right for me, so I wanted to contribute to Konoha in my own way. That's when I started listening to shinobi that entered the shop talk about what it meant to be a Konoha shinobi and their missions. I knew instantly what I wanted to do with my life. Ah. A grin developed on Lee's face. I can feel the passion coming from your voice. It's been a long time since I've met someone with as much love for the village as I do. It's a beautiful place. How can you blame me? Katsumi questioned. I cannot. Lee chuckled. Katsumi-san, if you ever wish to train any time in Konoha, seek me out. I would love to see you develop further as a shinobi. Wait, really? She blinked in response. Why you mean that? You want to train with me too? Why, of course. I am sure Guy-sensei would want to meet someone as youthful as you are as well, he stated. His eyes then proceeded to light up slightly. Out of curiosity, what is your opinion of the color green? Lee. Tenten coughed, drawing attention to herself. Don't you want to ask his other students the question? Thank you, Tenten. Naruto started to sweat slightly. I was starting to get worried about where Lee was going to take that conversation. Ah yes. My apologies. Lee rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. He turned his head to Hanabi. How about you, Hanabi-san? Well, it's expected of me, kinda. She admitted. Most main branch Hyuga become shinobi. Father has trained me for as long as I can remember. It feels like I really didn't have a choice. Nonsense. You always have a choice. Lee shook his head. Well, I don't think I did. Hanabi admitted with a slight frown. She then shook her head. But I am alright with that. I'm used to the lifestyle now and I want to develop further and become an amazing shinobi like my father and Hinata-Nisan and Niji-Naizen. And she has been making progress. Hebihiro spoke up. She will get there one day. Ah. Hebihiro-san. I forgot about you for a moment. My apologies. Lee quickly bowed his head. Do you have a reason for wanting to work with Team 9 as well? The snake immediately recoiled at his question. A small, understanding smile crossed Hanabi's lips as she reached her right hand for the snake. Don't take it personally, Lee-san, but Hebihiro would like to keep some things to himself. She spoke for him. Ah. I understand. Lee nodded his head in understanding. Again, it is as I said, if it is too personal, you do not have to answer. I have no intentions of forcing an answer out of you. Hebihiro remained coiled away from Lee, but the snake did manage to smile slightly at his response. I understand. I appreciate it, Lee-san. The bull-haired shinobi smiled back at the snake. He then turned his head to face the final genin. Kanji raised his eyebrows at the chunin. He proceeded to shrug his shoulders. Did you have a situation like me, Kanji-san? Hanabi questioned. Did your clan want you to become a shinobi? Nope. He shook his head. He then sighed slightly as far-off look developed in his eyes, as if he was zoning out. It's not like your situation. It's not like I'm related to the clan head too much, so I wasn't expected to be a shinobi. My parents also didn't want to force me into the shinobi lifestyle after what happened to my desh. He then shook his head again. Never mind. Honestly, I don't know why I became one. Huh. Katsumi gave him a confused look. What happened? What were you talking about? Kanji's eyes narrowed slightly on Lee. You said I didn't have to answer anything I didn't want to, correct? If you don't mind, I'd like to exercise that right, just like Hebihiro. Silence filled the area around them. It lasted for a few more seconds before Katsumi proceeded to cough slightly and reach in her bag. Well, if we are just gonna sit here and not talk, how about we all play a game to kill time until it gets dark and we got to sleep? She offered as she pulled out a deck of cards. Anybody up for a game? What kind of game? Hanabi asked. Oh, I have several card games we could play. Katsumi's face developed into a smirk. Just a little something to lighten up the mood and help us get to know each other more. Katsumi had brought 2 different sets of cards, Karuta cards and Western playing cards. After explaining a few games that she knew, the group of 6 played a variety of card games until it got too dark. A night watch was established, along with an order. Tenten would take the first watch, then Hanabi, then Lee, then Kanji, then Naruto, and then Katsumi. The group of shinobi proceeded to go to sleep. After a few hours, it was time for the 4th shift in the night watch. Lee walked over from his position and walked over to the sleeping shinobi. He then placed his right hand on Kanji's shoulder and shook lightly. My apologies, Kanji-san, but it is your turn to be on watch. The chunin whispered. The Yamanaka, after a few seconds, pulled himself. He yawned rather loudly before nodding his head. He proceeded to wake himself up as he started to walk off towards Lee's former position. He then began to focus as he began his shift. As his watch shift was over, Lee was supposed to go to his sleeping bag and fall asleep. The chunin, however, turned his head to Kanji and looked at him. After a few seconds, he walked over. Kanji turned his to face the elder shinobi and looked at him in confusion. "What's up, Lee-san?" he questioned. "Terribly sorry to bother you, Kanji, but I wanted to apologize again for earlier," Lee said, bowing his head slightly. "I was simply trying to take a moment to get to know the three of you as shinobi, and I evidently opened up a subject you were uncomfortable to discuss. I made the situation for you awkward, and I am very sorry about that." A frown developed on Kanji's face. "No, there's no need to apologize. I made that awkward. I could have responded better," he admitted with a sigh. I don't know. I just dash. You do not have to explain yourself," Lee stated as he took a seat down on the ground by Kanji's side. "I know I don't. It's just, I don't know. I don't like thinking about stuff like that," Kanji answered. "You mean your motivations?" the Chunin questioned. The Yamanaka nodded as he took a seat on the ground next to Lee. "I don't like thinking about motivations or plans for the future or anything," he stated. "There's a philosophy I have towards life: forget the past, ignore the future, and focus on the present. He let out a small chuckle. "I mean, there's enough stress that goes on now that there's no reason to think about anything else." "I understand that," Lee stated. "Having said that, and I mean no disrespect, but I would like to remind you that you cannot just ignore your past and future. They are important to consider with your decisions. Especially your past, it helps shape you into the person that you are today, so it is important to recall it." Yeah, Kanji sighed. "I just have some things that I'd be better off forgetting." The Chunin looked at the genin, waiting for a moment for elaboration. When he did not respond, Lee placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, drawing his attention to him. "I completely understand that. I know that I do not know anything about what has happened to you, so maybe what I am about to say does not compare in the slightest, but I do know what it is like to want to forget something," he said with a small, sad smile on his lips. "I had a difficult time in the academy. I was a very poor student and was told that I had no chance to develop my ninjutsu and genjutsu. The only thing I had was a very poor level of taijutsu, so I was told that I would never amount to anything and that I should quit being a shinobi." "You only knew taijutsu?" The blonde looked at him in surprise. "Still do. I am, to this day, unable to perform either genjutsu or ninjutsu," Lee admitted with a small chuckle, which caused Kanji's eyes to widen. "Because of that, though, I had a horrible time at the academy. All of my fellow students mocked me and my instructors advised to quit. Even my teammate, Niji, always told me how I was not fated to be a shinobi. There were nights where I would wish I could just forget everything that they ever told me." His hands tightened into fists. "However, I am glad that everything happened the way it did. Because of these experiences, I was able to push myself harder and harder. This helped me become stronger, and now, I believe, I have made incredible progress as a shinobi that only uses taijutsu." "You made it to Chunin with just taijutsu?" Kanji realized. He looked at the shinobi in front of him with a look of amazement on his face. Damn. That's incredible. Why, thank you." The Chunin smiled in response. "But I was only able to accomplish this because of my past. I recall the things that my peers all told me and used that to push me forward. I believe that your sensei did similar tactics." "Naruto sensei?" the blonde questioned. Lee nodded his head. "Yes, Naruto-kun was told that he would never amount to anything because of bad grades and performances in the academy, but he used that to motivate him harder. And when he finally started to find people who believed in him, he pushed himself even harder to become the elite jonin that he is today." Kanji remained still for a moment as he processed what Lee said. He closed his eyes briefly before shaking his head. I don't want to elaborate much, but certain things that have happened have led me to the conclusion that it is pointless to try and better myself as a shinobi," he commented. "Then re-evaluate your past. Look at those events and use it as motivation to defy that conclusion. Prove to yourself that you can be better than you ever dreamed possible," Lee declared. The Yamanaka opened his eyes and looked at Lee's face. He noticed the Chunin starting at him with shining eyes, that appeared as if fire was inside them. Strangely, the sight was comforting to him. Kanji nodded his head in agreement and clapped his hands together, letting a smile cross his lips. "I'll try," he stated. "Thanks for that, Lee. I needed that. You really rock." "Ha." The Chunin chuckled in response. "A pun on my name. Very clever." The two Konoha shinobi shared a laugh to each other. Unbeknownst to them, a Jonin was also awake. Naruto looked over at them from his sleeping bag, a smile on his lips. "Thanks, Lee. I suppose this will be a good place to reside for now, Kabuto-san?" Mukid questioned. Kabuto said nothing as he studied the building in front of him. It was a large, gray two-story building away from the markets of Suna. There was a small pond in front of the building and a few cacti plants growing by the entrance. Not many buildings at all were nearby, and the ones that were did not compare in size. Unlike the other buildings, this one did not have any sand on the building at all. "It looks quite clean, Mukid-san. You've obviously taken good care of your home," Kabuto said with a smile. "Thank you," the brown-haired man replied with a chuckle. "I don't enjoy the sand aesthetic that the other buildings in Suna have. I think my place stands out just because I actually bother to clean my place once a week or so of any excess sand." The two shinobi walked into the building. Kabuto's eyes scanned the area around him. He noted the expensive-looking furniture inside and the amount of space that was there. "So, this whole building is just for you?" he questioned as he adjusted his glasses. "You certainly know how to live, Mukid-san. If you think my place is good, yours is better," Mukid admitted with a shrug. "You would probably have enjoyed staying there more." "That is true, but it makes more logical sense for him to be here." The two shinobi turned their attention to a hallway in Mukid's residence to see Yura walking forward from the shadows. "I live in a much more densely populated area and, as a member of the council, I often get visitors. While I do not believe Kabuto-san would make his presence known to them on purpose, it is best to minimize the risk of contact as much as possible," he answered. "Your residence, however, is on the edge of the village. This is a more suitable place. Yura, you've been here waiting for us, haven't you?" Mukid questioned. "How was the meeting?" "Nothing spectacular," Yura replied dismissively. His eyes focused on Kabuto and he bowed his head slightly. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Kabuto-san. Here's to making this a profitable experience for you, myself, Mukid, and Sasori-sama." "My sentiments exactly, Yura-san." Kabuto returned the bow with one of his own. "With you here, we can discuss the specifics of your plans," Mukid stated as he brought his hands to his face in contemplation. "As I said, both Yura and I can give you easy access to any graves that you wish to go, and you can work with the bodies at your pleasure. If you wish to do extensive research, however, I am afraid that you may run the risk of alerting the people of your presence. My research may take some time. I'll need at least a day or two with the bodies," Kabuto admitted. "I suppose that means that I will, in the end, alert the people." "There is no issue. We simply need to cover it up," Mukid stated. "The only catch is picking a target that would be believable to the Kaze Cage and the higher UPS." "To the Kaze Cage? That's not important," Yura stated with a shrug. "Sunagakur, as a village, does not fully trust the Kaze Cage. The Yondaime was a man that was apparently working with Orochimaru and helped plan an invasion against Konoha. The reputation of the position has hit an all-time low. Then, take into consideration our Godaime's history and the connection that he has with the Yondaime dash. Are you suggesting that we pin the missing corpses on the Kaze Cage?" Kabuto gave the councilman a surprised look. The surprise quickly faded and a smirk developed on his face. My, how daring of you. The political implications of such a move would be very interesting. While you are right, that would create an interesting environment here in Suna, that's not what I was suggesting," Yura corrected. "Based off what you've said about your research involving corpses, I don't really believe there's any way to twist evidence to make it look as if the Kaze Cage was stealing them. There's nothing of interest to him. However, I think there is a possibility we could argue that somebody else would have a slight interest. I think we have an opportunity to implicate somebody close to the Kaze cage, somebody who the villagers and the higher UPS could suspect that the Kaze cage would be covering for. Interesting. Kabuto said as he adjusted his glasses. Do elaborate more. Yura nodded his head before continuing his explanation. 4 days had passed since the shinobi from Konoha had left Konoha. The group had made quick progress on their way to complete their mission, just as Naruto had predicted. They made it into Kawa no Kuni at the end of their 2nd day. As the afternoon began for their 4th day, the environment slowly started to change. Trees became less frequent of a sight. The visible plant life began to change as well, as more plants close to the ground began to become common. The ground itself started to change composition, most of the dirt and grass was gone and was beginning to become replaced with sand. Looks like we are going through a desert now. Tenten noted with a small chuckle. Looks like we are just getting to Kaze no Kuni. It's just as you said when we left Konoha, Naruto-sensei. Hanabi commented. We'll probably be getting to Suna either today or tomorrow. Ha! Awesome! Katsumi grinned in response. Both Kanji and Hanabi, just like their teammate, were beaming with excitement as well. They were, at most, a day's worth of travel away from stepping foot into a new village and completing their first C-rank mission. Accomplishment rushed through their bodies as they processed everything. Naruto, too, was excited for his students. However, behind his grin and laid-back nature as they rushed through the desert of Kaze no Kuni, he remained on constant alert. Nothing has happened this mission that'd be something to handle, not even some non-chakra-using bandits have attacked. Everything has been going peaceful. Naruto told himself as he resisted the urge to scowl. I don't want to admit it, but Shikamaru and Dosu have a point. No mission like this goes without some kinda hitch. Something has to happen eventually. His eyes then focused in on the Chunin with them. Both Lee and Tenten were keeping up with his team with almost equal excitement as his students had. Ero Sennin showed me that mission with the academy in Suna, so I know their reason to be with us is legit, but something seems off. He shook his head slightly. I know Lee and Tenten aren't here for no reason. He could have sent them a little bit later or earlier. He waited to send them until my team left. I think he has to suspect something too, something that may require us to have backup. Instinctively, Naruto tightened his hands into fists. He looked forward at the approaching path with a determined look on his face. Well, whatever. We can handle whatever is coming our way. The Uzumaki mentally declared. With that thought, Naruto's pace began to increase. This, in turn, prompted his team to increase theirs as well. Chapter 63, Tsunagakuer and the Godame Kaze Cage. Ugh, finally. Anko mumbled to herself. It had taken 8 days for Anko, Zabuza, and Kaio to arrive at a port on the High no Kuni border. Upon arrival, they had immediately made contact with a local contact of Zabuza's at the port. They were now boarding the contact's boat. You do realize that we were all the way around Kusan no Kuni, right? It would naturally take this long to get here. Zabuza replied sternly. I realize. It's just patience isn't my strongest virtue. Anko admitted with a shrug. Well, we'll be at Mizu no Kuni in roughly 2 days and it'll take us 1 more day of travel from there to arrive in Kiri. Zabuza stated. Hopefully during this time, you can practice on that virtue. Bah. The Konoha Jonin shook her head. Me being impatient means I only complain to myself from time to time. Precisely. And it's annoying. He stated. Hey. Her eyes narrowed on the man. Calm down you two. Kaio said with a chuckle as she stepped between the two. I understand your impatience, Anko-san. I, too, am rather anxious to get back to Kiri, both for the induction ceremony and to see my boy again. Oh yeah. Anko's eyes widened in recognition as a smile graced her lips. Excited to see him again, aren't ya? Bah. Zabuza snorted. She gets like this every time she's on a mission away from Kiri for too long. Kaio proceeded to laugh sheepishly in response. Well, Hakuhio is still a kid, you know? I can't help but be worried. He's 10 now, isn't he? And he's got his brother looking after him, and I know Haku volunteered to watch him as well. Zabuza stated. He's all right. I know. The Yuki acknowledged with a smile. It's just, well, I'm still his mom. I can't help but feel a little worried and want to make sure he's all right, regardless of who is with him or how old he is. You'll understand when you have kids yourself one day. Ha! Anko proceeded to snort. Zabuza? A parent? That's a laugh. The man's eyes narrowed in on the Konoha Jonin. And what's so amusing about that? I dunno. I just can't imagine you with kids. She shrugged in response. Like, do you even want that kind of lifestyle? Like, to settle down and have kids? I don't want to settle down. I'm content with my life. Zabuza admitted. Despite that, I wouldn't mind having a son or daughter I could teach. Wait, really? Anko nearly gaped in response. Why not? It was his turn to shrug his shoulders. Haku and I were able to take care of each other. What'd be so surprising about me taking care of a child of my own? I guess you have a point. She noted. Well, since this topic has now been brought up, what about you, Anko-san? Kaio questioned. Do you see yourself wanting to have kids? I don't know. Anko admitted with a sigh. The thoughts occurred to me, but I don't really want to just settle down with a man and live the life of some housewife. A small chuckle escaped her lips. Nah, I'd be a bad wife and an even worse mother. My life is best as a shinobi. A small grin developed on Kaio's face. It sounds as if you and Zabuza-san have the same view of your ideal situation, though. Maybe having a child, but not wanting to settle down. Ha! The Konoha Jonin snorted. Yeah, and Zabuza would probably be a shit spouse and parent in the exact same way. She then looked at the Kirigakure shinobi in amusement. So yeah, trust me Zabuza, it might be for the best to not bother. I suppose. He admitted with a slight chuckle. Well, all I'm saying is that being a parent is rewarding. I don't think it's mutually exclusive to be one and a good shinobi. Kaio stated. Her eyes then turned icy as she glared at both of them. Unless you doubt my abilities. In which case, I'd be curious to know, do you two doubt me as a mother or as a shinobi? The air itself around Zabuza and Anko began to turn cold. Both shinobi could see Kaio's breathing, as if it were many degrees colder than it actually was. They both immediately shook their heads. I believe Anko and I are speaking of our own abilities. We were not making assumptions about you, Kaio. Zabuza stated. Yeah. What he said? Anko quickly spoke up. Instantaneously, the icy atmosphere vanished. A warm smile developed on Kaio's face. Good to know. She said cheerfully. Anyway, it's about time to head out. I'll ask your contact, Zabuza-san, if it's time to head off towards Kirigakure. You do that. Zabuza nodded his head. I'm going to place my belongings in my room on the boat. I'll do that later. Anko shrugged her shoulders. With those words, the three shinobi walked off in separate directions on the boat. Anko remained still, right by the entrance of the boat. Her eyes were focused on the mainland of Hinokuni. I don't have any kids like Kaio does, but I have a few brats who mean something to me back in Konoha, and one of them got a set of his own, and I haven't heard anything about them or how everything's going over there. She noted to herself. A small smirk developed on her face as she thought about a certain blonde Jonin and his students. Naruto, I hope you and your brats are doing all right. I want to meet them when I get back to Konoha. Ah. This is Tsunagakure. Hanabi questioned. Team 9, along with Lee and Tenten, approached a large cliff-like structure in the middle of the desert. The rocks were raised high into the sky and formed what resembled walls around a structure, surrounding it and keeping it safe. The only visible opening was a small cleft that left between two walls of the surrounding rock. Oh man! This is so cool! Katsumi nearly squealed as her eyes lit up. What's inside? What's Suna going to be like? Probably a pretty cool place. Naruto stated. I've never been, but I've been in Kiri and I really liked the place after the Civil War ended. I have to think Suna is probably just as nice. You've been to Kiri? Kanji looked at Naruto in curiosity. It's not strange for shinobi to travel like that. Tenten noted. Lee and the rest of our old team had a mission once in Taki. And I know quite a few shinobi have received missions in IWA after our villages have repaired relations. Lee offered. Huh. Kanji mumbled in thought. This is so cool. Katsumi continued to cheer. I can't wait to see what places I'll get to see later. The Konoha shinobi continued to walk forward towards the opening between the walls. As they approached, a Sunagakuer shinobi jumped directly in front of them. He was a man wearing the traditional uniform of Suna shinobi with spiky brown hair and dark-colored eyes. He eyed the Konoha shinobi suspiciously as he held out his hand. Konoha shinobi, what business do you have in Suna? He questioned. We are here on behalf of 2 missions that were requested here in Suna. Naruto spoke up. His eyes were narrowed slightly as he reached into a pocket on his flak jacket. He then pulled out a scroll and held it out. My team has been assigned a mission by a local merchant here in the village. This should be the proof. Similarly, we have been tasked with a mission proposed by your Kazekage. Lee stated. He pulled out a scroll from his flak jacket and held it out as well. You may use this as proof, as well. Thank you for your time. The brown-haired man nodded in acknowledgement. He walked forward and looked at the 2 scrolls, one at a time, for a minute each. Upon completion, he returned the scrolls and nodded his head at them. I understand. Welcome to Sunagakuer, then. He stated, bowing his head slightly in respect. He then turned his head and started to walk off through the opening. If I may ask, wait here. I will find someone to escort you to the Kazekage's office to discuss your arrival. That won't be necessary, Mukid. I can take them in. A voice spoke up. The Konoha shinobi, along with the Sunagakuer shinobi, Mukid, turned around. Approaching the entrance to Sunagakuer was a young man wearing a black long top and black trouser pants with a white sash around his waist. Attached to the back of his top were 3 scrolls. The man also wore purple face paint in a pattern that went from his cheeks across his face, directly above his nose, along with face paint over his eyes and his lips. He also wore a black hood over his head, covering his hair. His hood contained the forehead protector for Sunagakuer sewed onto it. The man was also carrying a brown basket in his hands filled with wrapped items. Ah! Naruto's eyes widened in recognition of the man. Why Yuri dash? I was unaware you were not in the village. Mukid looked at the man in surprise. I wasn't gone for long. I just went to a small civilian village to buy some steak they were selling cheap. The young man stated. He then looked over at the group of Konoha shinobi and smirked. Hey. Been a while, huh? Remember me, kid? I don't think you can call me kid, you know. Naruto replied with a smirk. But yeah, I remember you. Kankuro, right? Heh. I wasn't sure if you remembered my name, Naruto. It's nice to see you again. He said with a chuckle. He then turned to look at the 2 Konoha Chunin. You too. Lee, was it? And Tenten. Yes, that is correct. Lee nodded his head. A wide smile developed on his face. It is a pleasure meeting you again, Kankuro-san. It has been a while. It has been years since back then, hasn't it? Tenten admitted with a chuckle. Naruto-sensei? Tenten-san. Lee-san. Who is this? Hanabi questioned. Naruto turned his attention away from the Suna shinobi back to his students. He had a grin on his face as he pointed back at the man. This, right here, is Kankuro. We met him once back when we're genin during our Chunin exams. He's actually a really good puppeteer. Naruto said. Kankuro, these are my students, Hanabi, Katsumi, and Kanji. Yo. Katsumi waved her hand at him, speaking for the 3 genin. Students, huh? Kankuro noted with a smirk. Guess you made it to Jonin too, huh? 2. Are you a Jonin as well, Kankuro-san? Lee questioned. Hell yeah I am. The Suna shinobi nodded his head. Both Temari and I received promotions very quickly. Temari, that was your sister, right? Tenten questioned. The one with blonde hair and the fan. Yup. That's the one. Same temper and all. Kankuro noted with a chuckle. How about Gaara? Naruto questioned cheerfully. How's Gaara been doing these days? Is he a Jonin too? Or a Chunin? You don't know? The puppeteer questioned. No what? Naruto tilted his head slightly in confusion. Heh. Kankuro let a small chuckle escape his lips. He shook his head as he started to walk forward. Well, I'll tell you how Gaara is doing a little bit later. You guys just got here though and need to meet with the Kazekage, right? I'll take you to him. That'd be really appreciated, Kankuro-san. Hanabi said politely. Thank you very much. No need to thank me. Kankuro shrugged in response. Anyway, let's get moving. The Kazekage is a busy man, after all. With those words, the group left the area. They rushed into Sunagakure, heading directly towards the Kazekage's office. When they were all gone, Mukid allowed a grin to develop on his lips. Kankuro, you were actually out of the village this morning to buy meat? Oh, you make this almost too easy. He realized. After roughly 20 minutes of walking through the village, Kankuro led the group of Konoha shinobi to a large, round, sand-colored building with the kanji for wind painted on the outside. The top of the building appeared to be flat, suggesting that it had a tiled roof. That's the Kazekage's office. Kanji questioned as the group approached. Yup. Well, and it has a couple of other important stuff here too. Kankuro stated. We have pretty much all business go through this place, such as the Shinobi Council meetings. A smirk developed on his face as his hands went to one of the scrolls attached to his back. It's also got a puppet workshop there that I go to a lot. I spend most of my time over here at that place. You're a puppeteer shinobi, yes? Hanabi questioned. What exactly is that like? I'll say it's not for everyone, but if you have the patience for it, I think it's probably one of the most rewarding types of ninjutsu out there. The Suna Jonin said with a chuckle. It's common knowledge here in Suna that a puppeteer that knows what they are doing is one of the most dangerous opponents you could ever face on a battlefield. That's why the art is encouraged so heavily in our village. So cool. Katsumi stated, her eyes glowing slightly. As the group approached the entrance to the building, they saw someone leaving the building. They were a girl with chin-length brown hair and dark brown-colored eyes. She wore a maroon-colored shirt and skirt with a Sunagakure flak jacket over her shirt. She also wore a Sunagakure forehead protector around her neck. The girl had a large smile on her lips and her eyes were focused on nothing in particular, suggesting that she was off in her own little world. Yo, Matsuri. Kankuro spoke up. His words caused her to leave her thoughts as she frantically looked in his direction. A small blush developed on her face, which caused him to snicker. Didn't mean to spook ya or anything. Kankuro-sama, it's fine. I was just thinking about stuff. The girl, Matsuri, said with a stutter, her voice starting to fade slightly. She proceeded to shake her head, composing herself as she turned her full attention to him and the Konoha shinobi. Are you bringing these foreign shinobi to Gaara-sama? I'm bringing them to the Kazekage. He answered. Gaara. Naruto's eyes widened at the name of the Jinchuriki. Is he here? You could say that. Kankuro said with another snicker. Just follow me. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the Sunagakure Jonin in confusion. Why is he laughing so much? He's been doing that for a while now. He then closed his eyes as he thought about it. This obviously has to do with Gaara. He's been super vague about him ever since I first asked about him. And Gaara's here at the Kazekage's place. Maybe he's an advisor? Or like the head Jonin for Suna? Or could he actually be the... Hey, let's not dawdle too long. Kankuro spoke up, interrupting Naruto's thoughts. Let's get moving, shall we? With a shrug of his shoulders, Naruto followed behind, pushing his thoughts to the side. Lee and Tenten, along with his Genin team, followed behind. The Konoha shinobi with the whiskers knows Gara-sama. Matsuri mumbled to herself. I wonder how. She pondered that question for a little while as she walked away from the building, her mind slowly becoming more relaxed and entering the same relaxed world that she had been in prior to Kankuro startling her. Gara-sama. Well, here we are, the Kazekige's office. Kankuro stated as he opened the door to the room. The group proceeded to walk in and look around the room. The Kazekige's office appeared very similar to the Hokage's office. It was a large building with a desk in the center with many windows along the walls, which gave a good look at the village from different vantage points. The building's walls are colored a sandy brown color while the floor was made of a darker brown colored tile. There were a few potted plants scattered throughout the room, most of them being different types of cacti. Standing in the corner of the room, overlooking the village, was the Kazekage. The leader had their back away from the door and was looking out from a window towards the village. It was impossible to get a good look at them. Yo, Kazekage-sama, I have visitors. Kankuro called out to them. Thank you for allowing us the pleasure to visit. Lee exclaimed, walking forward from the group and bowing his head. Tenten, Hanabi, Katsumi, and Kanji all followed suit, bowing their heads in respect. Naruto was about to do the same, but the Kazekage turned around, revealing their face. The Jinchuriki's eyes widened. Standing in front of him, dressed in the Kazekige's robes and wearing the green hat of the Kazekage, was the Jinchuriki for the Ichibai no Shukaku, Sabaku no Gara. Uzumaki Naruto, it is good to see you. Gara spoke softly. His tone of voice was different than Naruto had ever heard of it, while still monotone, it lacked any of the hostility it had in it in the past. It was actually gentle sounding. So, you did it. Naruto's eyes softened and a large, wide grin developed on his face. Good work, Gara. Great job. Naruto-sensei. Katsumi's eyes widened as her eyes moved back and forth from her Jonin-sensei and the Kazekage. You know the Godame Kazekage? I guess I do. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I'm the godson of the Hokage, and am acquainted with the Mizukage, Tsuchikage, and now the Kazekage, damn. I'm well connected Dadabiya. Sensei. Gara repeated the word before looking at Naruto in curiosity. I assume that the 3 genin here are your students. Yes. They are. The Uzumaki nodded his head as he gestured at them. These are Hyuga Hanabi, Yamanaka Kanji, and Inu Katsumi. Guys, this is a friend of mine I met at the Chunin exams, and I guess the now acting Kazekage of Suna, Gara. The Konoha genin were staring at Gara in awe. The Kazekage was their Jonin sensei's age, a kage so young. They stared for a few more seconds before Hanabi broke out of her trance with another bow. The snake on her shoulders bowed his head in unison as well. It is an honor to meet you, Kazekage-sama. She greeted formally. Yeah. A real honor. Katsumi bowed her head as well, and in the process, hid the grin on her face. My sensei knows the Kazekage. I have the coolest Jonin sensei ever. Kanji, however, stayed still staring at the man. He's so young. 3 years older than me, and he's leading a village. He must have really been something. Says a lot about where I am at if that's what I could. He was pulled from his thoughts as he felt a strong push. He turned his attention to Katsumi, who was glaring at him slightly and eyeing the ground. He caught the nonverbal hint and proceeded to bow as well. No need to be so formal. Any student of Naruto is a friend of mine. Gara will suffice. The Kazekage stated as his eyes looked at the genin in amusement. They then moved towards the Konoha Chunin. Lee and Tenten, correct? I recall meeting you both at the Chunin exams. Yes, that is. Well met, Gara-san. Lee bowed his head again. You've sure made a name for yourself, huh? Tenten noted. She then turned her attention towards Kankuro, glaring slightly. You could have let us know, you know. Oh, bite me. Kankuro said with a snort. You all hadn't heard yet. I thought it would be fun to see you all shocked about who the Kazekage actually was. It's not surprising, by the way. This is a new title. I have not been Kazekage for too long. Gara admitted. It suits you, though. Naruto spoke up, giving his fellow Jinchuriki a thumbs up. I know you'll do great, Gaara. I appreciate it. That's all I can hope for. Gaara nodded his head. He proceeded to walk over to his desk and sat down. We can reminisce later. Since Kankuro was leading you all to my office, I assume you have business you need to discuss with me. Yeah, we do. Naruto nodded his head. He pulled out a scroll and showed it to Gaara. My genin team was assigned a mission to deliver supplies to a local merchant who had ordered goods from Konoha. We are to deliver them to his shop and help organize it for him. Tenten and I are also here for a mission. Lee spoke up as he pulled out his own scroll. We are here as part of the mission proposed between you and Hokage-sama to have Konoha shinobi involved at your academy. We would like to discuss with you the specifics of this mission and get working as quickly as possible. His eyes proceeded to light up, a metaphorical and literal fire developing in both pupils. It is a great honor to help fan the flames in the youth of the next generation of shinobi in Suna. I see. Gaara nodded in understanding. He then walked back to the window he was looking out through and opened it. Temari, I assume you heard that. I did. Gaara took a step back as another figure entered the room from the window. It was a young woman with blonde hair tied up in 4 consecutive ponytails. She wore a black short-sleeve kimono with a red sash tied around her waist and had the Tsunagaku or forehead protector tied around her forehead. She wore black fingerless gloves and had a black fan attached to her back. Naruto, Tenten, Lee, I presume you remember Temari, my sister. Gaara stated. The 3 shinobi nodded their heads. Tenten walked forward slightly, smiling at the blonde. Nice to see you again, Temari. I trust you've been doing well. She said cheerfully. I have. And I assume you all have as well. Temari replied with a smile of her own. Her eyes moved back and forth between Lee and Tenten. I will be the one to fill you in on the information needed to help out with your mission at the academy. Really? The weapons specialist questioned. Are you an instructor at the academy? She shook her head. No, I'm a jonin and someone better suited for missions than full-time teaching. It's just a hobby of mine when I'm in the village and not on missions. I'm trying to help strengthen our academy as much as I can. A noble goal, Temari-san. Lee cheered. In any case, Temari can escort you 2 to the academy, where you can meet the instructors and plan something. Gaara stated. Understood. Tenten and Lee both declared. With that suggestion in mind, they both turned their attention to Temari. She nodded in acknowledgement at her brother's suggestion and started to walk out of the room. Both Lee and Tenten followed behind, heading after her. As for your mission, Naruto, which merchant requested the mission? Naruto questioned. Naruto unraveled the scroll and looked at its contents. A man by the name of Hideo. His shop is titled Wonders of the Elemental Nations. Kankuro, do you know where this shop is? The Kazekage asked his brother. I do. Sarda in the center of town. He responded. Please escort Naruto's genin over to the shop so they can start the mission. Gaara requested. Wait, you want me to stay with you? Naruto questioned. I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you, if you don't mind. I would also like to help establish your sleeping arrangements for you and your team, as you will at the very least be staying the night in Suna tonight. He answered. He then smiled lightly. Plus, I would like to reconnect a little with you. Naruto returned his smile. To him, it seemed as if Gaara did in fact take his words to heart. Gaara had changed a lot since the time they had last met and he was excited to see how much he had changed. Of course. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. He then turned his attention back to his students and pulled out another scroll. He tossed both of them to Hanabi. The one I just pulled out contains all the goods that Hideo had ordered. The other is proof that you were the ones who accepted the mission. Make sure to show it to him. Understood. Hanabi, Katsumi, and Kanji said in unison. I'll meet up with you all sometime during or after your mission. Have fun with it. Naruto said with a chuckle. The 3 genin said farewell to their Jonin sensei as they followed Kankuro out of the room. Gaara and Naruto were now alone. With the 2 by themselves, Naruto's facial expression sobered up. He looked at the Kazekage seriously as he reached for another scroll. I have a scroll from the Hokage on information on Akatsuki. Naruto said. I don't know if you want to discuss that right away or not, but since you just shooed me away from my team, I assume you and I should discuss that while they are on their mission. That is true, I did buy us time to discuss the information. However, I was also sincere when I said I wanted to talk about other things with you. Gaara commented. He then started to walk towards the door. Shall we move somewhere else? We can continue our conversation when we reach where you and your students will be staying. Sure. Naruto nodded his head. He then raised an eyebrow at the Kazekage as he started to follow him. Where exactly are we staying? I hope this will suffice. Gaara stated. Naruto's eyes were wide in shock from the moment he eyed the large, onyx-colored building that was marked with the kanji for wind on it. His eyes proceeded to widen further as he saw all of the elaborate decor inside, elaborate tables and other furniture, chandeliers, bookcases, and a variety of cacti were scattered throughout the different rooms. Every inch of the area was spotless and perfectly clean. It was perfectly well kept in every aspect, a difficult feat, considering it was 3 stories with multiple rooms on each floor. It did make sense though, it was the Kazekage's mansion, after all. I can't believe you are letting us stay here with you. Naruto mumbled, his eyes moving around. The two were currently walking through a long hallway on the 2nd floor. The floors were made of a sandy brown colored tile and there were a few busts, depicting prominent shinobi throughout Suna's history along the hallway. Naruto's eyes moved from each bust to the other as they kept walking through the hallway. Why would I have you stay somewhere else? Once again, you are a personal friend of mine, and by association, so is your team and Lee and Tenten. I see no reason to not welcome you to my home. Gaara informed him. Well, thanks. Naruto blushed slightly at the honor, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Your place is so much nicer than mine, and I just got the Uzumaki clan compound looking good too. I can't take full credit for this, most of the decor is the work of the Kazekage before me, my father, especially. He was a man who had an eye for art and wanted to make the mansion look glorious. The Godame Kazekage admitted. Naruto noticed a slight change in Gaara's monotonous voice, a tinge of sadness. A frown developed on his face. Your father Naruto began to speak, but Gaara shook his head, causing him to stop. There's no reason to focus on him, even though I have only had the title of Kazekage for a short while, having the responsibility has caused me to understand his actions. He stated. I understand the motivation behind sealing the Ichibai inside of me and why I was raised as a tool. As a result, I am not bitter at him. Naruto's frown deepened. Bullshit. He almost verbally expressed his thoughts, but he shook his head and pushed them away. It's not my place. This is the first time in years I've seen him, I'm not going to start questioning things like that. So, how's that hat been treating you? Naruto, instead, asked, grinning as he eyed the green hat on the man's head. Gaara took off the hat, for a moment, and held it tight in his hands. It's a responsibility. Suna needs a strong leader and I am doing my best to fill those shoes. What do you mean? The blonde questioned. Ever since the Chunin exams 3 years ago, we've been leaderless. Gaara answered. There were many people vying for the title of Kazekage and no one was willing to compromise on who it should be. Every person of authority had a different agenda for how Suna should be run. As a result, the village was leaderless, with the council making decisions for the village as a collective whole until the village could rally around one leader. A frown developed on his face. But the village needs a figurehead, and our village suffered those 3 years. So now they have a leader, the leader that was needed for all of this time. And it's you. Naruto stated. The Kazekage nodded his head, a lot needs to be done. I need to do my part in repairing bad blood between my village and other villages, including yours. The redhead looked at Naruto intently. This was the motivation for Jiraiya-san and I to decide to allow shinobi to teach at each other's academies. It would benefit us greatly if we can change the perceptions of our village's respective shinobis through small actions such as these. I see. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki nodded his head in understanding. He then smiled slightly. Well, just for clarification, IWA and Konoha have repaired its bond, even after the massive Third Shinobi World War. I've no doubt that you and Ero Sennin are on the right path. I hope so. The Ichibai Jinchuriki mumbled. The redhead then turned to Naruto and smiled. How are you, though? I can see you are a Jonin sensei. Is that enjoyable? It is. I love my students. The Uzumaki exclaimed, his smile turning into a grin. I'm having a blast training with them. I think they're a good group and I think they'll make awesome shinobi soon. Good to know. Gaara nodded his head before giving his fellow Jinchuriki a curious look. Are you going to recommend them for the Chunin exams this year? I don't know. Naruto shrugged in response. I need to see how they develop. This is their first C-rank mission, after all, and it's not really a difficult one. I think they'll need to get tougher if I want them to go through with it. His face then stiffed slightly. It also doesn't help that the country hosting the next Chunin exam is Kumo. Kyumigakur, the village hidden in the clouds. As the rest of the four major shinobi villages of the elemental nations have gotten closer to each other, Kumo has become distant. The Yondaime Raikage, has expressed wariness about the bonds of the other villages and is showing more hostility towards any shinobi that steps foot into Kumo or Rai no Kuni. And considering the Hyuga's relationship with Kumo after what they did to Hinata, I don't know if I can send Hanabi over there. Naruto shook his head. Yeah. I'm probably going to have my team wait till the next. I understand. Gaara spoke up, interrupting Naruto's thoughts. If you do go, however, I will most likely see you there. I will be attending the exams, as my first Chunin exams is Kazekage. Heh. Naruto smirked. You'll make a good impression. Show the other Kage who's boss. A small noise left Gaara's mouth, something that sounded akin to a laugh. Naruto's grin grew wider at that. After some more small talk, the two shinobi reached their destination, a room on the left side of the hallway. Gaara opened it and the two walked in. It was a comfortable bedroom with a large bed with purple bedsheets. There was more elaborate furniture in the room, drawers, dressers, a desk with the kanji for right carved onto it, and a window that faced towards the center of the village. Hope you don't mind staying here. It is quite cozy, if I must say. Gaara commented. Your students can take 3 other bedrooms near this room. I really appreciate this, Gaara. Thank you. Naruto smiled. He then laid down on the bed and sighed. Oh god, this is comfy. I could sleep for days. Hinata would totally love this bed. Do not take this personally, but I am thankful that she is not here. Gaara commented, a small frown developing on his face as he recalled a memory from a month ago. The last time a previous girlfriend of Kankuro's came over for the night, they made enough noise in one of these rooms that I could not sleep. And I do not even sleep on this floor. Naruto's face immediately reddened, we would end never. Oh. Gaara gave the blonde a disbelieving look. Kankuro told me something similar. I know how couples work and dash. Stop. Let's not talk about this right now, okay? Naruto interrupted, still blushing. A few seconds passed by and the blush faded away. A serious expression developed on his face as he pulled out the scroll again. I guess now would be a good time to discuss this. This mansion is secure, correct? It is. Gaara nodded his head. He then took the scroll from Naruto's hands and began to read. Ah. Careful. Careful. An elderly man with only a patch of gray hair cautioned Katsumi as she placed a vase down on a mat. Don't be so rough when putting it down. Katsumi grumbled to herself as she placed the vase down. Her eyes wandered around as she watched Kanji and Hanabi setting objects down too, on display on mats. Team 9 had been led over to an outdoor store named Wonders of the Elemental Nations, which was simply a large tent that had items scattered neatly on mats, so they would not be placed directly on the sand. They had met the owner, Hideo, and after confirming the delivery, they unsealed the items and began assisting with the organization. The only problem was that Hideo was a rather fickle person. Excuse me, Hanabi-san. The man told the Hyuga. Could you move those scrolls? I thought it would be nice to put it with the other scrolls from the other nations, but it's a little more valuable. I think it may be better with items around its price range. Maybe move it next to those tomes from Rai no Kuni. Of course. Hanabi nodded her head in understanding as she picked up the scroll. Wait, never mind. Hideo shook his head. It should be with the other scrolls. There's a theme, after all. Set it back down. Okay. Hanabi nodded her head again and placed the scroll down once more. Oh, and Kanji-san. Hideo turned his attention to the Yamanaka. Would you mind moving those drawings of the Shodai and Nidaime Kaze cage? He then gestured towards a mat that had nothing set down on them. I am thinking of possibly making a stand where I sell portraits of all the cage from all the elemental nations. Once I obtain them, I can start selling them as collector's items. Kanji looked over at the pictures before he turned his attention back to the merchant. We didn't bring those with us, did we? No, but that frees up space on that mat for something else. Hideo answered with a chuckle. Kanji shrugged his shoulders before he walked over and moved them, just as he was told. He later moved them back, as Hideo realized that it was pointless to have a section for pictures of all the cage if he only had 2 portraits of 2 former Kaze cage. Ugh. Katsumi shook her head. This is no C-rank mission. It's a D-rank mission in the sand. Hey Katsumi, you might want to stop thinking of random things and get back to the mission. Kanji spoke. The brown-haired girl turned her attention back to him. He was, once again, holding on to the pictures of the former Kaze cage. Hideo had changed his mind again. The sooner you get back to work, the sooner will we be done and can go meet up with Naruto-sensei again. Kanji. Katsumi seethed quietly to herself as she went back to set down more items. In the distance, Kankuro watched the 3 genin moved around the store in amusement. He noticed the annoyance and boredom on all their faces. It was especially noticeable through the snake, Hebai Hiro. While the snake had rarely talked since he met him, it was so outright bored and done with the mission that it fell asleep around Hanabi's neck. The puppeteer could hear his snoring, which only seemed to annoy the 3 genin, who could not afford such a luxury. God, this is good. Wish I had something to snack on. Kankuro mumbled to himself with a snicker. Maybe I should pick up some bratty genin to watch do errands like this. Kankuro-sama, I did not know you were out here. The brother to the Kaze cage turned his head at the sound of the voice. He smiled as he watched Yura approach him. Well, how are you doing, Yura? Kankuro greeted, extending his hand outward. And enough of the sama crap. I tolerate from most people, but you outrank me, I'm not taking it from you. True, but it's a little difficult. You are the son of the Yondaime and the brother to the Godaime, after all. Yura noted with a chuckle. True. But still, don't call me Sama until I earn the title. Kankuro requested as a cocky grin developed on his face. Trust me, you will one day. I'll earn that honor soon enough. Proud as ever, I see. The councilman noted, chuckling again. A curious look developed on his face. Well, Kankuro-san, he made an effort to use a different honorific. I have a small question for you, what were you doing last night? Huh. The puppeteer gave the man a confused look. Why do you need to know? A somber look on the black-haired man's face developed as he shook his head. The council is looking into something. I need alibis for all puppeteer shinobi. Kankuro's confused look turned into fear. Is there something I should be aware of? What's going on? I'm not at liberty to speak of it yet, I will inform you tomorrow, I promise. Yura stated, shaking his head. However, I do need to know what you were up to last night. I was at a bar, Sabaku no Oashiso, drinking with a few friends from 9 until midnight. I then went home and fell asleep, cause I was gonna get up early the next day to pick up some meat from a nearby village. Kankuro answered. Is that satisfactory? You can go to the bar and talk to the manager and later talk to my brother if you want both alibis verified. I will. Yura nodded his head before he turned away. I will have all of this cleared up and inform you of what's going on tomorrow, Kankuro-san. Have a good rest of the day. With those words, Yura walked away. Kankuro stood still, watching the councilman leave with a frown on his face. What's going on? He shook his head. I need to talk to Gaara about this later. I see. Gaara commented as he finished reading the scroll. Jiraya's scroll contained a lot of information, the identities of all known living and deceased Akatsuki members, a list of the various known missions they have undertaken in various elemental nations, the attacks they have made against known Jinchuriki, and a list of known hideouts. It also included some notes from Jiraiya of potential actions that he suspected Akatsuki to attempt in the next couple of years. What do you think? Naruto questioned the redhead. It's concerning. I had no idea that the man that had killed my father was a part of this organization. Nor did I know that Akasuna no Sasori was involved. The Kazekage shook his head. This calls for changes to our village's security. Sasori knows Suna well. He could attempt something quite easily. I have no doubt that he could sneak his way into the village unless if we change protocol in how we handle village defense. What do you think of Jiraya's other suggestions? Naruto questioned, softly. Jiraiya had also included a few potential suggestions to the Kazekage, including a joint alliance between Konoha, Iwa, Suna, Kiri, Kyumo, and Taki, as they also have a Jinchuriki in their village, to combat Akatsuki. This alliance would involve sharing of information and various shinobi instructed to wander the other nations, looking as units for potential Akatsuki agents and hideouts. I agree with Hokage-sama's idea of a joint alliance. Suna will assist in any we can. Gaara declared. Has he confirmed with the other villages? He has gotten an agreement from Kiri and Iwa from what I have heard. Naruto stated. Taki has not responded back yet, but it is most likely going to be a yes. Our villages have a good relationship. Kyumo, however. I assume they sent back the scroll without reading it. The Ichibai Jinchuriki noted, shaking his head. The Yondaime Raikage is a stubborn fool. More stubborn than that old man Onaki, and that's saying something. Naruto said with a slight chuckle. His laugh released some of the tension in the room. Gaara returned the scroll to Naruto and nodded his head. Suna will assist Konoha and the other villages involved in any way we can. He told him. You have my word. And you have mine that Konoha will have your back. Naruto replied as he took the scroll back. The two Jinchuriki stood still for a moment before they shook hands, cementing the alliance. A deal was struck between the two villages, a deal that would hopefully be a step in the right direction to making the bond between the two villages stronger than ever. Hours passed by. Naruto and Gaara used the time to get to know each other better and connect on different topics. They talked for hours on various topics. It was honestly a surprise to the blonde. He had never imagined Gaara as someone who had a lot to say. However, it seemed as if the redhead appreciated the opportunity to freely talk about various things. After enough time had passed by, the doors to the mansion opened up. Tenten, Lee, Temari, Kankuro, and the genin of Team 9 entered the building. The Konoha shinobi were escorted to their residence. After they placed their belongings, they all met in a large dining room on the first floor to eat and discuss things. So, did the mission go well? Naruto questioned his squad as he took a bite of his dinner, the steak that Kankuro had received earlier that morning. He then turned to face the puppeteer and smirked. By the way, Kankuro, the meat is delicious. Good choice. Kankuro returned the smirk with one of his own. He was about to respond, but was unable to as Katsumi started to speak. Horrible. Naruto-sensei, you literally sent us on another D-rank mission. She groaned as she stuffed her face with steak. It was relatively boring. And tedious, since Hideo kept changing his mind about things. Kanji admitted as he took a bite of his own meal. I was actually super close to becoming a turncoat and deserting the mission altogether. Katsumi's eyes twitched in response. Hanabi and Hebihiro giggled in response while Naruto and Kankuro laughed loudly at the joke. This in turn caused the brown-haired genin to shake her head and focus solely on her own food, mumbling something about stupid jokesters to herself. Was the meeting with the academy instructors satisfactory? Gaara questioned Lee and Tenten. Indeed it was. Lee nodded his head. We will be assisting for the next 5 days. We have a schedule set up, where we will introduce ourselves to the different academy students in all age groups, answer any questions, show off a little bit of what we are capable of, and then assist in any way we can with their training. Tenten added. I see. The Kazekage nodded in understanding. That is good. I do sincerely appreciate the help with the program. I do believe it is a good first step in developing a stronger bond between our villages. Your Hokage and I have agreed that I will send shinobi over to Konoha as well soon. This'll be like a shinobi exchange program, or something. Kinda cool actually. Naruto noted as he rubbed his nose slightly. Wait, did you say you two were helping for the next 5 days? Kanji questioned Lee and Tenten. The two Chunin nodded their heads. Does that mean we will be here that whole time as well? Our mission is complete already, after all. Naruto brought his hand to his head in thought. He had not actually thought about that. If you wish to stay, you have my blessing to stay here for another 5 days here in my home. Gaara offered. Or you can leave whenever. It is your choice. Maybe we won't stay the whole 5 days, but we might stay for a day or two. Naruto suggested, shrugging his shoulders as he looked at his students. It might do you all some good to spend more time in another shinobi village. Maybe find some of the genin and ask to spar. That's not a bad idea, actually. Katsumi nodded. We can see how we stack up against a couple of foreign shinobi. Technically, we're the foreign shinobi in this scenario, Katsumi. Kanji stated. The response he received was a fork tossed in his direction. He proceeded to catch it with his left hand. He then pointed it back at his teammate, grinning widely. What the fork was that for? He questioned. Screw it, I'm done with dinner. Katsumi said as she stood up abruptly from the table. She hastened her pace out of the room at the sound of laughter from everyone at the table, including Gaara. Well, I guess dinner's officially over. Kankuro noted with a shrug. Hey Gaara, mind if I ask you something really quick in the kitchen? I'ma get myself something to drink. The Kazekage nodded his head in understanding. He and his brother left the table and walked into another room, the large kitchen in the mansion. Kankuro immediately rushed towards a cooler and opened it, pulling out a bottle of sake. So, Gaara, do you know about what's going on with the puppeteer division here? Kankuro questioned as he opened the bottle. Is there something going on? The Kazekage asked. You don't know. The Jonin's eyes widened slightly. He took a drink of the bottle, drinking quite a bit before pulling away and continuing to speak. I talked to Yura today. He said the council was investigating something related to puppeteer shinobi and that he needed alibis for the previous night. This is the first time I've heard of this. Gaara commented. His eyes narrowed on his brother. Kankuro, do you have any idea what this is about? No. I tried to talk to some of the other council members about this already and they're be tight-lipped about it, cause I'm a puppeteer. Bah. Kankuro rolled his eyes. I have no clue what's going on, but I'm admittedly a little nervous now that I know you knew nothing about this. The council is investigating something without informing me of it at all. I realize that I have been Kazekage for only a short while so far, but I do not appreciate this lack of communication. Gaara crossed his arms over his chest. I will bring this up with Yura tomorrow. I will make it clear my personal opinion on these actions. Heh. Kankuro chuckled as he took another drink. Just let me know what's going on when you find out. If there's something serious going on that I should know about, I'd like to know and do something about. His younger brother nodded in understanding. It's been a while since we've done something like this without Naruto-kun or Anko-sensei, hasn't it? Hinata questioned her teammate. I suppose so. Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders. Still, did it have to be ramen? Back in Konoha, Shikamaru and Hinata proceeded to meet up for a late dinner. The two met up at Ichiraku's Ramen and placed their orders with Toki. They were now waiting for their first bowls so they could start to eat. It didn't have to be, I was just craving ramen, I guess. Hinata shrugged her shoulders as well. I swear, Naruto got you addicted to the food, didn't he? Shikamaru questioned, chuckling slightly. You eat it too, Shikamaru-kun. Don't lie, I know you love it too. The Hyuga heiress replied, giggling. Guilty. He admitted. The two best friends shared a life together as they fell into a small period of silence. They watched Tuka work on their bowls of ramen for roughly a minute before the Hyuga let out a small sigh. It's weird not having Naruto-kun here. She mumbled. Well, he's on a mission. He'll be back soon. Shikamaru replied. I know that. I'm happy that he gets to take his team on a C-rank mission and all. It's just. I don't know, I miss seeing him. Hinata admitted, sighing again. Naruto-kun is so much fun to be around. I just really wish he was here. Heh. The Nara heir let out a snort as he shook his head. Now you know how I feel with Kurotsuki. Oh. Oh. Hinata's cheeks brightened red and she immediately shook her head. You're right. You do experience this with Kurotsuki-san and it's much worse for you too. I am so sorry. I'm sure that this little rant of mine probably sounded pathetic to you. Hinata, it's fine. I was kidding. Shikamaru replied, his snort turning into a small fit of laughter. Trust me, feel however you want to feel. I've come to the realization that the heart is needlessly troublesome at times. It's best not to think too much about it. Agreed. Hinata nodded her head. She then gave him a curious look. Speaking of that, though, are you going to be seeing her soon? Hopefully within a month or two, we can arrange missions that overlap. Then we can meet up somewhere for a night or two. He answered. That'll be nice. The Hyuga heiress noted, smiling. That sounds incredibly romantic. I suppose. Shikamaru mumbled in response, rubbing the back of his head and blushing slightly. He then gave her a questioning look. What about you and Naruto? When are you two moving in already? It's been years already. Soon. She answered, her eyes lowering slightly. It'll have to be after we finish with the new seal for the Hyuga clan and after the divide between the families gets fixed. Oh. Shikamaru's eyes lowered as he laid his arms down on the table, his hands moving to his chin. Is that going all right? If you think Naruto and you will be moving in soon, does that mean that the seal is going just fine? Well, that's the thing, Masakado-san has finished the new seal. It'll allow us to mark new Hyuga with a seal that will destroy the usefulness of the Byakugan eyes if the person dies from non-natural causes. It also would have no risk of causing bodily harm to the person marked and has no possible way of being used by main branch families to harm those marked. Hinata explained. She then sighed as she brought her hands to her chin, closing her eyes in thought. The problem is that, besides the fact that my father has to find some way to introduce the concept to the main family elders in a way to convince them to use it, we also have to find a way to safely remark those with the already existing caged bird seal. Remark. The Nara repeated the word. We need to be able to put the new seal on top of the old seal, because we can't just unseal it. Masakado-san that the old seal is too connected to the brain that trying to remove it might cause serious harm to them. He thinks that nobody would be able to actually remove it, not even any of the previous Uzukage. So, the better alternative is to apply the new seal in a way that it'll overpower the previous one. She continued to explain. However, that's easier said than done. That's what we are waiting on. And then after that, you and your father and Niji can worry about the politics with the elders. Shikamaru commented. Hinata nodded her head, which caused him to sigh. That's such a pain in the ass. Tell me about it. Hinata sighed as well. Her eyes filled up with determination. But if it eliminates the caged bird seal and helps unite the two families, then all the stress is worth it. Father has a plan that may work, and once Masakado-san finishes his work, Niji and I will do what we can to make this look appealing to the elders. Shikamaru smiled at his friend's words. He opened his mouth to respond, but stopped as the sound of a bowl being set down. He and Hinata turned their attention to Tuki, who had sat down their ramen by them. The old ramen chef had a gentle smile on his lips. Well, here you both go. Tuki told them. He then looked over at Hinata and nodded his head, his smile widening slightly. Sorry to eavesdrop, but I just wish you good luck with everything. You're a good person, Hinata, and I wish you well. Ayam and I are rooting for you. Thank you. Hinata blushed slightly in response, but she now had a wide grin on her face. As does your boyfriend. Tuka commented as he walked away to leave his customers to eat. Both Hinata and Shikamaru started digging into their food, eating quickly. Ichiraku's ramen was always delicious and tonight was no exception. Still, there was something missing from their dinner tonight. Naruto. Hinata realized, shaking her head slightly after she finished another bite of her food. It's delicious, but just not always the same without him. At least, not here. Nevertheless, the two friends continued to eat. Still, the thought of the blonde was back on their minds again. I hope he's okay. Hinata mentally prayed. Huh. Naruto was awoken in the middle of the night by a large amount of noise outside his room. He heard footsteps, initially, but it was eventually replaced by raised voices shouting at each other. He did not recognize any of the voices at first, as he was still slightly groggy from waking up, but his mind sobered up the moment he recognized two of the voices as Kankuro and Temari. This is bullshit and you know it. Kankuro hissed loudly. I haven't done anything wrong. He gave you all an alibi, you should have looked into it all. He's telling the truth. Temari shouted as well. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. But it does stand that Kankuro-san is the only who could have committed these actions. Another voice shouted back. What's going on? Naruto questioned as he shook his head. The Uzumaki quickly pulled himself out of bed and ran out the door. In the hallway with the bedrooms, he noticed a group of 10 Suna shinobi, all carrying weapons and poised to attack. On the other side was Temari and Kankuro. Both were still wearing their night clothes. Temari wore a purple nightgown that looked moderately revealing to some degree while Kankuro wore solely a black pair of pants with no shirt. The puppeteer also did not have on his black hood or his face paint, giving Naruto his first look at the brown-haired man's natural face. What are you all doing? Naruto spoke up, as he brought a kunao into his hands. The attention was brought over to him. However, attention moved slightly as more doors opened up. Lee, Tenten, Hanabi, Katsumi, and Kanji all woke up and gazed at the scene in confusion. What's going on? Hanabi questioned nervously. What are you all doing here? Katsumi questioned, eyeing the weapons. And why are you all armed? I would like to know the answer to that as well. Attention shifted again. Walking towards everyone was Gaara. Unlike the other inhabitants of the mansion, Gaara was fully dressed and seemed ready to attack. He had his gourd of sand on his back and sand was starting to leak out, ready to attack at a given moment if necessary. Kazekage-sama. One of the Suna shinobi bowed their heads. We apologize for intruding on your private property, however Enough platitudes. Gaara shook his head as he turned to one Suna shinobi in particular. Yura, what is the meaning of this? Kazekage-sama, the council has ordered the arrest of your brother. Yura answered bluntly. Why was I not informed of any of this? The redhead questioned, his eyes narrowing intently at the councilman. I am the Kazekage. As ruling authority of this village, I have a right to know if you are looking into any manners. While I understand your rank and respect it, you must realize that one of the people being investigated was your brother. And, as such, it is imperative that we did not involve you, to make sure you would not cover for him. He replied. What kind of person do you take me for? Gaara asked as more sand started to leak out from his gourd. I have authority in this village and I will not permit an arrest of someone, my brother or otherwise, without any knowledge on the circumstances. Kazekage-sama, you have only been our cage for a short while. Less than a month, to be exact. Yura spoke up, interrupting the ruler. Forgive us for jumping the gun and not discussing it with you, however we have a right. We've gone long enough without a cage that the council does have a say in things. You can have your own opinions and can investigate and prove our accusations wrong, but you cannot stop us from arresting your brother. The two men glared at each other. Gaara's sand continued to leak out, but Yura did not seem to react. He only seemed to glare at his Kazekage. A few seconds passed by before Gaara finally calmed down and gestured with his hand. The sand rushed back into his gourd. Fine, I'll allow this arrest. But I'll be handling my own investigation. The Kazekage stated. His eyes narrowed further on the councilman. Neither you nor any other council member will do anything to him until I complete my own investigation and make no mistakes. If I find Kankuro innocent, he will be released. Understood. However, understand we would not have arrested your brother without reason to suspect him. Yura commented. What specifically is going on? Tenten questioned, speaking up on behalf of the Konoha shinobi. The Suna shinobi did not seem to pay attention to her or the Konoha shinobi in general. Yura walked forward to Kankuro. He placed 2 sealing papers on his hands. This is still bullshit and you know this, Yura. I have no clue what you or the council is thinking, but I've done nothing wrong. Kankuro continued to hiss. Yura proceeded to shake his head. Kankuro, you are under arrest for grave robbing, unethical experimentation on remains, and treason. Chapter 64, Treason against Tsunagakure. Sleep did not come back for the Konoha shinobi at the Kazekige's mansion after Kankuro's arrest. Tension filled each room in the aftermath. Gaara and Temari had left immediately after to begin their own investigation. The Konoha shinobi had remained there attempting to sleep, but it became obvious after the first 2 hours that it was not coming. Fully dressed and prepared for the day, Naruto, his genin team, Lee, and Tenten were all standing in a circle at the entrance of the mansion, discussing what exactly happened. That's a bunch of bullshit. Katsumi hissed. Hanabi winced slightly at her word choice, but did not stop her swearing. She agreed with her teammate. After all, I know we didn't know Kankuro for too long, but he definitely did not seem like the type of guy who would commit treason. His brother's the Kazekage for fuck's sake. Kankuro-san is not the type. Lee spoke up, frowning. While I do not pretend to have known him well, I do know he has a genuine love for his village, just as we all love Konoha. So, the allegations are crap. Naruto stated as he crossed his arms. So either everything about this is a bunch of bull, or someone else is framing him for their crime. But what type of crime occurred, though? Hanabi asked. That was the unknown question. The group had heard the charges, but not the specifics behind what had happened. They were ignorant and, therefore, could not do anything. So, where do we go from here, Naruto-sensei? Kanji asked. Everyone turned their attention towards him. Our mission is done. We can technically go home now, but... His voice started to drag on. They all knew what he was asking. Should Team 9 return back to Konoha or get involved? Well, Lee and I have to stay here. Tenten noted. We have a mission to complete at the academy. And honestly, we probably won't be able to do much other than that during the days. Yeah, I think that's what you two should focus on. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. Hokage-sama and Gaara really want the academy thing to go through and improve the relations. It's important that you two still keep up with that. We shall. Lee replied. And you, Naruto-kun? The Uzumaki sighed. A part of him felt moderately anxious. He did not know what was going on in Suna and he was not certain if this was something he should be concerned about. He did not know if staying in Suna would be dangerous for his students. Returning back to Konoha did make sense. However, he knew Kankuro was in trouble. While he trusted that both Gaara and Temari would uncover the truth and get his brother out of serious trouble, he did not like the idea of just leaving him in his situation and just hoping that his siblings would be able to bail him out. If there was anything he could possibly do to help with the situation, he would want to do it. If it were up to him, Naruto would stay. However, he had his team to take into consideration. Therefore, it was only fair that he honored their wishes. Hanabi, Katsumi, Kanji, what do you three want to do? The Jonin questioned. I want to help Kankuro. Katsumi said quickly. Kanji nodded his head in agreement. You yourself said we might stay a day or two to just see what Suna was like. Why change that just because of this? Besides, we could maybe help. Hanabi added. We should try and help Kankuro-san with these accusations. A large smile developed on Naruto's face. He looked at his students with pride in his eyes as he nodded his head, giving the group a thumbs up. Then it's official, let's help out Gaara and Kankuro. The Jonin stated. Kabuto smirked as he looked down at the corpse on the ground. It was the body of a young woman with green hair that was tied in a bun with 2 orange tips framing her face. She was dressed in a white robe that covered her body. Her skin tone was pure white. The silver-haired shinobi pulled out a scroll and opened it. He placed the open end of the scroll on the woman's body. As he began to run through a series of hand signs, the door to the room he was in opened up as Yura entered. "Is everything finished, Kabuto-sama?" he questioned. Kabuto said nothing for a few seconds as he finished his hand signs. A cloud of smoke appeared around the body before quickly dissipating, revealing the corpse of the woman to be missing, sealed inside the scroll. The former right hand to Orochimaru smirked as he walked over and picked up the scroll. "How long has it been since Pakura has been dead?" he asked. "I must say, your village has done an incredible job preserving her body. To be completely honest, looking at her corpse, I almost don't believe she died in battle. Pakura was a hero to Tsunagaku, one of the finest. Of course the village would do its job to make sure her body is preserved and kept clean after death." Yura replied. His eyes narrowed on Kabuto, a scowl developing on his face. "You are done now, correct?" "I am." Kabuto nodded his head. "There are a few things that I must still do in regards to D.N. samples I have taken, but I am done with everything that required me to be here." "Good." The Suna Jonin's eyes narrowed onto the scroll. "You are not going to keep that one, correct? You returned all the other bodies you've taken." "The previous bodies were all just parts of some experiments I've been doing, of course I'd return it. This one, however, I think I might just keep." He proceeded to smirk as he pocketed the scroll. "It'll be a gift to Sasori-sama for allowing me to have your assistance." Yura's scowl turned into a smirk of his own. He nodded, accepting that response, before walking forward towards Kabuto. "We should start planning your escape. Mukid and I have already pinned the blame on the Kazekige's brother and have caused enough of a stir in the village. Tonight, it should be easy for you to slip away," he stated. "Excellent." Kabuto chuckled. "I'm honestly impressed that you two decided to accuse him. This should make the politics in this village quite interesting for a little while." "It shall. While he will probably be acquitted shortly, the chaos will be enough for you to slip away." Yura chuckled as well. "To be honest, we almost thought of accusing the Konoha shinobi that just arrived in the village, but we opted not to. We already were committed to Kankuro and we couldn't steer from that option." "Oh? Konoha shinobi are in the village?" "Who?" Kabuto asked. The Suna Jonin nodded his head, 2 Chunin and a genin team under the command of Uzumaki Naruto. Kabuto's eyes widened slightly for a split second. His face then developed into a grin as he adjusted his glasses for a second. "Naruto, huh? Haven't heard that name in a while. His Jonin sensei had a hand in killing my old master," he noted. "Perhaps I should pay him a visit about that before heading out." Gaara sat alone in the Kazekige's office and rubbed his hands against his head, trying to ease his developing headache. Due to years of being a Jinchuriki and working to prevent Shukaku from gaining control of his mind, he had developed little need to ever sleep and could function well at peak levels of exhaustion. Right now, however, he wished he could rest for a little while, for the current situation with Kankuro was particularly annoying to him. A knock on the door caused him to turn his attention towards it. After giving permission to the person to come in, the door opened up. Naruto and his genin team walked in. "How are you doing, Gaara?" Naruto asked. "What's the situation?" "The situation is frustrating and I have made little progress so far," Gaara said, shaking his head. "The specific situation is that bodies have been disappearing from tombs throughout Tsunagaku." "Bodies?" Hanabi frowned. "Is that where the grave robbing accusation came from?" The Kazekage nodded his head. "Important bodies. For periods of time, the bodies of the Shodai, Nidame, and Yondame Kazekage would disappear and reappear from their tombs with slight modifications. As did the body of Manzaman Chikamatsu, the founder of Suna's puppet-style ninjutsu. Most recently, the body of Pakura, a legendary warrior shinobi of Suna with a unique Kekkei Genkai, was discovered missing." "And how does this relate back to Kankuro?" Katsumi asked. "They think he's the guy who is responsible." Gaara nodded his head, frowning. D.N. Samples were found in Kankuro's personal workshop in Suna's Puppeteer Core building. While most were small samples of D.N. that were only just sampled and confirmed, the more damning piece discovered was the full right hand discovered hidden in his workshop. Yondaime Kazekage? Naruto questioned, frowning. Gaara nodded his head. My general inclination is that this evidence was all planted there, but I am struggling to obtain evidence. Was anything discovered missing yesterday? Kanji questioned. We had first ran into Kankuro upon entering Suna as he came back from visiting a nearby village for meat. Could we maybe talk to the person he bought from, confirm that he was there at that time, and if it coincides with the disappearance of one of the bodies, would that confirm an alibi that would show he has no involvement? Based off what Kankuro has said, there was a body that went missing when he left for that village. As such, I sent someone to that village to speak with the merchant and confirm that alibi. For now, I'm just waiting. Gaara said. I have a meeting with the council in 2 hours. I am just trying to rationalize more arguments that I can make to them. Would it help if we showed up to the meeting as well? Or at least if I did? Naruto asked. Konoha's presence serving as a backup could be useful. I would appreciate that, and I believe, at the very least, you could come to the meeting, Naruto. However, I am not certain you will be able to sway the council. They are adamant about my brother's guilt and seem to be convinced that I am someone who would twist logic and evidence to defend him of his crimes. Gaara said. Would I be able to attend maybe? Kanji asked. As a Yamanaka, perhaps my testimony could hold some merit. I could enter Kankuro's head, for example, and provide answers based off my own perusing of his mind that he had no knowledge of this. I had thought of that, actually. Gaara mentioned as he brought his right hand to his chin. I think testimony of yours could have some merit, but I do feel as if the council could reject it with the logic of Konoha trying to interfere and assist me, as both the Hokage and I are currently in talks of improving our village's relationship. It will be useful, but I am aware of the counter-argument. That's stupid, though. Katsumi frowned, crossing her arms. If Kanji has the ability to enter someone's mind and can confirm that he had no involvement, then that should be enough evidence. In theory, it is enough. But I understand the concern if they think we are biased. Kanji shrugged. Whatever, if you want though, I can confirm that the memories don't exist in his head and that can supplement what other evidence you could find. Gaara nodded his head in agreement. That would be helpful to have. At the very least, I can feel more confident in my assertions that Kankuro has nothing to do with this. The Kazekage then stood up and started to walk. I'll take you all to where my brother is being held. The Konoha shinobi nodded their heads in agreement and proceeded to follow the Kazekage out of the room. Mind Transfer Jutsu. Gaara and the Konoha shinobi wasted no time upon arrival at the holding cell where Kankuro was located at. Upon arrival, Kankuro submitted himself to Kanji's jutsu and allowed the Yamanaka to start prodding his mind for information. The remaining shinobi waited patiently as the search continued. Roughly 7 minutes passed by before Kanji's body became activate again. Sorry about that, just wanted to double-check every area I could in his mind. Kanji said to everyone as he proceeded to shake his head. But I looked everywhere and I couldn't find any memories related to the missing bodies. I don't believe there's anything whatsoever to suggest he is responsible. Damn right I'm not. Kankuro stated sharply, crossing his arms. We just need some other type of evidence to show its merit. Hanabi mumbled. Kazekage-sama. The group turned around to see a Tsunagaku or shinobi rushing in. Naruto recognized the man as the guy who had intercepted them upon entering the village, Mukid, if he recalled his name. I couldn't find you in your office, so I assumed you were over here. Mukid. Gaara greeted the man. The Suna Jonin looked around the room for a brief moment, eyes focusing on the Konoha shinobi, before speaking. Kazekage-sama, do you mind if we speak in private? I have information dash. If it is information regarding my brother's arrest, you can speak it freely here. Gaara declared, crossing his arms. The Konoha shinobi here are assisting me in my own investigation and my brother deserves the right to hear information regarding his own arrest. Mukid nodded his head in understanding. Very well then. I have received news from the shinobi you sent out to speak to the meat vendor that your brother claimed to have purchased from. I see. Gaara crossed his arms. And what did the vendor say? Mukid frowned in response. He said nothing. The man your brother claimed to have met with is dead. What? Kankuro shouted, nearly blanking at the man. You've got to be pulling my leg. How can he be dash? As you reported earlier, it was a man named Kiyo, from Saba village, correct? Mukid questioned. The puppeteer nodded his head. As said earlier, he was found dead at his home this morning. That's... Kankuro shook his head. I feel like I'm going to be sick. Naruto shook his head as well, scowling deeply as his hands tightened into fists. Obviously the vendor was killed because he could prove Kankuro was out of the village during one of those grave robberies. They killed an innocent man that literally did nothing but sell food. Whoever is responsible for all of this is absolutely fucked up. He growled. Gaara remained silent for a moment. He closed his eyes as he processed the information. Mukid, I sent Seitetsu to investigate. Why did he report to you instead of me first? The Kazekage questioned. Forgive me, Kazekage-sama, but I am not at liberty to discuss that with you. Mukid answered, frowning. Pardon. Gaara opened his eyes, glaring slightly at the man in front of him. Elaborate. I have discussed the matter with the council and they have requested me not to say to you. Mukid answered. Gaara's eyes closed again. A scowl developed on his lips as he crossed his arms. Gaara, you're not going to take that, are you? Katsumi asked, frowning. You're the Kazekage. You are his commanding officer. You should be able to order the information out of him. It's not that simple, Katsumi. Naruto spoke up, frowning. The council is doing all of this investigation because they do not trust Gaara, for whatever reason. Gaara needs to play slightly by their rules, otherwise he validates their concerns that he might overstep the words of other people. Overstep? It's the council that is overstepping. Gaara is the Kazekage. The civilian-born Kunoichi shouted. Yes, but only for a short time and in a village that hasn't had a central leader figure for long. Hanabi added, frowning as well. Gaara-sama is not in a place where it benefits him politically to against them too much, or else he will appear like someone asserting authority. The fact that this happened to Kankuro and that Gaara just became Kazekage is so bad. Gaara really can't do anything without it coming across like he's potentially obstructing justice. Naruto's frown deepened as he looked at his fellow Jinchuriki. This is the politics related to being a kage, it's got to be the worst part of the job. Make no mistake, I could force you tell me the information Mukid and it is within my authority and right to do so. Gaara stated sharply. However, I will play by the council's game for now. If they genuinely are concerned about me this information in the moment, then I'll ease their concerns. The Kazekage's eyes shot open and they proceeded to glare at the man in front of him. However, I will remember this later. The Suna Jonin immediately started to shiver and bowed his head. Please forgive me. Still, it's weird that the council would put in a request like this. I don't care what happened, this is still shady stuff. Katsumi spoke up. That you're a guy that came to the Kazekage's mansion last night was part of it, right? He seemed suspicious to me. Oh. The Kazekage turned his head to her. What makes you think that? Just based off how he talked to you, speaking with authority and without any care of intruding in your mansion at night and seemed to just be a really disrespectful guy. He seemed like a real jackass. She replied. You can't simply accuse someone for such trivial reasons. Mukid shouted, glaring at the Konoha genin. His fear of the Kazekage's warning seemed to fade and he was now staring with pure anger at the girl. I think you're being disrespectful right now. Could I accuse you of the grave robbing? No. So, don't spread false accusations like that with no evidence. The brown-haired girl gasped slightly and took a second back. Naruto immediately put a hand on her shoulder and smiled at her. A second passed before she took a deep breath and calmed down. The Uzumaki then turned his attention towards the Suna Jonin, glaring at the man. Mukid, right? I understand that Katsumi may not have had the best reasoning right then, but I want to inform you something. She did nothing to warrant that level of killing intent. So do not do something like that to one of my students ever again. The Konoha Jonin hissed. You got that? Another cold spell immediately rushed over Mukid's body after Naruto's words. His knees started to feel weak and it took all of his strength to remain standing. He nodded his head in understanding, mumbling of course under his breath, before turning away. Naruto seemed to accept the response and turned his attention to Gaara. So, where should we move on from there then? We should probably check the burial grounds that your brother supposedly stole from, right? He asked. That would make the most logical sense. Gaara nodded his head. Let's not waste any more time then. The group nodded their head and, after bidding farewell to Kankuro and Mukid, they began to leave the room. Gaara led the group, followed by Naruto and his team. The Uzumaki's eyes glanced back and noticed that Katsumi was walking at a slower pace than the rest of the group. Naruto closed his eyes for a second before opening them and slowing down his pace, allowing Hanabi and Kanji to pass him. He then walked side by side with his third student. Doing all right? He asked her. She looked up to him and quickly nodded her head, yeah. I'm fine. Sure about that? The blonde asked, eyes narrowing in a knowing fashion. You seem a little preoccupied. Well it wouldn't happen to do with that Suna Jonin jackass, would it? Naruto interrupted. Katsumi frowned. She brought her hands together and took in a deep breath before nodding his head. Does killing intent really feel like that? She questioned. I know you've released some at us before during training, but it didn't feel like that. That was overwhelming. Because that felt like legit killing intent. I'm not particularly good at faking killing intent, I need to be in the right mindset for it. What he did though, there was definitely malice behind it. Naruto admitted with a sigh. However, that's all that it was. He did not do anything and could not do anything. I know, but... Katsumi shook her head. Is that how all fights are like? Do we have to deal with that every time we battle another shinobi? To be honest, if the shinobi you are battling is in direct opposition to you, yes. Naruto nodded his head. He then smiled and placed his hand on her shoulder again. However, and I know this will sound weird, but you will get used to it. It's just a matter of learning how to handle it. As you get stronger, you'll be able to counter it with your own killing intent, or better yet, your own actions. I'm not sure about that. She mumbled. That was really overwhelming. Because he is a Jonin and you're a brand new genin. Give it time. Once you get stronger, you'll be able to stand your ground to it. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki informed her, smiling. So don't let that jackass bother you. You've already come a long way from when I first picked you all up from the academy and you're only going to get stronger. After all, you said that you're going to become Hokage someday, right? The brown-haired Kunoichi nodded her head. She looked up to Naruto and finally a smile developed on her lips, one that was progressively becoming more and more confident. You're right. Katsumi stated. Thanks Naruto-sensei. With that confidence, the girl started to walk faster. Within a few seconds, she caught up to her teammates in the middle of the pack. Naruto chuckled to himself as he walked closer to the back, keeping his eyes on his students. I'm sure they'll become great shinobi. I know so. He noted. The smile on his lips started to fade, however, as he glanced back. The group had now made just enough progress that they were away from the cell entirely. Naruto's eyes narrowed in the direction, however, as if it was still in plain sight. Mukid. I don't know why my student making a general statement like that would upset you. If Yura wasn't suspicious, he'd show himself not to be suspicious. But now, I think there might be something there to consider. Both of you now seem pretty suspicious to me. The Jinchuriki pondered to himself as the group headed towards their next destination. Thank you all for coming. Please, come in. Masakado greeted. Hinata bowed her head, greeting the elder Uzumaki as she entered the large open sitting room in the Uzumaki compound. Both her father and her cousin entered the room after her. The three proceeded to kneel in front of a table as Masakado set down 3 teacups. I figured we could have something to drink while we discussed this. Masakado noted. It is much appreciated. Hayashi replied, bowing as he took a sip of his own tea. Hinata grabbed her cup of tea, but did not immediately take a sip. She proceeded to look around the large room for a brief second before shaking her head with a sigh. Room feels empty without Naruto, doesn't it? Masakado questioned with a laugh. Hinata looked up to the red-haired man, who started to laugh. Try looking around the rest of the compound. In general, only 4 Uzumaki live here at the moment, and since Tewa is always out on missions, when Naruto is actually gone from here, it is noticeable. It's a hell of a lot more quiet. I'm aware. Hinata nodded her head as she finally took a sip of her own tea. She smiled after taking her sip. Your tea tastes amazing, Masakado-san. Of course it does. You should come over here more often. The door's always open, even if Naruto's on missions. The Sandai Mizukage stated. He then looked at her cousin, his eyes narrowing. He took in his appearance, the long, brown hair, the white eyes standard for Hyuga clan members, the white kimono shirt with a gray apron over it, before nodding his head. I assume you are Hyuga Niji, correct? That is correct. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Masakado-san. Niji bowed his head. Pleasure's all mine. Masakado stated. He then reached into his jacket and pulled out 2 scrolls. Please keep drinking your tea, I just figured I must just get the conversation started. The 3 Hyuga shinobi nodded their heads. Masakado rolled out the scroll and revealed the layout of a seal. There was a lot of small writing and general notes around the center, writings that Hinata could not help to understand, even if she focused on trying to read them. At the center of the scroll, however, was a large symbol that seemingly depicted an eyeball that was closed shut and completely encased in a ball of fire. So, Hayashi, as we have discussed before, this is the general scroll that I have for the new seal. It will accomplish what the main branch's seal does and will seal the Byakugan once anyone with the seal dies. This will help keep the bloodline safe from enemies who would seek to steal the bloodline for themselves. Masakado noted. However, the main difference is that this seal targets specifically the eyes and has no connection to the brain. No matter how hard anyone could try, not a single person would be able to use this seal to physically harm one with it. Good. Hayashi nodded his head. I assume the seal works. I haven't tested it out, obviously, but I'm 100% positive it does. The formula does not lie. Masakado answered as he gestured the scroll forward towards the Hyuga clan head. You can take a gander if you want to check my work. I am not nearly as well versed on Fuinjutsu as you are. I will trust your work. Hayashi nodded his head. However, what about the other scroll? Yes. Masakado nodded his head as he rolled up his first scroll. He then moved the second scroll forward, but did not yet unroll it. As I mentioned earlier, my new seal for your clan targets the eye and does not target both the eyes and brain, unlike your family's previous seal. The brain element, however, makes it difficult to apply something to people already afflicted with your original seal. Removing a seal or applying a seal on top of a seal is difficult as it is, doing so to a seal on the brain is even more so, since slight tampering to the seal could cause damage to the brain and potentially kill the person afflicted. Hinata's eyes moved over to her cousin. Niji seemingly had no reaction to Elder Uzumaki's words, only taking a sip from his own teacup. I wonder if Niji Nii-san is worried at all about this. Hinata thought to herself as she took a sip of her own teacup. We are aware of those difficulties. Hayashi noted. Do you have a solution, however? Tentatively. Masakado nodded his head as he unrolled the scroll. Depicted on the scroll were similar notes scattered throughout the page that Hinata was not fully able to understand. In the center was the cursed seal of the Hyuga clan. Surrounding the X in the center was a ball of fire. The fire connected the edges of the X perfectly, blending it into the new design. So, this is the working design for the additions. As you can see, it involves directly sealing onto the original seal. Masakado noted. I feel confident that this is the correct seal and will do its job overriding the secondary, brain-damaging, effects of the original seal, but I am not 100% certain and I'm not going to fully know until I actually practice with it. By practice with it. Niji started to speak up, setting his teacup down. Do you mean dash? Yes, I need to actually apply it to someone's seal. Masakado stated. I'm confident in my formulas and fuinjutsu, but I am aware that directly working on top of a seal that had already been applied to an organ as sensitive as the brain is a very difficult task. I've been studying this specific topic for over 2 years now, and I believe that I have done all the research I can. I just need to attempt placing the seal. And you are positive this will work? Hayashi questioned. Masakado nodded. This one, I will admit, I'm not as certain as the brand new seal. However, I do feel confident in this one overall. And I assume you are bringing this up because you wanted to ask me to be marked with your seal? Niji asked. Masakado nodded his head. I asked Hayashi-san to come over and bring over Hinata and one branch family member with the original clan seal that he felt he trusted would be able to overcome anything. By that token, he chose you. Niji and Hinata turned to face the Hyuga clan leader. Hayashi turned his attention towards his daughter and his nephew before he nodded his head in agreement with the Uzumaki. Masakado was going to brief me on the subject of the seals here, but based off his request, I felt like he had a seal that may be ready to put on with maybe some risk. He admitted. His eyes zeroed in on Niji and a small smile developed on his lips. Niji, you are truly Hisashi's son. I see so much of him in you. You have grown so strong, and I believe you have the inner strength to overcome any hardships. As a result, I felt you would approach risks associated with a new seal with complete confidence. The choice is up to you whether or not you wish to accept this seal right now, but as Hisashi's son, I wanted to offer you the new seal first. Niji remained silent for a few moments. He looked at his uncle in disbelief at the words of praise. For the briefest of moments, his vision of uncle started to blur and he saw the image of Hayashi's twin brother, his own father, Hisashi. Father. Niji shook his head for a moment. You would have killed for such an opportunity. I do not care what risks there may be. Hayashi-sama and Masakado-san believe this will work, and it will mark the first stroke in completely destroying the divide between the main and branch families. With that thought in mind, Niji undid his forehead protector and revealed his own cursed seal on his forehead. He brought his hands together and bowed towards the Sandai Muzukage. Masakado-san, whenever you are ready, I am ready. He stated. The Uzumaki nodded his head. It will be a long process. I'm giving you the scroll for the new to look at and study. You will come by tomorrow and we will begin. The process of reapplying a new seal delicately to not do any damage to your own brain will most likely take the entire day. Is that acceptable? Very. Niji stated simply. With those words and upon making final arrangements, the Hyuga shinobi took the scroll for the new seal, the one to be applied to the existing branch family members, and thanked Masakado for his time and work. They then started to walk off towards their own compound. Niji and Ai-san. Hinata said her cousin's name. Niji turned to look at her. This will be the beginning of our dream. The beginning. Niji nodded his head. You will have to receive the other seal yourself, as well. That went without saying, although she was not necessarily addressed during the meeting, Hinata knew that was why she had been invited. She would be receiving the new seal that would be applied to all Hyuga clan members from here on. Together, she and Niji would serve as the perfect models for the next generation of their clan. I cannot wait. Hinata exclaimed. Niji smiled in response. He gave no verbal reply, simply nodding his head in agreement. As they both had noted, this was only the beginning. They would not only appear as the perfect models for the next generation, they were going to have to prove it to the Hyuga clan elders. Getting marked with seals was going to be the easy part. After all this time, though, I can finally see an end. I see a point that I can actually work to. Hinata noted to herself as she tightened her hands into fists, looking forward in determination. And I'm not going to waste it. I'll make sure it ends up happening. The three Hyuga walked back to their compound, filled with confidence and excitement for the future. Nearly 2 hours had passed since Gaara, Naruto, and the genin of Team 9 had left Kankuro's cell. The Kaze Cage had led them to the burial grounds and to his brother's personal workshop where the DNA samples were discovered. Their investigation, however, proved fruitless as they did not discover anything that had been previously unknown. The tomb of the great's burial grounds were still heavily guarded, and it seemed as if someone should not have been able to enter the area unless they had clearance that Kankuro had. It also hurt that the guards had admitted that they had seen the puppeteer enter the burial grounds one night to pay respect to his father, which added credence that he was the one responsible overall. Kankuro's private workshop did not help the investigation either. Medical shinobi had already examined the room and marked containers that they had studied and contained traces of DNA of the various shinobi that Kankuro had allegedly stolen. More damning, though, was the hand of the Yondaime Kazekage and the father of Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. It had apparently been hidden in a scroll within a trapdoor in the room, and still was hidden amongst hundreds of scrolls on various puppet-related ninjutsu. They had discovered evidence, but none of it was positive. Gaara, Naruto, and Naruto's genin were now sitting in the Kazekage's office, trying to think of what to make of their investigation. "What do we even do now?" Katsumi asked. "Nothing looks good. It all looks as if he did it. I mean, at some point we may have to accept we read into this wrong," Kanji admitted, shrugging his shoulders. "If everything points to one direction, we have to accept it at some point. But Kankuro-san does not seem like the type of person," Hanabi quickly stated. "He would never go behind his village's back and do any of this. You even confirmed that when you went looking into his mind." "True, but I have to accept that I might have not done a good enough job of looking into his mind. Besides, he's a jonin and I'm a genin. If he really wanted to try and keep a secret from me, even when I'm peeking into his mind, he would be able to," Kanji said, frowning. "You can't just have blind faith, otherwise you'll only be setting yourself up for disappointment." "What are you thinking, Gaara?" Naruto spoke up over his students. Gaara was quiet at his desk, his hands folded on top each other. His eyes were closed shut, as if he were in deep thought. "I do not believe Kankuro is the type to do this, but I would have accepted him as a culprit if evidence suggested otherwise. I'm not naive enough to believe being family and being a loyal shinobi is enough to exempt him from crimes," Gaara answered. "However, the thing that concerns me is the evidence. It is almost too perfect." "Too perfect?" Kanji looked towards the Yondaime Kazekage. "How so?" "We as shinobi are trained in the art of deception. What better way to deceive than with faulty evidence?" he answered. The Ichibai Jinchuriki's eyes opened. Guards who can confirm that he was seen, evidence of the DNA samples so easily found, it almost feels too much. If Kankuro had been as careful to avoid detection for this long, why is it all just bubbling out now like this and in such great fashion? "True." Naruto nodded his head. "It also seems suspicious that the vendor Kankuro claims to have met was found dead. They can argue Kankuro was involved with his death, but it seems really fishy that a man who could confirm an alibi for him was just found dead." The Kazekage nodded his head. "More so than that, I distinctly remember that the last missing body reported was one of our finest shinobi, Pakura. Her body still hasn't been returned to the tombs, so it is obviously not missing. They found DNA samples of hers in his workshop, so why did they not find her body as well?" "Wait, so her body is still gone?" Hanabi spoke up, her eyes widened. "Then wouldn't that be enough to prove his innocence? It couldn't possibly be him, because they didn't find her body. Not enough evidence. I'm certain the council will just claim that they haven't uncovered it yet," Gaara said. "It's concerning, though, that they haven't found it. That's dubious to me." A knock on the door caused conversation to stop. The door opened and Temari entered the room, followed by Lee and Tenten. "Hey." Naruto waved at the group. "Did the academy stuff go?" "Quite." Lee spoke up, his voice brimming with excitement. "The academy students are filled with the passion of youth. They will be an absolute joy to work with. We did cut today's session short, though," Tenten noted, her eyes focusing on Gaara. "Due to stuff related to your brother." "Gaara, it's almost time for the meeting with the council, isn't it?" Temari asked. The Kazekage nodded his head. "Do you have a plan for how to approach this?" "I'm going to try and be as neutral as possible," Gaara admitted, crossing his arms. They didn't report this to me because they felt I might have a bias towards Kankuro. I need to approach this tactfully so that way I can make them realize that I am trustworthy. That still just seems so weird to me. Katsumi spoke up, frowning. You're the Kazekage, the leader of the village. Going behind your back like this sounds so much like insubordination. In theory it seems like it is, but Suna is a bit different than other villages. Namely because we went almost 3 years without having a person ascend to the title of Kazekage. Gaara stated. As a result, the council has a bit more authority than most other villages' shinobi councils. Especially since I have not been Kazekage for long. It's a power balance issue right now. Now that I have authority, I should be taking back my power, but the council is now naturally suspicious of someone like me, who just became leader, and are now looking at every action I make intently. He then proceeded to shake his head. I don't mind, as I understand they are looking out for the village's best interest and making sure that I'm not going to undermine it for my own gain. However, it does not mean I appreciate this in the slightest. It puts me in a precarious situation. So, you're going to have be seen as neutral as possible so it doesn't look like you're pardoning your brother because he's your brother. Naruto summarized. His fellow Jinchuriki nodded his head. Well, if it's cool with you, I can speak as freely as I want and be the advocated you need. I am aware, and I appreciate that a lot, Naruto. The Godame Kazekage smiled slightly in the direction of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. As am I, you know. Temari spoke up, crossing her arms over her chest. I didn't end that academy session early to just come and stand and watch this meeting. I'll be arguing like hell for our brother, Gaara. Kankuro-san has everyone's support. Lee stated confidently. I'm sure he will be able to prove an innocent to anyone in the council that is suspicious. A smile developed on Gaara's lips, one much larger than had been seen before. The redhead nodded his head, accepting the words of his sister and the other Konoha shinobi. With this support, I assume we will be able to argue appropriately. Kankuro will be proven innocent. The Kazekage noted. His hand then tightened slightly and the smile dropped. And the traitor responsible for this experimentation will be caught and sentenced appropriately. 30 minutes had passed. Gaara proceeded to lead his sister and the Konoha shinobi through the large administration building of Suna towards the council room. Upon arrival, Gaara opened the door and led the group into the room. The council room was a large, open room surrounded by 4 statues depicting the 4 previous Kazekage. Other than the statues, however, the room was rather plain with dull brown, red, and gray colors on the floor and walls. In the center of the room was a large round table made of light brown sandstone. There were 13 chairs along the table and 12 of which were occupied by men and women dressed in the same garbs, light brown robes that covered their whole body and a white face guard. In front of the base of the Yondaime Kazekage was a single chair. Kankuro was sitting in and was seemingly chained down to it. He had a large scowl on his face as he glared at the council, but his eyes seemed to soften as they focused on his family and the Konoha shinobi. Hey, you're all here. Kankuro called out. The 12 people at the round table turned around to face the new arrivals into the few. A few of them nodded their heads in acknowledgement of the Kazekage and his sister, while a few others zeroed in on the Konoha shinobi and glared at them. Godame-sama, if you mind me asking, why are there Konoha shinobi following you? One of the counselors, a slightly older-looking man with black hair that was just starting to gray, asked. Tojuro, these Konoha shinobi volunteered to assist in my investigation into the grave robbing. As a result, I want them to be able to speak of what they witnessed and speak on behalf of that investigation. Gaara answered as he walked forward towards the 13th, empty chair at the round table. You relied on Konoha shinobi for this investigation. Another counselor, an elderly woman with lavender-colored hair that was put into a bun, noted, frowning. You are the Kazekage, you should not have to rely on the help of another village such as Konoha to conduct your own investigation. Chobasama, I didn't need their assistance, I only welcomed it. Gaara replied. He crossed his arms slightly. Under normal circumstances, I would have asked the council for assistance with such an investigation, but since the council already saw fit to investigate without my knowledge or opinion on the matter, I see no wrongdoing on my part. Godame-sama, please forgive us for that. The first counselor, Tojuro spoke again. However, you cannot blame us for being suspicious due to your relationship with Kankuro. If Kankuro is guilty, then he will be found guilty and I will willingly employ any punishment his way. However, that is if he is guilty. The Kazekage finally took his seat and proceeded to stare intently at each member of the council, his eyes narrowed. I do not approve of you all going behind my back in this way and making assumptions that I would hide a crime that he committed. As such, I trust you will allow this concession and approve of any testimony that the Konoha shinobi can give based off their investigation. The council remained silent for a moment. Many of them looked down, not meeting the hard gaze of the Ichibai Jinchuriki. I understand your anger, Godame-sama. Cho proceeded to speak up. However, they are still Konoha. Let it go, sis. The counselor to her right spoke up. The counselor was an elder man that had very thick white eyebrows and had his hair completely covered in white bandages atop his head, underneath his face guard. Godame-sama is speaking the truth. He is also the law of this village and has the right to grant permission like this. Just let this pass. Thank you for your understanding, Ebizo-jisama. Gaara nodded his head in approval. Well, if the Konoha shinobi have any pressing evidence to give one way or the other, I would personally like to hear it. Another counselor, Yura, spoke up. What was the fruit of your investigation like? You are the ones who began this investigation in the first place without discussing it with me. Gaara said as he crossed his arms. It would be better if the council begin revealing evidence first. Surely you all know the evidence by now. Tojuro noted, laughing in disbelief. Kankuro was discovered with DNA samples of the deceased shinobi he grave-robbed and experimented on, including the arm of the Yondaime Kazekage, his own father, hidden deep within his workshop. Where did the initial suspicions come from? The Naruto questioned, frowning. Because you all kept Gaara in the dark like this, you must have suspected Kankuro early. Why? The initial suspicion developed because of the likelihood of a puppeteer shinobi being involved. Ebizo spoke up, frowning. Bodies disappearing like that, we suspected someone was following in Sasori's footsteps. Sasori. Katsumi spoke up, frowning. Akasuna no Sasori, Suna's most infamous missing shinobi. Temari answered, frowning. The most infamous puppeteer shinobi. He is known as the first practitioner of creating human puppets, puppets made from the corpses of other humans that still maintain the individual abilities of the person when they were alive. It's a disgusting practice. And as Sasori's grandmother, I resent that he followed such a path. It is my deepest shame. Cho commented, shaking her head. Nevertheless, it is an idea that one day, a puppeteer could follow in his footsteps. So when bodies started disappearing of high-profile shinobi, the exact ideal candidates for human puppets, it became clear that a puppeteer would be the biggest suspect. And since Kankuro is one of the best rising stars of Suna's puppeteer shinobi, he made a prime suspect. It would make sense for him to move on to that step at some point based off his own personal development. But that is presumptuous. Temari shouted. Kankuro is the son of the Yondaime Kazekage and one of the most patriotic people towards Suna itself. And isn't one of Konoha's most infamous missing shinobi the rising star of the Uchiha clan, who ended up slaughtering his entire clan? Yura countered, frowning. You can never predict a person's true motives, no matter how ideal they seem on the surface. Kankuro's family and his patriotism do nothing to defend him from suspicion. But you said he was trying to create human puppets, yes. Hanabi spoke up, her hand going to her chin. If that were the case, then why would he return the corpses after some experimentation? Wouldn't he have kept them? That's a good point. Naruto glanced over at his student and smiled. Just as perceptive and smart as your sister, Hanabi. While that is true, we can assume that he was just doing some basic experimentation. That is all. Tojuro countered, frowning. We can confirm that he had some interest, since the Yondaime Kazekage's arm was missing and found in his room. Need I also remind the council that one of the bodies was not found at all? Yura added. The Honorable Pakura's body was never found. As her body contains the fabled Scorch Release Kekii Genkai, it makes sense that she would be an ideal candidate for a human puppet. Kankuro must have chosen her after experimenting with other corpses and figuring out how to approach the subject. Bullshit. Kankuro hissed. He tried to get out of the chair, but the chains holding him down were too much. After struggling for a few minutes, he finally relented to his confines again and settled on glaring at Yura. I would never dream of doing something like that, especially to someone who died for our village like her. Might I also add that her body was never found when we investigated Kankuro's workshop? And you all didn't find it either. Naruto noted. I don't think that should be used as set-in-stone evidence. We simply haven't discovered that body yet. We'll find it eventually. Tojuro replied dismissively. Once we do find it, we'll see it probably with some modifications to turn it into a puppet. Make no mistake, we will have proof soon. You don't know if you will, though. Katsumi spoke up. You're expecting to find it at some point with just the right evidence? That's a bunch of dash. In any case, you do realize that Kankuro had an alibi the night Pakura's body was stolen. Temari spoke up. Please, remind me when the body was first noticed missing. 7 in the morning. Yura announced. Nothing about Kankuro's alibi grants him full exoneration, however. How so? Temari asked. We believe that the body must have been stolen sometime after 2 in the morning, that was the last time one of the guards peeked into the tomb and noticed no disturbances in the area. Yura continued as he brought his right hand to his chin. Kankuro was reported to have been seen leaving your mansion, Godame-sama, at 4. He was consistent with his reason why. Gaara stated, crossing his arms. He was going to Saba village to buy steak and spices for dinner. Which by the way, when my squad arrived in Suna, we came in at the same time as Kankuro, who had the steak he went out to buy. Naruto added. We can confirm his location when your team arrived and that he did, indeed, have steak. However, we cannot confirm that he did go to Saba village. There is nothing to prove that he did. Ebizo noted. He claimed to have a witness, the shopkeeper he claimed to have met, but that ended up being a false lead, since the man he claimed to have met is dead. Which I find suspect. Temari stated, crossing her arms. Isn't that convenient, huh? The man who could confirm Kankuro's alibi is mysteriously dead. You could also interpret it the other way around, the person who could prove his alibi was a lie is dead. Tojuro added. This is going nowhere. Cho spoke up, rolling her eyes. This topic is going nowhere, as both sides can argue their part. There is no evidence to suggest either the vendor Kankuro died because he could prove or deny the alibi, one cannot be proven over the other. Actually, I believe we can prove that the vendor died because he could prove Kankuro was lying about his alibi. Yura commented. There is testimony that backs it up, the testimony of the shinobi who reported the death to us. On cue with his words, the door to the council room opened up. Mukid proceeded to walk in. He bowed his head in respect to everyone in attendance before walking forward, closer to the round table. Honorable Council, Godame-sama, visiting Konoha shinobi. He greeted. I reject Mukid's testimony. I ordered Seititsu to investigate Saba village and to meet with the vendor and, as such, would prefer his testimony. Gaara stated. However, I understand that there is apparently some information the council was concerned about me having related to this. Please understand that we temporarily hid information because it was most distressing to us and leads to a pretense of a cover-up. Tojuro said, frowning. Seititsu, indeed, was the man who reported this information. However, sometime before returning to the village, the man had been attacked. What? Temari nearly gasped. What happened? Seititsu-san was limping by the time he returned to the village and was incredibly wounded. He had many injuries on his back and looked as if he was struggling to maintain consciousness. Mukid answered, frowning. As the shinobi on guard duty to the village, I approached him and he informed me of his testimony and told me to share the information with the council and the Kazekage. The Jonin's face then steeled itself as he looked at Gaara. He then fell unconscious. Fearing the worst, I brought him to the hospital to get his wounds attended. Afterwards, I then went first to the council and, from there, was ordered to keep quiet about this. And why, specifically? Gaara questioned, his eyes narrowing angrily. I am the Kazekage and a shinobi I had just sent on a mission was attacked. Go Dame-sama, you must understand it from our point of view. Yura said, frowning. Seitsu-san would also be able to confirm that the vendor had died and maybe was done to cover up Kankuro's lie. Before he can give the information, though, he gets attacked along the way. It is highly likely that someone was sent on Kankuro's behalf to silence the vendor. It is highly likely that this same person also attempted to do the same to Seitsu-san. While we acknowledge that it might be paranoia, it is best to be safe and assume that you could have been the person to order the hit. As such, we wanted to keep you in the dark of Seitsu-san's condition, lest you did not know he survived and would go to finish the job yourself. Another counselor spoke up. The sheer level of distrust for me is disgusting. Gaara stated. Make no mistakes, I will not forget this in the slightest when this trial is over. For what it's worth, the entire council was not in agreement over this. My brother and I, for example. Cho commented, frowning. This is why we compromised with the rest of the council and still ordered Mukid to report the information of the vendor's death to you. I appreciate that and will remember that as well, Cho-basama. However, I am still furious at the amount of overstepping this council has done. The Kazekage stated. We can discuss any overstepping may have done once we prove whether or not your brother committed treason and is responsible for the grave robbing. Yura stated with a sigh. Bah. You mortals waste too much time on meaningless chatter. A voice boomed in Naruto's head. The blonde's eyes widened, Kurama. Despite developing a relationship of sort that maybe resembled friendship, or more likely, acquaintanceship, the Kyuubi no Kitsune and Naruto did not speak too frequently. The fox was not a horribly talkative creature and kept to himself mostly. He mostly only spoke whenever directly spoken to. It usually meant something whenever he was the one to initiate conversation. Humans have always been obsessed with this political crap. It's hilarious how much you place in words. It'd be much simpler to just wipe out this council and assert Shukaku's container's word as the rule of the law. Kurama stated. It doesn't work that way. Doing that could cause people to fear Gaara and could potentially motivate someone to try and rebel and potentially divide the village. Naruto explained. Again, you mortals waste too much time on this. The Biju snarled. For what it's worth, though, you should ask the Jonin who spoke earlier about his guy that was attacked. Why? Naruto questioned. The focus needs to be on Kankuro dash. I know where the focus needs to be. If you want this shit to end and potentially prove your friend innocent, you need to focus on what's suspicious. And that vague account he gave seemed interesting, to say the very least. Kurama replied. Naruto was silent for a moment as he processed the fox's words. I understand, Kurama, but I don't really see what that means. Mukid's an ass, but I don't get how this has anything to do with him. Immediately, the Uzumaki's thoughts changed direction as realization dawned on him. His eyes then turned to Mukid and they narrowed on him. Mukid, what was this Seitsu guy's injuries like again? Naruto asked. Be specific. Mukid frowned in response, but nodded his head. He had multiple wounds on his back and his jacket was covered with blood. It looked like stab wounds. He was also limping, so he might have had injuries to his leg. He looked like he was on the verge of collapse. I'm not fully certain on specifics though. And how long did he stay conscious? Naruto asked again. I'd say a minute or so after he got to my position. Just enough time to tell me the relevant information. The Suna Jonin replied. Naruto's eyes narrowed further. I find it weird, then. Because based off your descriptions of his injuries, he should have passed out somewhere in the desert between the villages, unless he was close to the village when he was attacked. But if that were the case, then why did you not come help him fend off his attacker? What do you mean? Mukid questioned, frowning. I didn't sense an attack, so I couldn't help him. I don't know how close he was to the village, so dash. You said he was limping, through the desert. While I do believe people can do amazing things when determined and their bodies are full of adrenaline, I don't think moving through the desert is ideal. Plus, if he was bleeding extensively, he'd have to eventually pass out from blood loss. It's just, Super convenient he managed to get back just in time to give you the information. Unless he was close enough to the village, but if that were the case, then why would you not have helped him? Cause you would have definitely been able to sense or see a fight if it were happening. No, I wouldn't have, cause I swear I didn't sense any fight. Mukid shouted. Uzumaki-san, isn't it? Cho spoke up, looking at the Kyubi Jinchuriki. What are you implying with this questioning? My point was, maybe we are thinking about this incorrectly. You council people and Gaara sent one shinobi out to get testimony from the vendor about Kankuro's alibi, since this is not a difficult task and doesn't require a whole group. What if we look at it this way, what if Seitsu got testimony that was inconvenient? Inconvenient? Tojuro asked, frowning. What do you mean? What if the vendor that sold Kankuro was the stake was alive? And confirmed to him that Kankuro was there at the time he claimed he was? Naruto questioned. Seitsu told me that the vendor was dead. Mukid shouted in response. He dash. See, the thing is, we're assuming that all parties in this case are loyal. Naruto interrupted. Your testimony holds merit because we are assuming you're loyal to Tsunagaku. And in theory, why would anyone doubt you? You haven't done anything wrong. The blonde's gaze proceeded to turn icy. Except ignore your comrade having a major battle that wounded him gravely, unless maybe you were the one to attack him. Uzumaki-san, you can't be insinuating that Mukid attacked Seitsu, are you? Yura questioned, frowning. That's dash. What I'm insinuating. Naruto continued, nodding his head confidently. Cause otherwise, it doesn't make sense. It'd be super coincidental for this fight to have occurred far enough away that Mukid couldn't sense a battle, but also close enough that Seitsu could limp his way back to the village just in time to pass out right after giving information. Naruto-sensei's logic makes a ton of sense. Kanji noted as a small smirk developed on his lips. Heh. This is actually pretty cool. If Mukid was involved in this, then that would potentially mean he had a reason that the testimony would be problematic for him. It would prove Kankuro wasn't the culprit. Ebizo noted. Ebizo-jisama, are you actually starting to believe Kankuro is innocent? Yura questioned in surprise. I know I'm starting to assume that. Cho spoke up, frowning slightly. I didn't really think anything about Mukid's interaction with Seitsu, but Uzumaki-san's logic makes sense. I got to see the injuries Seitsu has, I highly doubt he would have been able to remain conscious after his fight. Now that I am thinking about it from this perspective, for Mukid to have had any interaction with him now seems suspect to me. But then, it makes no sense for Mukid to try and attack Seitsu about whether or not the vendor was alive, unless Mukid is the one doing the grave robbing. Gaara realized, crossing his arms. And the vendor's testimony, and by proxy Seitsu's, would clear Kankuro's name and open up investigation in other shinobi, which could expose his guilt. But Mukid is not a puppeteer shinobi. He wouldn't be trying to follow Sasori's footsteps. Yura stated. That's because we are assuming the culprit was stealing the bodies for that reason. Mukid could have done such a crime for other reasons. Tamari commented as her eyes narrowed on him. You're responsible, aren't you? There's no proof of this. Mukid hissed loudly, interrupting her. Where is the proof any of this happened? You can't believe any of this bullshit. He then turned his head to Naruto and started to glare at the blonde. Well? Where's the proof of any of this? Well, I know an easy place to find proof, maybe. Why don't we all take a trip to Saba village? And maybe try to find this meat vendor one more time. Naruto suggested. The meat vendor is dead. Mukid hissed. Seitsu reported It's your word that Seitsu reported this. We do not know. For all we know, he is still alive. Gaara spoke up, crossing his arms. I'll send another shinobi to check. Perhaps I could even do it myself, in case there is another ambush set up. Perhaps a council member would like to accompany me to verify my report. Mukid's eyes widened ever so slightly. Kazekage-sama, I do not believe that is necessary. I concur with Kazekage-sama. I'll accompany him. We can get a confirmation. Cho spoke up. In the meantime, we can do a brief investigation on Mukid's movements these past couple of days. You suspect me? The Tsunagakuer Jonin mumbled quietly. His hands tightened into fists as he turned to face Kankuro. He's the culprit. Don't waste your time. I'm not the culprit. As they're going to find out. Kankuro replied. And they'll find you guilty. It is decided, Chobasama and I will go to Saba village. I should not be gone long. Gaara stated as he held out his hand towards Mukid. In the meantime, Temari, please apprehend this suspect for the time being until his guilt is either confirmed or denied. With pleasure. Temari said with a smirk as she walked towards Mukid. Mukid instinctively took a step backwards. His eyes started to scan the area around him before he exchanged a look with Yura. The councilman steeled his eyes and shook his head. They'll confirm Kankuro's innocence, then I'll be locked up permanently. I can't assist Sasori-sama like that. I need to escape. Somehow. Mukid's eyes scanned the room. Before he could do anything, however, the ground around his feet started to open. Rocks rushed forward from the ground and surrounded his lower body. He looked in horror as he turned his attention towards the other shinobi, looking for the source. They narrowed in on Katsumi, who had hands crossed in a hand seal. Strange. I don't recall your student being named Temari. Gaara commented to Naruto with the slightest hint of a smirk on his face. Sorry, Kazekage-sama. But I thought he looked like he was going to escape. Figured I might as well give it a chance to help. Katsumi spoke up, rubbing the back of her head sheepishly. He wasn't paying attention anyway. Some jonin, huh? Don't mock me because you go the jump on me. You're just some fresh Konoha genin. You got lucky that I was focused on more pressing matters. Mukid hissed, giving up all pretenses. You think you're so special? You're not. You're nothing to me. Within an instant, Mukid channeled chakra to his lower body and blew off the stone prison holding him in place. Eyes filled with anger, he turned to Katsumi and rushed forward, reaching for a kunao. He got to her quicker than he could react, causing her eyes to widen. Mukid, you idiot. Yura shook his head, closing his eyes. Sasori-sama will surely not miss a spy this foolish. Before Mukid's knife could connect to her, however, Naruto jumped in. The Konoha Jonin was standing right behind Mukid, holding his own kunao with his right hand against the man's back while his left hand locked him in a chokehold. What kind of miserable piece of shit are you? You're so bitter that a genin got a jump on you that you sacrifice whatever plans you had to escape just to get some revenge. You're a fucking idiot. Naruto growled. His eyes then moved over to Gaara. I assume you want this asshole alive to question. I do, so unfortunately, I do need you to not kill him. Gaara replied. Gotcha. The Uzumaki nodded his head before turning his attention back to the man. Lucky bastard. Whatever torture Gaara gives you will be infinitely better than what I would do to you. No one dares try to touch my students and get away with it. Mukid did not get a chance to respond. Naruto tightened his grip around his neck. The man struggled and tried to pull away, but was unable to. He quickly fell into unconsciousness. Naruto finally lightened his grip and dropped him to the ground. Temari then rushed over and picked him up. He'll be in a cell, locked up when he wakes up. Gaara will be alerted when he wakes so he can talk to him about the missing bodies. Temari stated. Good. Naruto nodded his head. He then turned his head towards Katsumi. Hey, you okay? Katsumi was shivering slightly in place, her eyes focused intently on her unconscious body of Mukid. Naruto, Hanabi, and Kanji all were looking at her in concern. The kunoichi was silent for a moment before she finally turned attention to Naruto and nodded her head. I'll be fine. She said softly. J just need to get more used to things like that. The blonde Jonin frowned, but nodded his head in understanding. Regardless, we have at least a prime suspect. I will interrogate Mukid when he wakes up and see if his testimony provides any more info for me. Gaara stated. He then turned to the council members, still sitting down in their chairs. I trust that this is enough evidence to confirm my brother's innocence. Indeed, Kazekage-sama. Cho nodded her head. We apologize for the overreach in our powers in our arrest and investigation. Ebizo added, bowing his head. While I understand your motives, this is something we will discuss again at a later date. I am your Kazekage and you are my counsel. We need to have a better working relationship to prevent situations like this from happening again. It does our village harm if we do not fully trust each other. We understand and apologize once more, Kazekage-sama. Yura replied, bowing his head as well. With the council now at ease, Gaara turned his head and made a gesture with his hand. One of the council members immediately rushed over to the puppeteer and unlocked the shackles holding him in place. All accounts of treason were gone. Kankuro was officially innocent. What an utter shit show. Yura grumbled. When he arrived at Kankuro's trial, he was convinced that they had enough evidence to get Kankuro convicted temporarily. He had spent so long fanning the anti-Kazekage sentiment amongst all council members that would listen to him and enough quality false evidence was planted. He was not naive to believe the accusation would hold for too long, but it would for just long enough to cause chaos. Mukid, you should have just gone and killed that meat vendor. Why did you do something so stupid as simply attacking Seitsu? Yura's thoughts were sour. Your very life right now puts Sasori-sama in danger, now that you're in custody. I'm going to have to arrange an accident for you. The council member sighed to himself as he entered his mansion. As he walked in, however, his eyes widened at the sight that he saw. Kabuto-sama. Yura mumbled. Why are you still here? Standing in the living room with a bag over his shoulders was Kabuto. The silver-haired shinobi was currently sitting in a chair in Yura's kitchen, reading over a scroll. He turned his attention to the council member upon hearing his voice and he smiled. Ah, Yura. I was wondering when your trial would have ended. He stated. How did it go? I presume Kankuro was found guilty. No. Innocent. Mukid was found guilty in his place. In your place. Yura replied, eyes narrowing. What's the meaning of this? The whole purpose of the trial and the chaos associated was to give you an opportunity to sneak out while the Kazekage was busy. Why are you still here in the village? Oh. My apologies. Kabuto frowned as he pocketed the scroll. I suppose I should have made my own personal changes to schedule known. Changes? Yura's eyes narrowed further as he began to growl. Mukid is now in prison and is a liability and could potentially leak information about Sasori-sama to the Kazekage. This puts Sasori-sama at risk. And you had the gall to just remain here and make that risk entirely meaningless. If it makes you feel better, I can sneak in and slit Mukid's throat before he leaks anything too sensitive. Kabuto offered. Actually, you don't have to give me a yes, I'll do it anyway. You seem awfully confident in your abilities to sneak through the village for someone who needed our assistance to get into Suna. Do you really think you can avoid the Kazekage's detection? The council member asked. Yes. He replied, adjusting his glasses. To be honest, I didn't really need your help getting into the village. A small chuckle escaped his lips. I just used you two as an excuse to re-establish a relationship with Sasori. That was the real purpose for you two. Any relationship you hoped to establish with Sasori-sama will be gone once he finds out about this. Yura snarled. I guess that would be your opinion. Kabuto shrugged his shoulders. He proceeded to stand up from his chair. Are you not even slightly curious why I am still here in Suna? He walked towards Yura, who remained quiet. The council member reached for a kunao. Guess not. Well, I'm still here because I have two things I would like to test out. The first of which is the Konoha Shinobi. The Jonin Shinobi, Uzumaki Naruto, is a person of interest to me. He's the Kyubi Jinchuriki, the student of someone involved in killing Orochimaru-sama. I would like to see how he has developed as a shinobi. Within an instant, Kabuto disappeared. He was now directly in front of Yura. Before the Suna shinobi could react, Kabuto had grabbed him by the throat and pushed him forward, pinning him against the wall of his own home. Yura winced as he dropped the kunao in his hands. The man looked at Kabuto with pained eyes as he could feel his consciousness starting to fade. And the second? He managed to ask. I wish to test out a jutsu that I've been studying. It's an old favorite that Orochimaru-sama learned and I feel like I just figured out the specifics of it, so I'd like to try it out. And I feel as if Suna gives me a chance to try it out and see the extent of its damage. Kabuto replied. Have you ever heard of the Edo Tensei? Ura's eyes widened in horror, as realization dawned on him exactly what was going to happen to him. God, that was a mess. Naruto chuckled as he laid down on a chair in Gaara's library. He and his students were back at the Kazekige's mansion. It was 8 o'clock in the night and they were currently alone. The Kazekage was currently in his office, awaiting to hear word that Mukid had woken up. Temari, Lee, and Tenten were out at dinner, currently discussing plans that they had for tomorrow's lesson for the Sunagakure Academy students. With the mansion to themselves and after a long, busy day, Naruto and his team decided to simply relax. That felt a lot more complicated than I think it should have been. Kanji admitted, frowning. Tell me about it. Naruto grumbled. I'm not the biggest fan of political crap. I don't understand what the council's big issue was today. I'm not the biggest fan of political crap. Ironic statement, coming from a man who wishes to be Hokage. The Yamanaka replied, grinning. Touché. Naruto chuckled. Yeah, it's my weakest aspect, but I'll just learn to deal with it. I think I'm getting better at least. If you aren't, at least my sister will be there with you. Hanabi stated, giggling. Hinata-san I think is getting pretty good with politics. Damn right she is. Then again, she's good at most things. The Jinchuriki stated proudly. His eyes then moved towards Katsumi, who was being quiet. Hey, you sure you okay, Katsumi? I'm fine, Naruto-sensei. She spoke, sighing. I just need some time to process things. Fair. Naruto nodded his head, frowning. For what it's worth, know that as long as I'm here, nothing bad will ever happen to you three. I'll give it everything I got to keep you all safe. I know. Katsumi said, frowning. But, look, is the power difference between a genin and a jonin really that big? You handled that guy so easily and effortlessly, but he already overwhelmed me with killing intent earlier and he even blew off my jutsu without so much as breaking a sweat. She crossed her arms, looking down slightly. It's demoralizing, just seeing how useless I am right now. We're going to get that level someday. Hanabi stated, frowning. Don't talk down to yourself like that. I mean, I don't think there's something wrong with wondering thoughts like that. Kanji admitted with a shrug. I mean, I already know that I'll never reach the level of that Suna Jonin, let alone the level of Naruto-sensei. That's where you're wrong, Kanji. Naruto stated. His genin turned to face him. Look, I understand the general feeling you all have. On my first C-rank mission, I had to face off with an A-rank and S-rank missing ninja who tried to attack Han'Nii. And dash. Who's Han'Nii? Kanji questioned. A close friend of mine. Basically a brother to me. Naruto admitted. He then shook his head. But that's not the topic. The point is that I was completely overwhelmed in power at that point in time. And believe me, it felt very noticeable. I don't think I acknowledged it for a little bit out of stubborn pride, but I know I felt completely outclassed and useless afterwards. But you know what? My Jonin-sensei trained me and my team into the ground and we got stronger. And we continued to get stronger from there. The Jinchuriki smiled as his eyes moved each of his students. You all are fresh genin, just like I was. And even if you feel weak right now, no you're not. You all did impress the hell out of me when I gave you all your graduation test and you all are still impressing me. You're all going to be great shinobi one day, whether you all believe so or not. He then brought a fist up to his face, as a smirk developed on his lips. So don't look back at that Mukid asshole and think you're weak. Use him as motivation to grow stronger. It won't take long before you start noticing improvements. You'll all grow strong, I know so. The three genin students looked at Naruto for a moment in silence. Katsumi and Hanabi both quickly started to smile, nodding their heads in agreement. Thanks, Naruto-sensei. Katsumi said as she brought hands together, her smile turning into a grin. I'll try. I'll try harder than ever to make up for the difference in strength. Unlike his fellow teammates, Kanji had a bit of a mixed expression on his face. Naruto could tell he was not fully believing his words. A second passed before he had a relaxed smile of his own and he chuckled. You've got a way with words, Naruto-sensei. Such a strong way that Hanabi didn't even correct your swearing. He stated with a chuckle. Naruto proceeded to chuckle as well as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Hanabi's eyes widened momentarily. I mean, he was an asshole. That's gotta be okay to call him out as one, yeah? The Jonin asked. Jerk would have worked just as well, just saying. Hanabi commented, crossing her arms slightly. She tried to look annoyed at her Jonin-sensei, however, she had an amused look on her face that betrayed her intent. I do have to second your student, Naruto-san. You do have a way of words that's quite laudable. Team 9 immediately tensed up at the sound of the unknown voice. All three genin proceeded to stand up and get into a defensive formation, each pulling out a kunao. Naruto stood directly in front of them and started to look around him. I know I recognize that voice. I can't place it exactly, but I know that's no friend. Naruto's mind was trying to pinpoint who was around them. Show yourself. Well, since you asked so nicely. Immediately afterwards, Kabuto walked into the library. Naruto tensed up even further as he reached for his own kunao. Yakushi Kabuto. Naruto's eyes narrowed in anger. What the hell are you doing here? You remember me, Naruto-san? I thought the last time we met was back during the preliminary round of the Chunin exams. Kabuto stated with a chuckle. Or did your friend Doso tell you anything more about me? He did. Believe me, I know all about you and your motives for being in Konoha, you traitor. Naruto growled. Again, what the hell are you doing here? You want to get down to business right away? Ah, that's no fun. I wanted to talk for a little bit. Kabuto sighed, shaking his head in mock disappointment. If you most know, I had a few errands to attend to here in Suna. But when I heard you were in the village, I just had to see how you are doing. Naruto-sensei, who is this man? What errands is he talking about? Hanabi questioned, her eyes narrowing on the man. She instinctively activated her Byakugan. Hyuga-san, am I correct? You don't need to worry about my errands. The silver-haired shinobi said as a grin developed on his face. You three genin have nothing to worry about right now. At this moment, I'm just here for your sensei. I'm here to see how Anko-san's prized student has developed. Damn right they have nothing to worry about. Naruto exclaimed as he brought his hands into a hand sign. Cause I'm gonna wipe the floor with you before you can do anything. I have no clue what you are doing here in Suna, but coming up to me was a big mistake. I'm taking you back to Konoha, dead or alive. What is going on? Gaara questioned to himself as he ran through Sunagakure's prison. The Kaze cage had been in his office, waiting for word that Mukid was conscious, when he was alerted of a new presence in Sunagakure, an entity that had cage-level chakra reserves that had seemingly materialized at Sunagakure's prison. Gaara immediately rushed over to the prison as fast as possible and was now rushing through the prison hallways towards the source. All Suna shinobi should feel this. I trust they'll be coming this way. I may need backup for this. Gaara realized as he turned the corner through the prison hallways. Who the hell is this, though? And how big of a threat are they? And, why does the chakra source feel familiar? It almost resembles. Gaara's thoughts were interrupted as he finally reached his destination. A door to a private cell was completely blown off, rock and brick scattered throughout the hallway. Gaara proceeded to walk into the room and his eyes widened. In the center of the bare cell was Mukid, blood dripping from a gaping hole in his chest. Standing directly above the body was a man with spiky, short auburn-colored hair, wearing a simple black long-sleeve shirt with chainmail underneath and black sweatpants. He had two canisters that were tied neatly to the side of his pants. The man looked up over to Gaara. The Godame Kaze cage stared directly into the man's eyes, completely black eyes that were devoid of pupils, coloration, or any life in them. How is he alive? Gaara wondered in disbelief as he stared intently at Raza, the Yondaime Kaze cage and his father. Chapter 65, The Grave Robber and the Kaze Cage. Damn right they have nothing to worry about. Naruto exclaimed as he brought his hands into a hand sign. "'Cause I'm gonna wipe the floor with you before you can do anything. I have no clue what you are doing here in Suna, but coming up to me was a big mistake. I'm taking you back to Konoha, dead or alive." Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a poof of smoke, 50 clones of Naruto appeared throughout the room. 3 of them rushed to his genin students' sides while the rest of the clones quickly surrounded Kabuto. "Alright, let's get you guys out of here," one of the clones told the genin. "What? But we can help fight," Katsumi quickly stated. "We dash." "Not happening," the second clone interrupted. "This guy's too dangerous. We're keeping you 3 safe." Immediately, the 3 clones grabbed onto the 3 genin and disappeared, using the Shunshin. Practical decision to get your students out of the crossfires, but do you think we should follow them outside? Kabuto questioned with a smirk, his eyes moving from clone to clone. "We are in the Kazekige's mansion, after all. It would be a shame if anything were to get too damaged in our fight." In response, the Naruto clones charged forward at Kabuto. A few of the clones brandished kunao, a few charged forward with their fists, and a few began running through hand signs. Kabuto chuckled to himself as he began to crouch, lowering himself to the ground. He then held his palms outward. Dance of the Willow. As the first set of the clones reached Kabuto's side to attack, 8 long, sharp bones grew outward from Kabuto's body, from his palms, knees, elbows, and shoulders. Kabuto used the bones to parry the kunao strikes and return a strike at the clones, causing them to disappear. 15 clones proceeded to back off as Kabuto's dance proceeded to slice through all the other clones. They proceeded to share a look between each other before they all continued forward, creating the same hand signs. Wind style, drilling air bullets. All 15 clones released bullets of air from their mouths that flew rapidly towards Kabuto. The silver-haired shinobi jumped into the air. The bones on his body retracted back into the skin as he held out his hands, making a sweeping gesture at the clones. 10 finger drilling bullets. Hardened bones released from his fingertips, moving rapidly towards the Naruto clones. The bullets collided with them, causing them to disappear. Kabuto landed smoothly on the ground, the real Naruto standing at a distance, glaring at him. "What kind of jutsu was that?" he questioned. "Were you using your own bones for those jutsu?" "I was. That's all thanks to a very special Kekkei Genkai found only in the Kagaya clan, the Shikatsumayaku, or dead bone pulse," Kabuto explained. "With it, I can manipulate my own skeletal structure, manipulating the growth and structure of my bones. I can grow additional bones that I can use as weapons, amongst other things." Naruto shook his head. "Last I heard, you did not have such a Kekkei Genkai. Actually, it sounds nearly identical to another shinobi that worked for Orochimaru that Teiwane and Doso mentioned before." "You're right, I wasn't born with this ability. That honor belonged to the late Kagaya Kimimaro, a faithful servant to Orochimaru-sama," Kabuto explained. "However, I tended to his body and, through a mixture of technique and research, managed to meld his DNA into mine, helping me gain access to the Shikatsumayaku and all of the jutsu associated with it." A chuckle proceeded to escape his lips. "I'm sure Orochimaru-sama is quite jealous right now. So you stole his bloodline ability, that's so horrible." Realization dawned on Naruto's face as a disgusted scowl developed. "You're the one who was grave robbing. You stole bodies so you can experiment with and add more abilities to your own arsenal. Guilty as charged." The silver-haired shinobi replied, chuckling. The Jinchuriki's scowl deepened. "Yeah, you're coming back to Konoha dead. But I'll make sure that you stay alive just a little bit longer so that way I can introduce you to the Kazekage. I'm sure Gaara would love to meet you." He immediately brought his hands together. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hurricane Manifestation. The ground directly underneath Kabuto's feet proceeded to light up. His eyes lit up in realization as a large tornado-like wind swept upward. The wind pierced the ceiling of the room, knocking Kabuto upward all the way to the roof of the mansion. "Sorry for the hole in your mansion, Gaara. I'm sure you'll forgive me when I give you this scumbag, though," Naruto thought to himself as he disappeared. Using the Shunshin, Naruto appeared directly on top of the mansion's room. The giant tornado was still there, spinning rapidly. Within a second, Kabuto forced himself out of the wind. The silver-haired shinobi's glasses were slightly cracked and there were a few cuts on his skin. Despite the damage he just took, he did not seem angered. "I'm impressed you managed to slip a seal that fast underneath me, I didn't even notice it. That's quite impressive." The former right hand of Orochimaru praised. "I suppose that's just to be expected of an Uzumaki's Fuinjutsu." Naruto did not respond to the man. He proceeded to bite his right thumb before running through a series of hand signs, summoning jutsu. In a poof of smoke, Gameiken appeared on the roof, gripping his Sazumata tightly. "Hey Gameiken, I'm going to need as much help defeating this guy. Be careful with approaching him," Naruto warned the toad as he made a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Both Naruto and Gameiken were immediately surrounded by over 100 Naruto clones. All of the clones started to move closer towards Kabuto, eyeing him cautiously. In contrast, Kabuto seemed to assess the situation curiously, as if he was deciding what technique he should use. Kabuto has access to a Kekii Genkai that he shouldn't. I have no idea what other abilities he managed to steal. I'm going to need to be as cautious as possible when approaching him. I cannot let this guy get out of here. Naruto realized. "How are you still alive?" Gaara questioned Raza, his eyes narrowing. The stunned silence he had experienced was fading away and he was now looking at the man with a mixture of confusion and anger. "Orochimaru killed you. How can you still be here?" Raza stared back at Gaara intently. The Godame Kaze Cage was unable to place the emotion on his face. A few seconds passed before the man simply sighed. "Gaara." Raza finally spoke. Gaara crossed his arms, shaking his head. "I'll ask it again, how are you here right now?" "Gaara, while I am physically here, I am not alive." The Yondaime Kaze Cage answered. "I was summoned here from beyond the grave by another, unknown shinobi and am meant to fulfill their objectives. The first of which was to kill this man right here." Gaara was silent once again, his eyes focused intently on Raza. They then moved downward to the canisters on his father's side. He could sense the man's infamous gold dust inside. He could also sense that the dust was moving about, as if it was preparing to be launched forward in an attack. "The man you just killed was just found guilty of treason against Tsunagakure. As the Godame Kaze Cage, I was waiting for him to regain consciousness so I could ask him questions about his actions against Suna," the Jinchuriki stated sharply as he uncrossed his arms. The cork on his gourd proceeded to open. "I suspect that the person who summoned you is the one whom Yukid was working for." "Godame Kaze Cage, huh?" Raza's lips twitched slightly. "You really have grown, Gaara." He was about to say more, but the man could feel his body starting to move without his consent. A grimace developed on his lips. "Gaara, I am about to attack. You best be prepared. Before Raza could finish his statement, gold dust rushed from the canisters on his hips, moving directly at Gaara like a sharp needle. The sand in Gaara's gourd rushed forward, creating a barrier of sand. The sand blocked the gold dust from piercing initially, however the gold dust continued to apply force. A second passed before a small hole started to develop in Gaara's barrier of sand. His eyes widened slightly. The gold dust needle proceeded to break through his sand and rush towards him. The Jinchuriki moved to the side just in time, avoiding the attack, and made a sweeping gesture. Sand rushed from the ground of the prison cell in the shape of spikes, attempting to skewer the Yondaime Kaze Cage. The man, however, jumped backwards, moving outside from a hole in the wall. Gaara jumped forward through the hole as well. A platform of sand developed directly underneath his feet as began to float directly over the village of Tsunagakure. Floating in the sky as well, underneath a platform of gold dust, was Raza. "Gaara, please recall that my gold dust is heavier than your sand. It was how I able to control Shukaku. You need to fight me carefully, or else I will overwhelm you," Raza warned. "That was when I was a child. Today, you will not be able to overwhelm me," Gaara said sharply as he crossed his arms. Sand rushed forward from the ground underneath them. Two large pillars of sand quickly developed and moved rapidly through the air. They rushed Raza's body, attempting to crush him. Gold dust surrounded the Yondaime Kazekij's body, creating a barrier that stopped the sand. Within the safety of his barrier, Raza lifted his right hand, causing gold dust particles to develop behind Gaara's back. The gold dust changed shape into several needles that flew towards Gaara. Gaara lowered his hands, causing the platform of sand to lower closer to the ground, causing the needles to miss. These gold needles, however, proceeded to redirect themselves and fly towards Gaara once again. The Jinchuriki clapped his hands together. Just as the gold dust needles were about to reach Gaara's body, sand rushed from Gaara's gourd and surrounded the multiple needles in a circular prison. Gaara extended his right hand, causing the orb of sand to move forward, before he caused the sand to implode. As sand started to drip downward back to the ground, gold dust particles dripped as well, no longer in the shape of the needles. Your gold dust is heavier than my sand and there's nothing I can do about that. However, I have the strength to overcome that disadvantage. Gaara said as he brought his hands together again. Sand hail. The sand from the ground rushed further up into the sky, above his and Raza's positions and formed a cloud of sand. Sand proceeded to drop from the sky in the shape of large boulders, aiming directly for Raza's completely encased body. The sand boulders buffeted the gold dust orb. After continuous strikes, a crack started to develop on the gold dust. The orb proceeded to fall apart, leaving Raza's body exposed. The Yondaime Kazekij, however, was in the process of finishing hand signs. Gold dust stream. A large column of gold dust rushed upwards. The dust rushed through the falling sand boulders, piercing them and causing them to crumble. The gold dust continued upward until it reached the cloud, causing the cloud to dissipate back into normal sand. Raza proceeded to lower his right hand, causing the gold dust stream in the sky to barrel downwards towards Gaara. Sand immediately rushed out of Gaara's gourd, intercepting the blast. The two streams collided with each other, trying to overpower each other, before they both dissipated, falling neatly to the ground. You were able to prevent my gold dust from dominating your sand. A small, sad smile developed on Raza's lips. You have grown stronger indeed, Gaara. Stop saying that. Gaara shook his head, scowling slightly as he made another gesture, causing more sand from the ground to rise up around him. The situation was already troubling, reuniting with his father and being forced to fight him. Raza's comments about his growth were only making the situation more uncomfortable for him. That dust, that can't be. Raza-sama can't be alive, can he? He is. But why is he fighting Godame-sama? What's going on? Tsunagaku shinobi and citizens were starting to observe the fight in the sky with a mix of awe, confusion, and fright. They could see the sand and gold dust competing against each other, continuously trying to overwhelm each other. After each collision, streams of sand and gold dust would fall to the ground, making scattered piles everywhere. With each passing second, the bystanders were getting more concerned and more anxious. Temari-san, isn't your father dead? Lee questioned the kunoichi. He is. But there's not a single other person than him who should be able to use those jutsu. It has to be him. Temari replied, biting her lip, her hand instinctively going to her fan. Damn it. I have no clue what's going on. This is the thing that happened when Orochimaru attacked our village during the Chunin exams. Tenten realized as she rubbed her chin in thought. He brought the Shodai and Nidaime Hokage and the Shodai Tsuchikage. Someone must have done that with your father. But who? Temari growled. Who the hell was able to dash? Temari. The three shinobi turned their attention towards Kankuro, who was rushing over to them. The puppeteer was holding a large scroll in his hands. Why's father dash? I don't know Kankuro, but he's here and he's trying to kill Gaara. Temari gritted her teeth. I need to get up there and fight him. Gaara-san is most likely engaging him in the air so that way the fight doesn't affect civilians. With the nature of their attacks, fighting on the ground or on a building could have drastic effects. Lee noted, frowning. Temari, you can fight though, can't you? Tenten questioned. I've heard you have some impressive abilities with wind-style ninjutsu. Surely you can create winds that can help Gaara. I can. I just need to be careful. I don't want to accidentally hit Gaara. Temari grumbled. She pulled out her fan finally and gripped it tightly, but still resisted the urge to swing it. I think I have an idea for that, Kankuro said as he extended his scroll. Before anyone could question him, the puppeteer shinobi unsealed the scroll. A large wooden puppet revealed itself. The puppet had a head that resembled a bat with pointed ears and fangs that were made out of iron. The puppet's head was connected to two large wings. The wings also featured what resembled a strap. Is this a new puppet, Kankuro? Tenten questioned. Sorta. It's actually a puppet made by Chobasama. I was with her when I first noticed the fight between Gaara and Dad. She seemed to realize that I wanted to get involved, so she gave me this puppet, Komori. Kankuro answered. His eyes focused on his sister as he gestured the puppet towards her. It's not particularly a combat puppet, it's a supplement. Whoever is wearing it can fly. Put the puppet on Temari and I will guide you into the fight, away from Dad's attacks. Without question, she grabbed the puppet from Kankuro and tied the strap around her. The head of the puppet rested directly on top of her head. She made a swinging gesture with her fan. The wings of the puppet did not seem to affect her swinging. A smirk developed on her lips as she gave her brother a thumbs up. Give me a moment, if you don't mind. I'm going to get to higher ground so I can get a better look on the fight and be more reactive with how I position you. When I'm in a good spot, I'll automatically move you up. So be ready to fight as quick as you can, okay? Kankuro told her. Temari nodded her head in understanding. Kankuro immediately rushed off, looking for the most ideal position to direct Temari. A few seconds of silence passed as Temari, Lee, and Tenten remained still, watching the fight between father and son. A loud explosion sounded through the area, however. The three shinobi turned away momentarily towards the source of the noise. Something's happening at the mansion. Temari shook her head. Steam clouds were now being emitted from the mansion. What's even happening here? Tenten frowned. Suna's not under attack from an army or something, is it? It shouldn't be. The Suna Jonin shook her head. She then turned her attention to the two Konoha shinobi inside. I'm pretty sure most Suna shinobi are going to be distracted by this incident with father. Would you two dash? Lee had already nodded his head before she could finish, understood. We will see what is going on. The two Konoha shinobi quickly hurried off towards the Kazekige's mansion. Temari was no alone, waiting for Kankuro to get into position. Just wait a moment, Gaara. Kankuro and I are going to help. She braced herself for combat. Father. I have no clue who summoned you here, but I'm going to do everything I can to stop you. Scorch release, incinerating flare technique. Kabuto had created a large flaming orb that expanded around him. The orb erupted, creating a massive circular explosion that covered nearly the whole area of the roof. Naruto, Gameiken, and most of the clones were able to jump into the air high enough in time to avoid the assault. Some of the slower clones, however, were quickly caught on flames and dissipated on the spot. When the explosion faded and steam started to emit from the blast radius, Kabuto remained at the center. Part of his shirt was burnt off and his exposed skin looked burned. He looked as if he had just taken the full force of his own technique. Despite that, he seemed to chuckle as he brought his right hand to his wounds, causing it to be covered in green chakra. Wow, that's quite an interesting technique. Very effective. I think I can incorporate that well into my own arsenal if I use it better. He chuckled to himself as his wounds slowly started to heal. You literally took your own attack. What the hell? Are you just experimenting here or something? Naruto asked. Well, yes. Kabuto continued to chuckle. This is the Scorch Release Kekii Genkai and I just mixed it within my DNA just the other day. I haven't had the chance to experiment with its capabilities yet, so I needed to see what it could do. Naruto, this man is insane. Gameiken noted, his grip tightening on his Sajumata. Am I really? The silver-haired shinobi frowned. All I am doing is trying to improve my understanding of my capabilities. I don't see how that is insane. 5 of Naruto's clones immediately jumped towards Kabuto, placing him within a circle. They each ran through a series of hand signs, Uzumaki Naruto Elemental Barrage. The 5 clones immediately released different elemental ninjutsu simultaneously, one breathing out a massive fireball, another breathing out a bullet of water, another creating bullet-sized rocks, a fourth channeling a wave of electricity from its palms, and the last breathing out rapid-fire bullets of air. Kabuto looked at the upcoming onslaught in excitement as he quickly reached for his right shoulder. He quickly pulled out a large bone that was shaped to resemble a stone and charged forth in the direction of the earth elemental jutsu. With the newly formed bone, Kabuto sliced through the stones, destroying them instantly before they could make contact. He continued forward as the other elemental jutsu collided with each other, charging at the clones. The first clone was immediately sliced in half by the sword-shaped bone, causing it to dissipate. The other 4 clones started to jump back, creating distance. Kabuto, however, turned back towards them and made a swiping gesture with his free hand, releasing a barrage of bone-shaped finger bullets that rushed at them. The bones made contact, destroying the clones immediately. As Kabuto turned his attention to the original Naruto and his remaining clones, Gameiken jumped forward, striking at him with his Sajumata. Kabuto parried the initial strike with his bone and then proceeded to counter-strike. Gameiken jumped into the air, avoiding the attack. The toad then proceeded to close its mouth as it channeled chakra. One of the Naruto clones quickly jumped onto his head, performing hand signs. Fire style, toad oil flare bullet. The clone breathed out a barrage of fire simultaneously with a deluge of oil that Gameiken released. The 2 jutsu combined, creating a massive stream of fire that flew towards Kabuto. The silver-haired shinobi jumped into the air to avoid it. More clones of Naruto, however, predicted that action and jumped into the air, directly above Kabuto's body. Nope. Down you go. One of the clones stated as they all proceeded to make the hand signs, wind style, great breakthrough. All of the Naruto clones released a massive gust of wind from their mouths that Kabuto could not avoid. The wind forced Kabuto's body back downwards, directly into the fire. The winds then collided with the flames as well, fanning them and making the fire even stronger. Ah! Kabuto shouted in pain. His eyes were closed as he brought his hands together, forming hand signs. Water style, giant vortex jutsu. Water began to form around Kabuto's body and began to circle around, completely extinguishing the flames around him. The water then launched upward. The water made direct contact with all the clones above, destroying them instantly. With the fire gone, Kabuto quickly turned his attention back to Gameiken. He swung his hand upwards at the clone above him, sending another bone-sized bullet at him. The bullet quickly pierced the clone before it could move, dissipating it. In response, Gameiken charged forward again. The giant toad swung the Sajumata at Kabuto. He jumped backwards, avoiding the attack. The original Naruto, however, jumped forward at him. Chakra began to channel in his hands. Otama Raise Non. The chakra formed a massive, spiraling ball of pure chakra. Naruto attempted to shove it into Kabuto's back, but the silver-haired shinobi turned around just in time. He proceeded to channel chakra of his own into an orb of pure fire. Scorch Release, Incinerating Flare Technique. The 2 giant orbs collided, creating a massive explosion that knocked both shinobi backwards. Each landed on opposite sides of the room. Naruto stood next to Gameiken, looking at Kabuto intently. Your combat style is dangerously effective, Naruto-san. You have so much deadly attacks in your arsenal. Kabuto praised as he brought his right hand, which was covered again in green chakra, to more of his exposed skin, healing his wounds. You're downright ruthless. I'm doing whatever it takes to take you down. Naruto stated sharply as he brought his hand together, preparing for another attack. Don't say that, Naruto-san. Kabuto frowned. I'm not trying to kill you, after all. I'm just trying to gauge your strength, after all, since I have the opportunity to. Gauge my strength for what? Naruto's eyes narrowed. I want to know if you'll be able to survive against Akatsuki. He answered. Naruto's eyes somehow narrowed even further, and what do you know about Akatsuki? And why do you care if I can beat them? We aren't friends, Naruto-san, but in this case, I'd rather you not die to them. Kabuto answered. Are you an enemy of theirs? The blonde asked. Am I? Probably not, At least, I'm not one to them yet. The former right hand to Orochimaru shrugged his shoulders. It's just in my benefit that I don't have to worry about a few members of their group. Well, you aren't going to have to worry about them. 'Cause you're going to be dying tonight. Naruto replied as he started finishing hand signs. Wind style, drilling air bullets. After inhaling a deep breath, Naruto released a barrage of bullets of pure air directly at Kabuto. The silver-haired shinobi jumped into the air, avoiding them. Gameiken jumped back into the fight, swinging his Sazumata once again. Kabuto, however, turned his body towards the toad this time and extended his hands forward. Many hidden shadow snake hands. Immediately, hundreds of snakes shot forth from Kabuto's sleeves. The snakes rushed at Gameiken, forcing him backwards and biting him in the process. The toad shouted in pain as the snakes began to increase the strength of their bite. Poison was starting to drip from the teeth of the snakes directly into the wounds of the toad, which caused him to scream even louder. A few seconds passed by before the toad's eyes stared to close and he disappeared in a poof of smoke, having returned home. Damn it! Naruto shook his head. I seem to get the up on him, but he manages to make quick work of all my clones and now just managed to beat Gameiken with only one real attack on him. Just how strong is this guy now? A few seconds passed by before the snakes returned to Kabuto's sleeves. He adjusted his glasses for a second before turning back to Naruto, still smiling. Anything else you'd like to do, Naruto-san? I still got time before I have to get out of here. He questioned. Fuck. Naruto growled, shaking his head. He's toying with me. I know he is. Then don't toy any longer with him yourself. Kurama's voice echoed in his head. Take him down already. The Uzumaki nodded his head as he closed his eyes, beginning to channel the Kyuubi's chakra. I think Naruto-sensei is channeling the Kyuubi's chakra. Hanabi commented, her Byakugan eyes focused on the battle she was seeing. He must be taking this seriously. The 3 Genin students of Team 9 were outside of the Kazekige's mansion, in an open field nearby. Naruto's clones had directed them towards there and were currently keeping them there against the will. All 3 were eyeing the top of the mansion. Kanji and Katsumi occasionally turned their attention to Hanabi, awaiting her updates from the battle. God, who the hell is that guy? He's giving Naruto-sensei a run for his money. Katsumi shook her head, her hand going to her wooden sword. We have to help him. Nuh-uh. One of the clones replied immediately. That guy is way too dangerous. So we just have to let Naruto-sensei deal with him by himself? That's bullshit. Katsumi hissed. I second that notion. Kanji replied, crossing his arms. I mean, if this guy is that dangerous, then he needs any help he can get, even if it's help from just his Genin students. Another clone shook its head, I repeat. You're not leaving dash. The clone was interrupted as Hanabi turned her attention to the clone and struck at it with her gentle fist. The clone's eyes widened for a second before it dissipated. Hanabi. Kanji's eyes widened at her reaction. The hell do you think you're doing? The other 2 Naruto clones started sharply. Naruto-sensei is in trouble. Let us go and help him. Please. Hanabi stated sharply. If he needs to use the Kyuubi's chakra, then this is bad and he needs all the help he can get. We can't just abandon him and watch him on the sidelines. Hebihiro, the snake around Hanabi's neck, nodded his head in quiet agreement. We have to be able to contribute something. Kanji added. He's our Jonin-sensei. Come on you dem clones, let us go. Katsumi crossed her arms. The 2 clones shared a look between each other. There was silence for a few seconds before the 2 clones shook their heads. The original is going to kill us for this. One of the clones sighed. Whatever. Go help him. The other clone replied. But before you do, please let us do something. The Naruto clone pulled out 3 slips of paper and a pen. He quickly drew a seal on each of the seals and then walked over to the 3 Genin, slipping them on their back. What seal is that? Kanji questioned. It's for a protective style fuinjutsu that Naruto knows. You'll be safer with that. The clone replied. Now, hurry up, and go help him before we change our minds. The three genin did not need to be told twice, they bolted back towards the mansion, prepared to fight. The two clones, alone, shared a look with each other. We should dissipate so that Naruto knows what's going to happen. One clone said. Naruto's gonna be pissed at us. The other sighed. He'll understand, but he's going to be pissed. With a sigh, the two clones disappeared in a poof of smoke. Wind style, sandstorm devastation. Gaara took in a deep breath before inhaling a massive sand cloud from his mouth that quickly moved through the sky towards Raza. Raza's gold dust rushed forward it, attempting to dissipate it. Gaara, however, quickly moved his hands. The sand began to move apart, avoiding Raza's dust. The sand quickly surrounded the man's body, forming a cocoon. Sand coffin. Gaara quickly opened his right hand before immediately closing it. Sand burial. The sand coffin quickly closed in on itself, crushing Raza's body. Gaara remained still, waiting for a sign that the battle was over. Within a few seconds, however, the sand was immediately forced apart by Raza's gold dust. The sand began to fall. Gaara's eyes widened, however, as he saw Raza's body destroyed. His body parts were scattered, being held up only by his gold dust. It appeared as if his gold dust acted on its accord, destroying the sand coffin. The remains of the Yondaime Kaze cage quickly moved together. The body came back together, quickly reforming Raza's body, as if it had never been attacked. Gaara shook his head. I should have expected that. You're too cautious of a fighter to have gone down that easily. I'm assuming because of the Edo Tensei, you can naturally afford to be a little more reckless with your style. Gaara noted, frowning. I suppose. Raza noted. A small, sad smile developed on his lips. You did a lot of damage to my body, Gaara. I can now feel exactly how strong you are. You definitely deserve to be the Kaze cage. Why are you so complimentary? Gaara questioned, his eyes narrowed. Is it because I'm finally strong enough to control Shukaku? There's not a chance that I'm the threat to Suna that you created me to be, so I'm finally able to treat it like a human. The smile instantly faded and Raza's eyes, despite being filled with no life, were now filled with sadness. Gaara. I'm sorry Dash. Stop with your empty words. It's distracting. Gaara interrupted, as he made a series of hand signs. Simply stay quiet until I can overcome you. Sand tsunami. Sand quickly started to form into a massive pile directly in front of Gaara's body. The sand immediately rushed forward, like an ocean wave at Raza's body. The auburn-haired shinobi moved through the air, avoiding the initial wave. As he avoided it, pillars of sand began to come out, aiming for the floating Yondaime Kaze cage. Raza continued to dodge the new sand and began making a series of hand signs himself. Gold dust combustion. Another large pillar of gold dust rushed forward at Gaara's body. Gaara's sand quickly moved, forming a wall that blocked the attack. The moment the gold dust and sand collided, however, the gold dust exploded. The force of the explosion created a hole in Gaara's sand wall. Raza quickly unleashed a new wave of gold dust that rocketed forward through the hall. Gaara tried to move his body in time, but he was unable to move fast enough. The dust slammed directly into his stomach. He immediately coughed up blood from the force and was immediately knocked off his sand cloud perch. The remaining sand in the sky started to fall down. Shit. Gaara shook his head. I was careless. Gaara quickly closed his eyes, preparing to create another platform of sand to keep him afloat and continue fighting. Before he could, however, he was caught in someone's arms. The Yondaime Kaze cage turned his head and his eyes widened. Temari was in the sky, holding onto him. The Kunoichi was strapped into Kankuro's Komura puppet. Doing all right, Gaara? She asked. I'm fine. Gaara's eyes moved to the puppet's wings. He could see blue chakra strings that were attached to it. I assume Kankuro is the reason you are flying. He is, yeah. She answered with a smirk. We're here to help in whatever way we can take down Father. A smile developed on Gaara's lips as he nodded his head in understanding. Temari let go of her brother, who proceeded to conjure up another platform of sand to stand over. Now that Gaara was stable once again, She reached to her side and grabbed her fan attached to her waist. The two shinobi remained still, floating in the sky, staring at the father. Raza eyed both siblings in surprise. His eyes focused on the expression of both Gaara and Temari before they moved downward in the direction of the chakra strings. The strings connected to the top of a nearby building, where he could see the faint outline of someone. While he could not identify them, the Yondaime Kazekage knew that it was Kankuro. Temari, you and Kankuro are here. Helping Gaara fend me off. Raza stated. I am. The Kunoichi stated. She looked at her father with a forced neutral expression. She gripped her fan tightly. Father, it's rather painful to see you in a situation like this. As it is for me. The father noted. Despite his words, a sad smile developed on his lips. But seeing you two come to fight alongside Gaara does give me some comfort. You three are, indeed, siblings. It was not fully strong, his body was still tethered to this world, but Raza felt comfort. One of his dying regrets was his overall relationship with Gaara and how sealing Shukaku inside his youngest son damaged the relationship between his children. It seems that his concern was unnecessary, they were still family and were there for each other to this day. So, he is using the Kyuubi's chakra. Kabuto noted, seeing the red chakra surround Naruto's body. He saw 3 tails worth of chakra develop and his bodily features start to become feral. A frown developed on the silver-haired shinobi's face. I'm probably going to have to take this more seriously. This is only to gauge him and push him to grow stronger to defeat Akatsuki. I can't afford to let myself become a casualty in this. Wind style, divine wind. Naruto breathed out a massive gust of wind that diverged into multiple wind tornadoes that flew towards Kabuto. The silver-haired shinobi rolled out of the way before the tornadoes could reach him, but the tornadoes proceeded to redirect themselves towards him. The silver-haired shinobi proceeded to make hand signs of his own. Crystal style, growing crystal thorns. The ground underneath Naruto's feet shot upwards. The Uzumaki jumped into the air just in time to avoid getting punctured by a large pink crystal. Alongside the edge of the crystal, more branches of crystals shot outwards, aiming for Naruto's body. The blonde proceeded to dodge again and land on top of one of the branches, then jumped further upward as more branches started to aim for him. More crystal shards developed on the ground directly underneath the tornadoes that were approaching Kabuto. The sheer force of the crystals managed to dissipate them, ending Naruto's jutsu. Another Kekii Genkai you stole from someone. The blonde accused. This one I didn't necessarily steal. Orochimaru-sama had a faithful servant who had the crystal release. He had plenty of DNA samples saved for me to experiment with. Kabuto explained. You still stole it? Naruto retorted as he started to channel chakra into his hands. Otama raised non. Naruto created another massive ball of chakra in his hands that he slammed against the oncoming crystal branches, shattering them instantly. He then slammed the orb against the main crystal, causing it to shatter on impact as well. Shards began to fly throughout the roof, most of which landing on the ground. Naruto turned his attention back to Kabuto. Before the blonde could think of what to do, a memory just developed in his head, the last memories of his shadow clones that he sent to keep his students safe. His eyes widened, what the hell were my clones thinking? 10-finger drilling bullets. Wind style, drilling air bullets. As Kabuto launched another barrage of bone bullets from his finger grips, Naruto exhaled multiple bullets of wind that launched into the air. The two shinobi proceeded to jump away from each other's attacks before continuing a second round of their attacks. The two remained at a distance, attacking each other with their jutsu while narrowly avoiding their attacks. Naruto's eyes were starting to narrow more as Kabuto kept barely avoiding getting hit. I've almost got him. I just need to attack faster. He realized. I need to decisively hit him and fast before. Naruto's eyes widened in panic as Kabuto, after avoiding another barrage of air bullets, turned his head to the left and swiped his hand, launching a barrage of finger bullets. On cue, Hanabi, Katsumi, and Kanji proceeded to jump onto the top of the roof, directly in the line of fire of Kabuto's attack. No. Naruto immediately a hand sign. Fuinjutsu, protective winds. The seals on the backs of the 3 genin started to glow a light blue color before wind escaped from them, completely encasing them in wind. Kabuto's bone bullets attempted to strike at them, but the wind managed to parry the bones right back at the silver-haired shinobi. He moved to the right, avoiding his own attack. Hey! I told you three to get out of here. This isn't safe, damn it. Naruto shouted at them. And it's not safe for you to be facing a guy like this by yourself, Naruto-sensei. Katsumi replied. You need backup. That hasn't been decided yet. What I need for you three, though, is to be safe. The Uzumaki shouted. Get out of here. Naruto-sensei, if there's anything we can do to help you, we will do it. We're not leaving you alone. Hanabi replied, crossing her arms. The snake on her shoulder nodded his head in agreement. Naruto-sensei, don't try and argue with us. Kanji replied as he started making hand signs. We're put together as a team for a reason. You can't just leave us to the side and fight for us. If we can do anything, we'll do anything. That's what a team does, we're supposed to stick together and fight together. Heh. Kabuto proceeded to chuckle. You Konoha shinobi are all the same. There's something so naively sweet about your suicidal behavior. Naruto's eyes turned back to Kabuto. They narrowed in rage. It's not suicidal. I'm not going to let you even touch my students. Oh. A smirk developed on his face. We'll see about that. Lightning style, Thunderbolt. Kanji immediately extended his hands, releasing a wave of lightning from it that rushed at Kabuto. The silver-haired shinobi moved to the side, avoiding the attack. He then rushed forward towards the genin. Katsumi immediately began to run through hand signs. Earth style, Rising Rock Jutsu. A large boulder rose up from the ground directly in front of Kabuto. He proceeded to jump into the air, effortlessly evading it. As he was in the air, the snake around Hanabi's shoulder proceeded to untangle itself and extend its mouth towards Kabuto's body. Kanji noticed the snake's actions and made the same hand signs as before. Water style, Gunshot. Lightning style, Thunderbolt. As Hebihiro unleashed a massive ball of water from his mouth, Kanji proceeded to release another wave of lightning bolts that connected with the water. The large ball of water, now surrounded with electricity, flew in the air towards Kabuto. A smirk developed on his lips as he created another large sphere of fire in his hands. He launched the sphere of fire directly at the approaching water, causing it to rupture and explode. Huh? Did he just destroy that attack with water? Katsumi questioned, her eyes narrowed. Shouldn't that have been impossible? Good thing that wasn't just any type of fire, that was a Kekkai Genkai. Kabuto answered with a smirk as he landed directly behind the girl. Kabuto's right hand became completely encased in blue chakra, resembling a scalpel. He slowly lowered it onto her just as she was turning her head towards him. Otama raised non. Before his attack could connect, Naruto jumped directly in between him and his student, a massive orb of chakra into his hands. Naruto slammed the orb directly into Kabuto's stomach. The force of Naruto's jutsu sent Kabuto flying backwards, the orb of chakra moving alongside him, creating an almost typhoon of chakra around Kabuto's body. What did I tell you? You're not laying a hand on my students. Naruto shouted. A few seconds passed before the spiral of chakra faded away. Kabuto stood there with more of his clothes completely blown off and bleeding from a large wound in his chest. The shinobi proceeded to walk forward. You know, Naruto-san, you reminded me of a bad habit just then. I tend to really enjoy playing around whenever I fight. I got a bit too focused on your students and toying with them that I forgot about you. Kabuto noted, chuckling. Thankfully, I have the Shikatsu Myaku and the benefits it gives to keeping my body in better condition than it should normally be. However, I really need to be more careful, lest you hit me with something that would genuinely kill me. Naruto started to grit his teeth together. Why won't you die already? I told you, Naruto-san. I'm not here to kill you, so I'm not going to let you do the same. I'm just here to see what you are capable of. Kabuto replied with a smile. Although at this rate, I should be wrapping things up. Have anything else you or your genin would like to show me before I have to leave? Naruto's response was to run through another series of hand signs. Wind style, Great Cast Net. Temeri swung her fan, creating gusts of winds in the shape of a giant net. Raza brought his hands together, creating a barrier of gold dust that surrounded himself. The wind sliced into the gold dust, cutting it from different angles, but they were unable to fully pierce it. Raza proceeded to extend his hand, causing the gold dust to rocket forward in a pillar formation at Temeri's body. She was immediately pulled away from the attack by Kankuro, who directed the Komora puppet to fly lower. As Temeri flew downwards, the bat head of the puppet proceeded to open its mouth, releasing a barrage of senbon. Raza moved to his side, avoiding the weapons, before making hand signs. A large cloud of gold dust begins to develop in the sky. Raza's hand signs continue, causing the cloud to grow larger and larger. Temeri swings her fan once again at Raza, creating more gusts of wind aimed at him. Gaara crosses his hands, causing two pillars of sand to rush at Raza. Both attacks manage to hit the Yondaime Kaze cage, the combined effects of both destroying Raza's body, both crushing it and cutting it into pieces. Within seconds, however, the body reforms, leaving the man unharmed again. The large cloud of gold dust in the sky, seemingly unaffected by the temporary destruction of Raza's body, continues to grow. Gaara, Temeri, focus your attention on the cloud, not me. Raza warned. If I finish this jutsu dash. Sand hail. Wind style, great task of the dragon. Temeri swung her fan upwards, creating a few traces of wind that flew upward. At the same time, Gaara created a sand cloud himself that floated directly underneath Raza's gold dust cloud. The sand cloud proceeded to release large sand balls that were launched upward against the gold dust. The dust, however, resisted the impact and remained sturdy. A few seconds passed by before a massive tornado began to descend from the sky, Temeri's jutsu having finished its preparation. The tornado slammed against the gold dust cloud from above while Gaara's sand boulders struck it from below. The gold dust, however, remained stable, not breaking apart. Shit. I put too much chakra into this. Raza realized, shaking his head. You two need to be careful and survive this attack. He closes his eyes, almost afraid to see what was going to happen. Gold dust apocalypse. The giant cloud of gold dust proceeded to release massive barrages of gold dust that moved through the sky, both in the shape and with the speed of lightning bolts. Both Gaara and Temeri barely avoided the first two bolts of gold dust from the sky aimed for them. As they tried to dodge more, a blast from one of them managed to connect with Komora's head, the impact of the attack shattering the whole puppet's body instantly. The Kunoichi's eyes widened as she started to fall to the ground. Temeri! Gaara shouted as he immediately flew to her side. The Yondaime Kaze cage caught his sister before forming a sand wall behind them. The gold dust bolts continued to strike at them, causing the sand to falter. Gaara bit his lip and started to sweat as he kept applying more sand and chakra to the sand around him. Gaara! Protect Kankuro as well! Raza shouted. Gaara's eyes widened at his father's declaration. Immediately, he saw another stray bolt of gold dust flying downwards the building where Kankuro had been. Still clutching onto his sister, Gaara's body flew directly towards the building. The sand that had surrounded him and his sister reached Kankuro's body just in time. Gaara landed on the building as well and channeled the sand to form a protective barrier around the three. Gaara! Temeri! Are you okay? Kankuro asked. His eyes were wide and he was breathing quite heavily, still in recovery from nearly getting struck from his father's attack. We're fine. Temeri replied, frowning. Gaara, can you still withstand his attack? Gaara did not reply, only biting his lip harder as he applied more chakra to his defense. His sand began to change shape as it hardened further and further, trying to resist Raza's jutsu. Sand quickly surrounded his body, as well as the body of Kankuro and Temeri. Raza started to float downward, as his bolts of gold dust continued to strike downward. His eyes widened as he lowered to the building's roof. From the sky, it looked like a giant figure of sand keeping Gaara and his siblings safe. Up close, however, Raza could see its true shape. The sand had taken the form of a woman. Karura! Raza mumbled. There was no mistaking it, Gaara had subconsciously created the image of his mother and Raza's wife to protect him. The sand's arms surrounding them were like the embrace of a mother, keeping her children safe from harm. Karura, even beyond the grave, you're keeping your children safe. You're keeping Gaara safe. Raza realized. It's not Shikaka that keeps you safe. It's your mother, she is what a parent should be like. A second passed by as the gold dust cloud in the sky started to dissipate. With the bolts of gold dust no longer striking at him, the sand quickly fell to the side. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro turned their attention towards their father, preparing for his next attack. Raza was now standing on the building, but he was not attacking. Tears had filled his lifeless eyes. Gaara, Temari, Kankuro. The Yondaime Kaze Kage started to speak. I have no right to be called your father, but I am so proud of all three of you. His body was turning white and full pieces of his body were starting to fall apart. The three siblings were staring at him in surprise. I entrust the safety of Sunagakuer to you all. Keep this village safe, regardless of whatever threats the world may bring. Raza told them sharply. His eyes then focused on Gaara. Gaara, with all my heart, I am sorry for all the suffering I have caused you. You have no reason to forgive me and I do not expect you to. I am the one who cursed you with Shukaku. I am the one who ordered Yoshimaru to attack you and lie about your mother's love as a way to test you. But you have grown strong. Your mother would be proud of you. Mother. Gaara repeated the word, his eyes widening even further. His eyes started to water up slightly. Karura loved you. She loved all of you. And even now, she still watches all over you. Raza's tears started to dry up as a smile developed on his lips. Gaara, keep your brother and sister safe. As I know they will keep you safe. Cherish the connections you've made. You're Kaze Kage now, you've done so much despite all that I have done to you. More of Raza's body began to fall apart. His voice became slower, it was as if he was struggling to speak. Live, Gaara. Live, the life of happiness that I deprived you of, the life you deserved. With those words, Raza's body finished its deconstruction. All traces of Raza had vanished, all that remained was a corpse that was completely encased in dust. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro stood on the building, simply staring at the dust that had just been their father. Both Temari and Kankuro had tears in their eyes as they tried to rationalize what had just happened. They then turned their attention to their younger brother. Gaara. Kankuro's eyes widened. Unlike his siblings, who only just had tears, Gaara was openly sobbing quietly to himself. Immediately, the three siblings had pulled each other into a quiet embrace as Gaara, for the first time in years, let out all the tears and feelings he had deep in his heart. As Kabuto avoided another one of Naruto's jutsu, his eyes widened. A frown developed on his lips as he could no longer feel the presence of the Yondaime Kaze Kage in Suna. I was actually hoping that he would have been able to kill the Ichibai Jinchuriki. It was a long shot, yeah, but I was hoping for that to be a minor inconvenience for Akatsuki. Kabuto's frown deepened. However, I'm most concerned about how his soul left this world. They didn't seal him away. Is it really possible for a soul to be released from the Edo Tensei from emotions or closure? Dynamic entry. Kabuto's thoughts were interrupted at the sound of a loud declaration and the presence of the other two Konoha shinobi. Lee was directly in front of his face, delivering a kick straight to his stomach. The silver-haired shinobi was unable to get away and was knocked back to the edge of the roof of the mansion. Tenten landed on the roof directly next to Lee and tossed multiple shuriken at Kabuto. He proceeded to create a bone-like knife out of the palm of his hand and parry the shuriken. Sorry for the delay in arrival, Naruto-san. We can assist from here on out. Lee declared. That's that creep Kabuto, right? The spy that had been in Konoha. Tenten questioned, her eyes narrowed. It is. Naruto nodded his head. We need to make sure he dies today. Yeah. That's not happening. Kabuto shook his head. He proceeded to chuckle a little bit. Well, Naruto-san, this was fun. And I'm happy I got a chance to see where you are at. I don't know if this came off as well to you, but I do see you as an incredibly strong shinobi. You seem as capable as I am. A smirk then developed on his face. Then again, I wasn't actively trying to kill you. So who knows? You think you're just gonna get away? Naruto snarled. I know I am. Kabuto stated with a smirk. But I genuinely appreciate this. This was useful for me. I also got the chance to experiment with a few of the Kekkei Genkai I have acquired. I promise you that the next time we fight I'll have better control of them. With those words, Kabuto proceeded to turn around and jump off the mansion. Naruto immediately started to run behind. Naruto-sensei. Hanabi called out to him. There's not gonna be another time. You die tonight. Naruto shouted as he chased him. Upon landing on the ground, Kabuto started to rush away, towards the mountains that surround the village. Naruto landed on the ground and followed behind. He could still see Kabuto in his line of sight. The Uzumaki proceeded to raise his palm at the shinobi. Adamantine sealing chain. Immediately, a large chain developed from Naruto's palm and rushed forward towards Kabuto's body. The silver-haired shinobi was unable to get away as the chain quickly reached him and encircled his body. He tried to resist, but was unable to pull himself out. Naruto took the opportunity to rush over to him. So, you learned how to manipulate the sealing chains. Quite interesting. Kabuto grumbled as he continued to try and pull himself out of the chains. Just as sturdy as I heard they were. They were what your clan was known for, other than Fuinjutsu of course. Damn right they were. It took a while, but I did manage to get a hold of it. And it looks like it's paying off already. Naruto stated. He tightened the grip on the chain, causing it to get tighter on Kabuto. Now, it's all over. Since I already got you immobilized, I'll make sure to keep you alive so Gaara can meet you and learn from the source exactly what you did here in his village. Kabuto immediately stopped struggling against the chain. He, instead, looked directly at Naruto in the eye and smiled. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Naruto-san, but that's not going to happen. I'm impressed you can use your sealing chains and I'm impressed, but they're not going to be able to stop me. He said sharply. Before Naruto could reply to that, a giant red and black striped snake appeared from underneath the ground, directly below Naruto. The blonde jumped away in time, but the momentary distraction proved enough for Kabuto to pull himself out of Naruto's control. Within seconds, he managed to squirm his way out of the chain without Naruto able to apply force. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki's eyes narrowed as he raised his left hand. Another adamantine chain flew out, towards Kabuto, as he started to yell at the man, when the hell did you summon that snake? Before Naruto's chain could manage to hit him, the snake opened its jaw and swallowed Kabuto's body whole. The snake then dug itself under the ground before Naruto's jutsu could manage to him. I summoned him before the battle even started. Call it my insurance, if you will. Despite being underground in the belly of the snake, Kabuto's voice boomed loudly above ground. I already told you Naruto-san, I wasn't here to kill or be killed. A scowl developed on Naruto's face. He debated about following the snake into the tunnel it dug to search for it, but he shook his head. He was unaware if Kabuto had any more insurance plans that could make any efforts useless. With a sigh, the red chakra surrounding Naruto's body faded away, returning his feral features back to normal. You're safe for now, Kabuto, but mark my words. I will find you again and I'll make sure you pay for everything you've done. He stated sharply. Believe me, I'll be looking forward to that day, Naruto-san. Just make sure you don't die to Akatsuki. I believe that they have big plans for you and the other Jinchuriki soon. Do your best to live. Kabuto stated. By the way, Naruto-san, your adamantine chains interested me. Perhaps I should acquire them sometime. The Uzumaki scoffed, fat chance. You're not getting access to any Uzumaki DNA if I have any say in it. Kabuto's laugh sounded throughout the desert. How naive of you to assume I don't already have some. I obtained a whole body to experiment on when I left Konoha last. I have an entire Uzumaki corpse to experiment, a complete set of Uzumaki DNA to incorporate into my own. The Jonin's eyes widened. What? Whose DNA do you have? It doesn't matter, does it, Naruto-san? There's not like there's a lot of Uzumaki corpses in Konoha to have stolen. Kabuto replied. Regardless, I think it's time I get out of here. Make sure you survive against Akatsuki, Naruto-san. Wait, Kabuto. Whose body did you take? Naruto shouted. He received no reply. A few seconds passed by before he felt it was confirmed, Yakushi Kabuto was no longer there. Damn it. There's only a few Uzumaki shinobi buried in Konoha, there's a realistic chance that he. Damn it. Naruto inwardly growled. He better not have my mom's body. It was only a thought, but it was one that completely revolted him. Naruto's eyes narrowed in the direction towards the exit of Suna. He was uncertain if Kabuto had managed to get away or not. He gritted his teeth as he shook his head. Today, Kabuto, you got away. Today, you got to do your little experiment and see how strong I was. The next time we meet, I'll be stronger. And the next time, I will fucking kill you. Check the description for the links to the author.